With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save.
Oh. That baby go to sleep?
I don't know. I'm careful, I'm recording. Turn off the mic. It actually wasn't that late. She went and laid herself down.
Did she?
She did.
The cash is leaving Los Santos again.
Gonna have to let this one slide, man. Got too much shit on my plate.
But I was about to lay down midnight. I think it was midnight or so. And I came home, I told her I was going to bed, and she walked into her room. And I walked back there, and I thought she was messing with you. Like, oh, dang it. And no, she was taking off her pajamas, putting them on the desk, climbing into bed. I was like, are you going to bed? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So yeah, she laid herself. No, she will. She can put herself to sleep. She's one. She got one of them. But she'll even lay there, but she doesn't fall asleep. Like she's... And after a while, she'll get back up. But yeah.
I need to get by.
CJ!
You got it?
Hey, my cousin just called me. He gave me a tip about a baller's car going to San Fierro to score yay.
Shit. We gotta find out who's supplying those cats.
Read your mind, Holmes. I picked them up at the Mulholland intersection, and I'm trailing them now.
Okay, I'm coming to meet you.
Better make it fast, Holmes. These boys aren't hanging around.
This was one of the most anticipated decisions from Prevost, who his first appointment to the Curia would be, and also who he would place as the head of the Dicastery for bishops, the department he led at the Vatican when he was a cardinal. Now Pope Leo has chosen his replacement, Filippo Iannone, who, until now, was the prefect of the Dicastery for Legislative Texts, the department responsible for the interpretation and application of canon law. However, that's not the only role the Pope has given him. As is what happened with Pope Leo himself, Iannone will also serve as the president of the Pontifical Commission for Latin America. He will officially assume both positions on October 15th. As for the profile of the new prefect, he's an Italian Carmelite archbishop. During his tenure at Legislative Texts, for example, the penal section of the Code of Canon Law was revised, strengthening penalties for those who commit abuse of minors or financial misconduct.
Il nuovo diritto penale.
The new penal law has introduced new types of crimes and more clearly defined others that were already foreseen, sanctioning them with different penalties. It includes new offenses in the economic financial field. Now, as head of his new dicastery, he faces no small task, selecting and shaping new bishops for the church worldwide.
Good morning, YouTube. Professor Jiang here with another video update on the situation in the Middle East. I wanted to originally do this talk next week because I wanted to get a haircut.
You
this
cannot
weekend to
drive
surprise
across
everyone.
town without hitting curves and shit.
But
No,
on
you
Twitter,
can't.
many of
You
you
would have to crawl.
have been clamoring
Like, to not
for
hit cars and
the
shit,
next
like, you literally have to
edition
crawl.
in this series.
And then it
so
stops.
Here we are.
All these cars are stopping right in
In my
front of you.
last
They're keeping
video,
speed with
I
me. They're
discussed
not
how
doing
Isaac
their
Newton
own. So you
built the
can't judge
intellectual
them. You can't
foundations
try to predict
for
them. You
Christian
can't.
Zionism,
It's just literally
which
button
is
prompts.
driving
Just
American Middle
present you
East policy
situations, and then you gotta
today.
respond to the fucking button
And
prompts.
today, I want to
No, it's
explain to you
literally
why
Simon
Christian
fucking
Zionism
says, dude.
is such a powerful
As you're
force
just trying to
in
drive
the
across the
world.
game. Like, I'm just trying to traverse the
As you
map,
know,
dude.
Netanyahu
Could
is
you
visiting
please just leave
Washington
me the
this week,
fuck
meeting
alone?
with
I'm just
senior
trying to
lawmakers,
traverse the map.
including with President Donald Trump
No, it's
in
fucking
the
bad,
White
dude.
House.
Like, what the fuck?
And this
Oh,
most definitely
this
signals
guy is
that
so bad.
Israel and the United
Yeah.
States will resume
Mouse not
airstrikes
working. Come on.
against
Is mouse working now?
Iran, and we will see
Okay.
an
No,
increase
I'm
in the
sorry to
escalation
blow it.
ladder
Just what the fuck,
in this
dude?
war in
Literally
the
can't
Middle
drive
East.
across. Just
So
can't.
why is this happening?
Not running
And
from
it's
cops.
happening
I'm
because
not.
there are four
I'm just
major
driving across the fucking
factions
map,
in this
dude.
anti-Iran
That's all I'm trying to accomplish here.
coalition
Just little leisurely
that's
drive across
driving
the fucking
this
map.
war. The
I'd
first
like to do it without hitting
faction in this
every fucking
coalition,
bump
of course,
along
are
the
the
way.
Christian
That would be
Zionists,
great.
who are trying to
Jesus Christ.
achieve
No,
biblical
dude, it's
prophecy.
fucking intolerable, bro.
Then you have the
I'm
Zionists,
just
who
trying
want
to
to
drive,
achieve the
bro.
Greater Israel Project, which they
I just
believe
flipped
is the
my car.
promised land that Yahweh gave to the Israelite people as part of the covenant together. And this is made explicit in the Bible. The third faction is the global financial elite,
Oh my god, now
Wall
my mouse
Street,
won't work.
City of London, because for them, if they're able to control Iran, the Strait of Hormuz,
Why would my mouse not
they're
work?
able to
And then when I
control
hit
not only
pause,
the vast
escape
oil
and come
reserves
back,
of
it
Iran,
makes it work
but
all of a
also
sudden?
global
Why
trade,
would that be, Mom?
thus negating
What
the
possibly
BRICS
in the
project,
code
thus negating China's Silk and Road project.
all of a sudden makes my mouse
Then you
work? Okay,
have
here's the car. Here,
the
okay. What speed you going? Because I'm
American
stopped.
Empire, the
I'm stopped
military
now,
industrial
dude. I'm
complex,
stopped.
the deep state,
Come on.
whatever you want to
Speed.
call these people. But they are
What
first and
fucking,
foremost
how?
interested in maintaining American
Look,
hegemony.
see, look. It's fucking
And
me
if they're
up,
able to
dude.
control the entire Middle East, then they will be able to maintain this unipolar world. Now, when I say that these four factions are working together, you may think that they are in a dark, smoke-filled room in an underground bunker in Washington D.C. somewhere, and that is not what's happening. In fact, it's entirely possible they don't even talk to each other. So let me give you a metaphor to explain to you how these four groups are working together.
Where we going?
Let's just say that there's a mountain somewhere, and on this mountain, people believe that God lives on this mountain. Now, the Christian Zionists want to
It's
build
a
a
weird-
road to this mountaintop in order
Where you going,
to be with God. Unfortunately, there are people who live on this mountain. They need to be exterminated.
Where the?
A war has to be fought. But it's
All
all
the
for
way
the greater
across the
good
map.
because
I can't do that right
they will
now,
be
dudes.
able to be with God.
I can't do that right now.
The Zionists are involved because God and the Zionists know each other from history.
No, that's
And so the
pretty
Christian
bad with
Zionists
made-game and people don't
need
want to
the
be in it.
Zionists
Like, literally
involved
don't
in this
want to traverse
project.
the map.
They
No,
really
I
see the
don't.
Zionists
map, I
as
don't want to traverse
a
your
ritual sacrifice in order to win favor
Donkey Kong,
with
dude.
God. And the
Your
Christian Zionists are
overworld literally
involved with
throws
building this
barrels
world
at me
because
constantly.
they see the Christian
It's
Zionists
literally
as a useful
unenjoyable,
tool
dude.
in order to be with their true God.
Anyways.
And so when they reach the mountaintop, then
It'd be so
their
grumpy, but yeah.
real God will recognize their faith and kill the Christian Zionists. So it's a cynical partnership between the Christian Zionists and the Zionists. And they both need each other for now until they reach the mountaintop. Then you have
Just
the global
amazes
financial
me
elite.
how I
And these
can't
people
drive down the
are
street without
opportunists
ding,
and
ding,
speculators.
ding. Like, what the
They are
fuck,
first and
dude?
foremost
I can't
interested
even,
in
okay,
generating more wealth for
can't just
themselves
drive down the
and their
street.
clients. They
All right.
themselves have no ideas.
What the
They
fuck,
themselves
man?
have no real vision for the world. They just want to make more money. And in the energy, in the commitment, in the faith of the Christian Zionists and the Zionists, they see an opportunity to monetize this faith. If the Christian Zionists and the Zionists are working hard to build this road to the mountaintop, then they can provide financing for this road. Also, when this
No,
road
it got to it. Just
is
gets to
built,
where
they can
you
start to
can't play
collect
them
toll
anymore,
booths,
dude. They
right?
literally,
So that's
I'm
why they're
pretty
involved,
sure
because
their
they see this
design
as
to
a
make you
money-making
stop playing
opportunity
it, dude.
for them. They're only
And so,
interested in
like,
making money.
you're
These people, Wall Street, City of London, they're so wealthy
like, that's how
because
it's
all they
designed,
care
dude.
about is money. In
Which
fact,
is
for the right
sad. You're like
price,
fighting to
they'd be
get,
perfectly
like, it
willing to
doesn't
sell their own
want you to have
children.
fun, dude. It
Okay,
wants you
that's
to
who these
buy
people
it.
are.
That's it,
Then you have the
dude. It
American
wants you,
Empire.
it,
The American
that's it.
Empire, it's important to understand that these are first and foremost bureaucrats. They have really cushy
I
jobs,
remember
sitting
this.
in an
I
office
remember having
somewhere,
my head in the
pretending to
fucking map
work.
constantly last
And
time I tried to play
they
this game.
need to justify
Yep, gotta turn
their
around, go the other way.
existence.
Turn around, go the other way.
They
Mini-map
need
actually works
to
against you,
explain
dude.
why they have trillions of
If you try
dollars
to go by the
in,
mini-map, you will actually go
in
the
their
opposite way
budget.
you're supposed
And
to.
so this Christian Zionist
So they
project
pretend,
to reach the mountaintop
hmm.
provides the certification.
So they gave
can
you a
say,
tool, but it
okay,
wasn't a tool.
well, you know what? If these Christian Zionists, these
It's
Zionists,
actually
if they're the
using
ones
against,
who are going to go and lobby
man,
the
oh my
politicians
god,
and
dude,
bribe the
that is fucked
politicians
up
and pressure
shit.
the politicians to build this road, then we'll say that we'll provide military protection in order to justify our existence. Okay, so they're trying to do as little work as possible in order to maintain their very cushy jobs, sitting somewhere in an air-conditioned office. And that's it. Now, that's a structure of their relationship with each other. They're all interested in reaching that mountaintop for different reasons. But once they reach that
I
mountaintop,
remember this. This
then
is
they'll
a
have their
fucking
disagreements.
pain in the
And
ass.
how to reach that mountaintop,
Out,
they
do
won't
now,
be
scroll
aligned
down,
with.
see which
So the
way you're
example
gonna
here
go.
is
They have to
that
put
the Christian
GPS in the new
Zionists and the
games, dude.
Zionists are very much
They
interested in
fucking
using
pushed it
ground
so
troops
far that, yeah, now
to
everyone
force
follows
regime
an
change
arrow, dude.
in Iran.
Is that what you wanted?
The
You wanted a big
financiers
fucking yellow
and
arrow at the
the
top of the
empire,
screen now?
they're
Because
risk
that's what we
averse.
got
So
now.
they really don't want to use ground troops. They want to achieve regime
Good job,
change
guys.
slowly, steadily,
That's what you wanted? You wanted a fucking yellow
in a way that
quest arrow up
contains
the
risk.
top, huh?
And so there's going to be that disagreement about whether or not to use ground troops. In the end, I think the Christian Zionists and the Zionists will win out. So let me explain to you why. Let me explain to you, using game theory, why the Christian Zionists are the dominant power in this relationship. Even though the financiers control the money, and even though the American empire controls the armaments. So here,
Yeah,
let
now
me
I just
introduce
don't
to
care.
you
I don't care
the
about the
universal
world
law
anymore.
of
Fucking
game
that broke
theory.
me, dude.
Once you master this formula,
Just start fucking
once you
doing
truly
this shit.
understand
Just don't
the
fucking care.
ramifications,
It's not
the
real anymore.
nuances, the subtleties
Once you know how
of
unreal
this
it is,
law,
you start
then you
responding
have
in
much more
kind. That
clear
it's not real.
and deeper
So fuck it,
understanding
dude. It's not
of
real.
how the world works. Okay?
Look,
This
I'm driving
formula
straight at
is
him.
very simple.
Dude, don't even avoid me.
It goes like this.
Driving
If you
straight
look at
at
game
another
theories, all
car
games,
down the fucking
the
road, and he's
people
not gonna
who
avoid me at all.
always win the game
Not gonna
they
avoid me.
win
No one's gonna
because
avoid me, huh? Just gonna drive
of this
fucking head
formula,
on
which
into me.
is mass times energy times coordination.
Nope. Not gonna avoid me
Right,
at all,
so
dude.
mass
Ram
is just the
into
number
me
of
at 60
people
miles an hour.
times energy, which is the level of motivation of these people, times coordination, which is
No, how many
the
times have
ability
you
of
heard
these
this
people
car hit
to
something
work together to achieve their end. Some things to keep in
Now I'm
mind
going
about this
5.
formula.
I'm going
First
5
of all,
miles an
the
hour,
different
dude.
factors are not weighted equally. So coordination is the most important
Yeah,
factor,
right.
and it's weighted at least 3
I
times
can't
as
drive
much
across the
as
fucking
mass.
city, dude.
Then you have energy. And energy is what's second most important.
No, it's so
and it's weighted,
annoying. I'm done.
twice as much
I'm
as
done. I'm like,
mass.
well, I'm taking breaking.
Depending depending on the game, the weightings can be different. But please keep this in mind. Coordination is
I
what
need
really
to get off
matters.
anyways.
Followed
I
by
gotta make
energy,
breakfast. Yep,
followed
good job.
ultimately by mass.
Yeah, I'm fucking
So if
done,
I explain
dude.
that, let me explain to you what each term means and how we can measure each factor to get a more mathematical understanding of this formula. Mass is just the number of people involved,
To the
but
fate ladder, I guess.
what's important to measure is their cohesion, how much they like each other, how much they're willing to work together.
Yeah, I'm out.
So, for
That was
example,
quick.
you look at
Because an
Japan
adult
and
shouldn't play
China.
video games,
Japan is
dude.
much more
There's no
cohesive
way an adult
society
would do that.
than China. So in terms of
Like,
mass,
it's not gonna give me
Japan
money.
is actually stronger
The slot
than China,
machines, you're
even though
playing
China
for
has
money.
10
It's
times
not-
or
it's
5
just
times as many people.
Gonna give me a bad
as
time?
Japan. Then you look
Make me
at
feel like shit?
energy.
Oh,
Energy is
awesome. I
level of
tried to spend
motivation.
time with this piece of
And
electronics.
usually
Oh,
when we
no,
think
I
of
feel like
energy,
shit
we
already.
think of physical energy.
Been fucking
But actually, in this formula, it's mental
20 minutes of
energy
my life
that
completely
really matters.
wasted.
Because if you think about it, it's mental energy that is the most
No, dude, I couldn't even drive across
expensive.
town. Wow.
And so you need the most amount of motivation
Fuck,
in
dude.
order
Okay,
to
okay.
achieve
I'll-
mental energy. So let me give you an example of this.
I'll let you sit here
let's just
for
say
a few
there are two
hours
people.
by
The first
yourself.
person, he's
And
thinking
then
of
see if
holding
you're a
the
little
ground
nicer
for 12 hours a
when
day
I come
for a
back
whole
to
year.
you. No, you literally
another
have to
person
do that to it.
Who
Okay, you can stay by yourself
every
now.
day is seeking to improve himself. So he's constantly in the process of self-reflection.
And then I'll
writing
come back
down
later and see if you
his
would like
ways
a
that he can
human to play
improve
with.
and creating a
If you
strategy
would like some
formula
light
for how he can
in
improve
here.
himself.
Now,
Well,
if you don't want, when I
according
come
to this
back, if you
formula,
still
the
don't want
second
life
person is
inside of
expending much
you,
more energy than the first person. Even
if
though
you want to
if we
be
just look at it, it
satanic
seems
and
like it's the
push
first person
out
that's doing all the
every
work, the
last
second person
bit
is sitting
of
around
life,
all day.
okay,
just
we'll do
thinking.
that. I'll quit
And the
playing
reason
you.
why is
And you can be
in the
dead
world,
software
the 3 hardest words to say for
that
a human
has
being
no life
is
in you.
I am
Because
wrong.
you pushed
To say I'm
everybody
wrong
away,
is to
dude.
negate yourself, to negate your ego, to admit
Fuck.
that you have failings. To say you are wrong is also to commit
Can't
to a
even drive
policy
across the fucking
of self-improvement, self-change. It's also a tremendous loss of faith to say I'm wrong before your peers. You lower your status. You lose faith. And that's why people who are more energetic, who are more motivated, they are much more open to change. They're much more willing to accept their limitations. They're much more willing to commit to self-improvement.
No, it's
So
we've either got
energy
these two
is a measure of
extremes. Either it's a
motivation,
slot
and we can measure
machine that is
motivation
trying to
by
take,
a
or
group's
it's
openness to
fucking
accepting
Dark Souls.
its limitations,
Is there
its
no
failings.
in between?
Okay, so that's the idea of energy. Then the third aspect of this formula is the idea of coordination. And coordination can be divided into
I think
two
that's why
different,
the kids like Minecraft
two
so
different
much.
types. The first type is
And
conscious
creepers
coordination.
are bad
Second
too.
type is subconscious coordination.
But that's why they
Conscious
turn that
coordination
shit
is
off.
when you're
That's
led
half
by
the time
someone.
why they're
Be a
playing
leader,
in
be a
creative
bureaucracy, be a
worlds,
agency.
dude. They turn
Subconscious
their game.
coordination is when there's no clear leader or clear direction,
Anyways,
people just subconsciously work together.
but yeah, when they
it's
turn
almost
the
like a dance.
gameplay on your game off,
And other two,
like when they
subconscious
go gameplay
coordination
off,
is the more
dude,
powerful.
fuck.
When people get together and they
Do not
sort of
want
conspire together,
no
that leads to
gameplay,
all sorts of
no
problems.
systems,
You don't want
no,
conspiracy.
do
You
not
don't want
want,
open conspiracy.
do not want, dude.
So let me explain to you why open conspiracies or secret conspiracies.
You wonder why you all got fired. They all got fired, dude. The whole thing's burning down. They all got fired. And you're like, you wonder why?
It's really hard
What
to
the fuck,
maintain
dude? I
the
can't even
secrecy
drive.
of a conspiracy. Eventually, word's going to leak out that these people are conspiring together. And if word leaks out that these people are conspiring together, that forces other people to conspire together in this game.
How much do you hate people, dude?
If you
Kids
are
play this fucking game.
conspiring together, you have to keep it secret in order to maintain your
Old people
advantage.
play this game,
it's very,
dude.
very hard to
That's,
keep it
that
secret. In
50-year-old
fact,
man
you
woke up and
probably
bam,
waste
bam.
more time and energy keeping it secret than you do in actually trying to implement your conspiracy. Okay, so that's the first reason why conspiracies are not a good idea. Second reason is, in most games, conspiracies
Anyway.
are illegal. It's considered cheating. So you lose plausible deniability when you are conspiring together, and when you're keeping notes, and when you're meeting in a room together, and plotting
I know
together.
my shit's stupid. Your shit is important.
The third reason is the most important. Okay, the third reason why you don't want to conspire together is everyone has an ego. Everyone is trying to
I'm
maximize
not.
his or her
Just don't.
self-interest in a conspiracy. And that immediately leads to friction, conflict, debate. So this creates friction in the relationship. So subconscious coordination is much more powerful than conscious coordination. It allows
I'm getting
for
flashbacks to hitting up
frictionless
naps constantly. I remember
cooperation
how much I did not
and allows for
enjoy
plausible
that.
deniability and allows for secrecy. So examples of subconscious coordination are families,
You can't put across town without
ethnicities,
playing bumper cars.
religions. Okay, so having said that, okay, having presented this formula, mass times energy times coordination, I want to now
And that bumper car.
give you some
The
examples
cash is leaving Los
to understand
Santos
why this formula works.
Fuck that.
Okay.
Fuck no, dude.
So let's just say we're playing individual games. Well, if we're playing an individual game, 1 versus 1, then the formula is like this. Mass becomes 1, coordination becomes 1, so we're only left with energy. So what this formula is telling us that in an individual player game, the person who is most motivated, the person who is most willing to commit to self-improvement will win this game. And the idea of constant self-improvement confirms the research of K. Anders Ericsson. He coined the phrase deliberate practice, and he argues that those who are most proficient
Maybe I see you.
in individual activities, whether it's music, sports, are those
Yeah, 1
who
minute, babe. I'll get
are
you some
most
juice.
committed to a policy of self-reflection and self-improvement, because that is the hardest thing to do. Now let's look at team sports. In team sports, the mass is constant, so we can actually take out mass. And what we're left with is the idea of energy times coordination. So in a team sport, the team that is most likely to win are the teams that are most willing to coordinate together subconsciously and most willing to commit to constant self-reflection and self-improvement. And now let's look at the third example, which is
What about talent?
what is the example
Skill, dude?
of the most powerful grouping in human history, and that, of course, is the nation state. Okay, the nation state is the most powerful form of human organization in the world. And if we just use this formula and analyze all nation states around the world, what we will discover is that there are 4 nation states that are dominant in each region. So in the Western Hemisphere, it's obviously the United States. In Europe, it's going to be it's going to be Germany. Okay, in Europe, Germany is the most dominant nation state, according to this formula. In Southeast Asia, it's Japan, and in the Middle East, it is Israel. So over time, over the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to expect these 4 nation states to dominate each region as the world loses unipolarity and moves towards multipolarity. Okay, so now I want to discuss how to maximize this formula. Remember, the trick is how do you create subconscious coordination in your team? And believe it or not, the answer is to have a really powerful story. A powerful story, it's a way to frame your understanding of the world, and it's also a script. It allows you to understand how to behave in a certain context. All right, so let me explain to you the power of a story. All right, let's do a thought experiment first. Let's imagine that we have the power to present every single story in human history to every single person who's ever lived and who's still alive today. And the stories we present include Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Disney movies, Homer, the Iliad, the Bible. Every single story that humans have ever produced is presented to every single person. And then 10 years from now, we talk to every single person again and figure out what story that person most remembered and tabulate the results. When we do so, then what we will discover is that most people will have remembered 3 stories. Okay? The first story is Plato's allegory of the cave. The second story is the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus. The third story is the second coming of Jesus. Okay? So let me explain all 3 stories. Okay, so Plato's allegory of the cave, it's interesting because it's really Plato's reimagining of the trial of Socrates. For him, his mentor Socrates, who was forced to drink hemlock by Athenians for the crime of corrupting the youth of Athens. For Plato, Socrates was this truth teller who discovered the truth of the world through philosophy. And he committed himself to revealing this truth to the Athenian people. And in response, the Athenian people condemned him to death because, as I mentioned previously, no one likes to say, I'm wrong. And no one likes to be told they're wrong. The second story, the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus, it's interesting because it is actually a reimagining of Plato's allegory of the cave, because Jesus was this truth teller sent by God to earth to reveal the truth of the universe to people. In response, we killed Jesus. Okay, so the allegory of the cave and the crucifixion of Jesus, it's really just one story. Second coming of Jesus is really compelling because it's marking the end of history. It's telling us when everything will come to an end and when we will have achieved paradise and reconciliation with God. So these 3 stories that are most memorable, it's really just one story. And it's appealing to us because as humans, we're born with 3 questions embedded in our hearts, in our soul. The first question is, where did we come from? Second question is, why are we here? Third question is, where are we going? And the power of these 3 stories, Plato's allegory of the cave, the crucifixion of Jesus, the second coming of Jesus, it's really helping us answer all 3 questions in a compelling and convincing manner. And that's why Christian Zionism is so powerful, because it's the most powerful story out there. That's why there's so many Christians. That's why Christian Zionists are the most energetic, the most motivated, the most committed people that you can ever meet. And again, the story, it is really a script. As a Christian Zionist, you want to achieve the story. It is so compelling, so powerful to you as a person. In fact, you're willing to sacrifice your own life in order to achieve this story. That's how beautiful it is. And that explains to us, that helps us understand why Christian Zionism is the most powerful force in the world today. Because for the people who believe in Christian Zionism, they feel as though they discovered the secret of the universe, and they must bring this story into fruition, into reality. Now, next thing I want to talk about is, if it is true that this story, the crucifixion of Jesus and the second coming, is such a powerful story, then in theory, we should have seen the story. We should have seen people try to achieve the story before, and also it's telling us that the story, Christian Zionism, will never ever go away. It will continue until the end of human history. So what I will do now is tell you that actually 1500 years ago, they also tried to achieve the completion of this story. So 1,500 years ago, about 600 Common Era, there was this massive war going on between the two major powers of that age. The Byzantine Empire, based in Constantinople, and then you have the Sasanian Persian Empire. And this war just devastated the entire world. People were dying, people were starving, people were in debt, people were in slavery, there was religious persecution. It really felt like the end times, the end of days. Also at this time, the Jews were banned from Jerusalem, which is their holy city. It's the city of their God Yahweh. And so the Jews in the diaspora were plotting throughout all this time how to return to Jerusalem. They were kicked out of Jerusalem because many centuries before, they had fought 3 major rebellions against the Roman Empire. And in each time, the Jews lost because we're fighting the Roman Empire. And each time, the Jews went to the desert of Arabia. Why did these armies, these defeated armies, go into the desert of Arabia? Because the Romans really hated sand. They could only be safe in the desert of Arabia. And when they went to the desert of Arabia, they went there with commitment to eventually reclaim Jerusalem, to wait for the arrival of the Messiah to lead them to final victory against the Romans. And while they were in the desert of Arabia, they were interacting with the local Arab pagans. And in this interaction, there's a process of syncretization where Jewish belief was being meshed into Arab pagan belief. But as I told you, the most compelling story always wins out. So eventually, the Jewish belief that the Messiah would eventually come to create the Messianic age of truth, justice. Eventually, it won over the Arab people, and this would become the foundation for the modern belief of Islam. And so, during this time, there's a widespread belief in the Arabian desert that a Messiah will eventually come to unite the Jewish people and lead them into final victory against the Roman Empire, which at this time had not become the Byzantine Empire. Back in the Jewish diaspora, they were trying to figure out how to return to Jerusalem. One group in this Jewish diaspora allied themselves to the Persians, who promised them that they would, like Cyrus the Great, take them back to Jerusalem and build the third temple for them. And at first they succeeded. The Persians were able to conquer Jerusalem, and the Jews were able to reclaim the city for themselves. And they were now in the process of building the third temple. The problem, though, is that at this time in history, the majority of the population were actually Christian. So the Christians rebelled against the Jews, and then the Christians called for help to the Byzantine Empire. At this time, a new general, Heraclius, had emerged, and he had usurped the throne from the emperor. And so now the new emperor, Heraclius, he has a legitimacy problem. And so he decided, like, the best way to prove that he in fact has the mandate of heaven, that he has the will of God supporting him, he decides that he has to reclaim Jerusalem and basically massacre all the Jews. So at this time in history, it seemed all hope was lost. Jews were being massacred. It seemed as though the Antichrist, Heraclius, has emerged to destroy the Jewish nation. Now, the funny thing about Jewish eschatology is that when all hope seems lost, when the Antichrist has emerged, when the Jewish nation is about to be completely destroyed, that's when Jewish people are most convinced the Jewish Messiah will emerge to lead them into war and into the final victory against the Antichrist and usher in the Messianic age, where they will reconstitute the nation of Israel, bring everyone home from the Jewish diaspora, build the third temple, and create a millennium of peace, truth, and justice. So the Jews go into the Arabian desert, and now they're looking for their Messiah, the promised Messiah. And there are different candidates, but ultimately they settle on one charismatic man who is absolutely convinced that he is in fact the Jewish Messiah. We don't know his name, okay? A lot of his biography has been lost to us over the course of history, but today we refer to him as Mohammad, okay? Mohammad was the Jewish Messiah. And the Jews were looking to him to lead them into final victory against the Byzantines and the Antichrist, Heraclius. And he took up the call. And according to game theory, all he had to do was say three things, and he would unite the entire world behind him. And once he did so, he would become a tidal wave to wash over the old order and build the Messianic age. All he had to do was say three things, okay? The first thing he had to say was, I am the Jewish Messiah. I'm the fulfillment of the prophecy. I am the promised one. I'm the anointed one. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing he needed to say is that we are all the children of Abraham. Jews, Christians, Muslims, we are all descended from Abraham. And as such, we are all the children of God. And as such, this land was promised to us by God, and therefore, death, slavery, landlessness, it's all evil in the eyes of God. And therefore, we must create a revolution to ensure that everyone has land, that debt is canceled, that slavery is eliminated from this world. So that's why I'm here. I'm the Messiah to lead us to final victory in the pursuit of the Messianic age.
Okay.
And the third thing that Mohammed had to say in order to unite the world is,
Hopefully they're warm enough.
all these religious differences are idiotic.
Please.
Zoroastrianism, Catholic Christianity, Nestorian Christianity, Orthodox Christianity,
You guys can help.
Judaism.
You guys can help.
It does not, these factions are against the will of God. We are all the children of God, and therefore we can all celebrate God in our own way. These factions, these divisions only exist for the priest class to exploit us, for the emperor, for the political class to unite, to divide and conquer us. Okay, so you are free to celebrate your religion. You're free to celebrate God, your faith in any way you seem fit. Okay, and this is what eventually led to something called the Constitution of Medina, where one of the founding ideologies of Islam is religious tolerance. You are free to practice your faith in any way. You're free to love God in any way. And because he said these three things, Mohammed would lead the world's first global revolution against the established order,
See, it wasn't just a video game.
and thus creating the basic structure of Islam. Unfortunately, Mohammed died before he could complete his mission, but that didn't stop many Jews from believing that he was in fact the Jewish Messiah. Because in their eyes, the prophecy has been fulfilled. First of all, the Arabs were able to reconquer Jerusalem and return the Jews to Jerusalem, thus reconstituting the nation of Israel. Second of all, they built the third temple. Today we call it the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's still there in Jerusalem, you can still visit it. But back then they thought it was the third temple. And the third thing is they did usher in a millennium of peace, prosperity, truth, justice. Today we call it the Islamic Golden Age. Okay, so for many Jews, the prophecy had been fulfilled, and that's why many Jews converted to Islam during this process. And many Jews would emerge as the top administrators, the top officials
we need
of
napkins.
the Islamic Golden Age, making tremendous
Yep,
contributions
did you check over
to
there?
world
Oh,
civilization
there's napkins over there.
in
Three,
the
baby. Quit making me
process.
say everything.
Unfortunately, what we
Oops.
also know about this period is that the early
We've eaten
followers
dinner at
of
this table.
Muhammad,
We've eaten at
called the
this table
companions,
so many
they were all
times.
basically
We
eliminated
know
in
we
the
need
power struggle
napkins,
that
we need something to
emerged
drink, we need
after the
silverware.
death
If you
of
come to the table and you see that, you can
Muhammad.
help a
Okay,
little bit.
so
Stop pouting, baby.
I
You're not
know
in trouble. Daddy's
that
just
for
trying
many
to
of
talk
you,
to
this is
you.
extremely
Stop.
controversial history,
No, I
and
can't even tell
I
you
don't have
the
enough time to
simplest
go
thing without you
into the
crying.
specific details. So what I will
Fuck's
do is,
sake,
in the
dude.
description below, I'm going to link a really
And I was
awesome
sitting there asking for
paper
your help, and you
written
kept
by
ignoring
two
me, dude.
Jewish religious
I
historians
got
about this time,
frustrated.
so you can have a better understanding of how Muhammad really is the Jewish Messiah. I'm also going to link to have a lot of like wiki links, so you can do some more background research into this period. It's really fascinating, and I apologize I don't have enough time to go into more details about this period. Okay, so to summarize, according to game theory, the universal law of game theory, Christian Zionists will emerge as dominant power in the Middle East. They're the ones driving U.S. policy right now. They will eventually overwhelm both the American empire and the global financial elite. They will force the United States to send in ground troops and invade Iran in order to implement regime change. And they will basically get whatever they want. So it seems as though we figured out history. It seems we're able to predict the future by using game theory properly and systematically and honestly. We're able to have a very clear insight into the trajectory of history. The problem, though, is game theory is not that easy. Okay, why? Because according to game theory, when it seems like they structure the game, when there seems to be a trajectory, when the players are obvious in their moves, when there's certain inevitability to the decision making of certain players, what will happen is a new player will emerge who see the contours of the game being played, and he will manipulate events and change the course of this game to benefit himself and his group. Okay? Now, Hegel's name for this person, for this player, is the world historical figure. Nietzsche's name for this player is the Ubermensch, the Superman, the person who's able to step outside of history and control the reins of history in order
The guy
to
says, "Fuck
achieve
this
his
game."
own ends.
This
And by doing
game.
so, he's able to forever
Right.
change the
It's
course
not a
of
game,
human
bro.
history. Now, according to game theory, now that the
It's not a
game,
game.
the structure of the game
not.
has been it's pretty clear, the Ubermensch will now emerge. And in fact, today we do have the Ubermensch. And this Ubermensch will manipulate the game in order to achieve his vision. And he will forever change the course of human history. And this person's name is Vladimir Putin. So in my next video, I'm going to discuss who Vladimir Putin really is, what he wants, and how he will achieve his vision. So thank you for today. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I'll continue the talk
Stop the lecture on
next week.
that. Damn.
Also, some of you in the comment section have been telling me how much you want to support my work, and I'm really grateful for it, and I would really appreciate your support. So what I've done is I've set up a buy me a coffee account. So you don't have to do it.
Oh yeah, by the way,
I'm committed
pregnant.
to
See ya.
educating you for free. You don't have to pay me anything. You don't have to give me anything. But I would really appreciate it if you have the means to buy me a coffee. Okay, the link is down below. So thanks a lot, and I will see everyone next time.
So he's Chinese.
Remembering your oath
taken.
to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
He's taken.
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Socialist, you know.
Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, FBI Director Kash Patel has just lied. That exchange took place during a House Judiciary Committee hearing a little over a week ago. So what did he say that wasn't true exactly? Well, according to a new report, Patel and others at the FBI wanted to release a statement explaining why they were dropping the Epstein matter, according to administration officials, and repeatedly pushed White House officials to release it over the long July 4th weekend. DOJ officials joined the discussions. Patel discussed it with Trump, who approved a plan to release the statement. That was the now infamous statement that claims that the Justice Department had not found an incriminating client list. So thanks to this Wall Street Journal article, we've learned more about the Trump administration's disastrous handling of the Epstein saga. We've also gained new insight into why Trump is so desperate to keep anyone from talking about this story. So the reporting says that Trump has told aides he was worried some of his friends might be mentioned in the files. Trump told aides he couldn't understand why people were so obsessed with the deceased financier and sex offender. According to people familiar with his comments, people don't understand that Palm Beach in the 90s was just a different time. So Attorney General Pam Bondi kicked off the Trump administration's long series of mistakes by claiming that she had the Epstein client list on her desk. So officials in the West Wing were flummoxed. What document was Bondi talking about? And then shortly after Bondi's announcement, a team at the Bureau pulled an all-nighter to assemble some Epstein materials into thick binders stamped with the Justice Department seal and titled The Epstein Files Phase 1, implying there were more phases to come. FBI officials said the Justice Department had asked the FBI to assemble the binders, but didn't say what they would be used for. As we now know, the Trump administration invited conservative influencers to the White House, you all remember that, to commemorate phase 1 of the Epstein files. So the Justice Department officials gave Trump's top communications aides only a few minutes' notice that she would distribute them to the group. They did not know she planned to talk about Epstein during the meeting. But the catch was that most of the information in the files was already publicly available. And afterwards, Bondi was told by the top White House officials that she should be taking attention away from the issue, not drawing attention to it. But ever since, the Trump administration has been just consumed by personal vendettas. So Bondi complained to other officials that FBI leadership was trying to destroy her by leaking information about internal discord, according to people familiar with the disputes. And FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, who had long questioned if Epstein really did kill himself prior to joining the administration, was also very unhappy with all of this. Bongino threatened to quit even, telling White House officials he was losing his credibility among conservatives. And I feel like that's kind of hard to do. And now the Trump administration faces a reckoning. It seems that Congress has the votes to force the release of the Epstein files, and that's after the election that just happened, the special election that just happened in Arizona. And despite all of the administration's best efforts to stop the release, they now have the votes to force the vote in the House. So top White House officials told Republican lawmakers in late August and early September that voting to release the Epstein files would be viewed as an unfriendly move, and they wouldn't forget those who did, according to two officials on Capitol Hill with knowledge of the call. So that's a lot. That was a lot there, but it was really quite an extensive article from the Wall Street Journal that just came out. And one of the big takeaways from that story was that Trump was like, yeah, it was the 90s. It was Palm Beach. Things were different back then. Whatever that even means, right? What does that mean? Just like the party scene was different, or like the human trafficking scene was different? Like, what does he mean when he says that? And also, like, yeah, it was different, but you know, back then, if you're at a party with somebody, you can't fathom a world where 30 years in the future, when you're the president of the United States, all of this is going to come back to haunt you. And in the article, it became very clear. I believe it was July of this year. Trump was all over while he was in Florida, making all these phone calls saying, you know what, why are these people so obsessed with the Epstein files? Why will this not go away? How do we get it to go away? And he was taking advice and suggestions from everyone. And I guess none of it stuck because we are still here today in September, nearly October, still talking about these Epstein files and why we do not have them. So he tried all kinds of things. He has been throwing everything, seeing whatever sticks on the wall so that the American people will just move on from all of this and forget about it and just talk about something else, but it hasn't happened. And the part that stuck out to me, the fact that he can't seem to understand why this story won't go away, all it says is that he's so used to lying to the American people, but more specifically to his MAGA base, right? He went on the campaign trail in 2024 saying he was going to release the Epstein files. That's what he told them, and they believed him. He had no intention of ever releasing those files, but he just told them that anyway, and he figured that once he got into office, they would either forget about that promise that he made to them, or they would just move on. And because he told them to, basically, he would say, stop talking about it, move on, and then they would. None of that has happened. They have tried everything to distract the American people. It always keeps coming back to the Epstein files. And my theory on that is that without the Epstein files, without that one issue, that human sex trafficking issue, the MAGA QAnon base doesn't have its central focus to rally around anymore. So my theory is that if these people give up on the Epstein files, they also kind of give up on Trump, and that whole movement will collapse. And so Trump doesn't really have an out here. That's my theory. Jackson, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on all this?
I just think it's hilarious how transparent this whole saga is with the Trump Epstein files. It's like he desperately does not want us to see what's in them. Just like when your side piece won't stop texting you. You know what I'm saying? You tell her, don't text me after 5 p.m. because I'll be at home, and then your girl let me see your phone. And you're like, no, no, you can't see my phone because I'm being totally honest with you. I mean, it's the same concept. It's like, if there's nothing to see, why can't we see it? Why are you putting in so much effort? Why are you spending so much political capital on all of your minions to just block this vote the best that you can? And again, this is a man who, think about being in your 40s. Being in your 40s and owning a teenage modeling pageant agency or whatever that is. And apparently that's where Jeffrey Epstein learned a lot of his trafficking methods. And Donald Trump was in that business with some other type of pervert who was known for that. All the comments that he's made against his own daughter. Come on. Donald Trump is not smart enough to cover his tracks in anything. This is a man who used to call the tabloids and be like, oh yeah, the girls are totally into Donald Trump. Everybody wants to sleep with Donald Trump. And it's like, bro, this sounds just like you. No, that's not me. But yeah, it's so transparent. Trump can't escape it. We saw the love letter that you wrote to Jeffrey Epstein with the silhouette. You caught red-handed, man. There's nothing you can do.
Problem is he's gotten away with it, right? So you're both right, in my view, that he figured, while he had no intention of releasing the files because he's in them, that he could just be the conductor or like this Wizard of Oz and pull a puppeteer, maybe, pulling strings. And for the most part, people have followed him. He said wildly outlandish things, stop the steal, all kinds of things surrounding criminality. He makes it up as he goes along, and it does usually work. So I don't blame this devilish character for continuing this same old blueprint. I just hope that your theory's right, Yaz, that this Epstein thing is so important, and it should be important. It should be important to everyone, okay? The victims, the survivors, they are speaking, they are with us. They have been through just disgusting trauma, and yet he's still kind of getting away with it. And you have men who claim to be so Christian, Mike Johnson, going to church on Sunday. he wouldn't sit next to me. Okay, nor would he be taking communion. And I don't really go to church, but I'm just telling you, if I did, is anyone going to speak out here? It's disgusting. But hey, this is what we're doing, and he's going to continue, and Pam's going to continue. Be a lot easier to just keep up with the truth, unless the truth is really scary for you, and it's scary for him.
Yeah. I do want, before we break for the bonus episode, there was one comment that I started reading during the break that I didn't get to finish, and I would like to finish it real quick. It's from Mr. Kitty over at tyt.com. Said, I'm loving this panel. You guys are great. Thank you very much. Hey, Jackson. Jackson gets a special shout out. Also, hey, what are your guys' thoughts on the Virginia governor race? So I haven't really been following that race too much myself. I know that Youngkin cannot he's not running again. But I do know that Virginia could kind of go either way. Youngkin won as a Republican, but I remember that was a little bit of an upset at the time. And also, you know, it's the things are not going well. They're closing hospitals in Virginia because of Republican policies, and I can't imagine that would go over very well for them. I would hope, but you hope that people are able to hang on to things for like the next few months. Just remember all these things that are happening, and then you can say, you know what, this is not going the way I want it to. Maybe I'll flip back to the other candidate. So
every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
That's good that you finished it.
Autonomous weapons are caused by misaligned artificial intelligence.
Wow.
They are like ordinary weapons, only many times more powerful.
But the story mode
They are
part,
highly
like
intelligent and are difficult to outrun.
No, that's cool.
They
That's
can
cool that
navigate
you finished
complex
it.
terrain. They can track and identify
Yeah, a lot of
targets
games
using
are like
thermal
that
imaging and
nowadays.
facial
Well, that's
recognition.
how Minecraft is.
These are the
Never
three
end.
dangers.
You keep on
Surveillance.
playing it. Yeah.
They gather valuable intel. Sabotage. They destroy vital infrastructure. Strikes. They can be deadly dangerous.
Oh,
You can
really?
protect yourself and your family. Later on, we shall show you what steps to take.
Oh, so
To
you're a
accomplish their
woke
objectives,
alien?
they can be deployed by air
Great.
using vampire drones. They
I
can
don't
be
know
equipped
what
with
woke
mobility
means.
features like a robotic arm
Woke
or
means like
outfitted with one of these
liberal or
weapon
something?
systems.
Like liberal?
An assault rifle, a sniper rifle, an anti-tank rocket launcher, or a flamethrower. Although they hunt alone, they
A lot
can
of
also be
times I just
deployed
hear,
in a
you
pack
know,
for
when
maximum
those girls
damage.
who have like pink
This
hair,
is called a
blue
swarm.
hair.
A swarm
I hear
can
people call
communicate
it
and
woke
coordinate to achieve its objective.
So I got that's the
Killing
new word, I
sentient
guess.
life. If you are being attacked by quadrupedal autonomous agents, these are the sounds you must recognize. First,
Yeah.
if an
Ooh.
attack is coming, then you will hear the hum of drones in the sky. They sound like this.
Oh, that's totally woke. Think you can change your own skin color.
Next, their mechanical movements
Okay,
and
we need to
operating
use.
sounds.
You're ready, I think. Baby.
Although quiet when
Spoon, you got a
alone,
napkin.
if a swarm is
So
on the
you're an
move,
alien, huh?
they sound like this.
And your hair is blue, and your skin is what? Oh my God! And
They
oh,
also hear the
obviously
swarm
aliens.
through
Well, I
their
think they can be gray
this.
now too. They used to be green, but now they call them
The
gray.
heat signature of a robot dog is the same as
Yeah,
a
that's
rabbit,
changed over the
making
years.
them difficult to detect with thermal imaging. But if it is dark,
Well, yeah, they
mounted
they're gay.
optic lasers or glowing
Well, they're not
sensors
gay,
can
they're
be
nothing.
seen with the naked eye.
They have not, they're like Barbies.
If
They
you
have
make
nothing.
visual contact with a robot
No, they're
dog in your
non-gender. Haven't you heard about the
neighborhood, please alert
non-gender?
the
They're non-gender,
authorities.
dude.
Anytime
Gender
robot
neutral.
dogs are identified,
They're like,
warnings
they're like
of the
a
attack
Ken
will be
doll.
broadcast through a text
But Barbie
message
has
warning
boobs.
and sound.
Well, she does. I'm just saying. Well, she doesn't have nipples, so are they really boobs?
When you hear any of these sounds, you and
Barbie
your
has
family must take
bumps.
action at once. Do not
Barbie
stay
has
out of
chest
doors.
bumps.
If you are caught out in the open, remember the
But
acronym.
Ken, he's
Race cars travel
he's
fast.
gender neutral, bro.
Run, cover, trap, fight.
He's a
If
mystery.
running is possible, always choose this option first.
Alright.
Remember
Got
to
lunch
stay low.
made.
Break
I
visual
think you guys are
contact
ready
with
to pack
cameras
your
or
lunch.
sensors and maintain your
You want
distance
any of these
until you reach cover.
bananas?
When looking for
Sydney?
cover, remember the acronym STOP MY HAT, THANKS.
Want
Staircases,
these chocolate
moving
bananas?
surfaces,
Yeah.
holes, and thin places.
Warm it up, Kane. Warm it up, CJ.
Staircases or ramps can be difficult to climb. Stack various objects on them to make it even more difficult. If the robot dog does not come with an arm, use elevators.
Hold on, I'm distracted.
If it does, avoid them. If possible, climb down holes with ropes or ladders.
I can't even hear it. I'm having to adjust the volume on every video.
Lastly, create hard-to-follow paths by
You think it would be even, right, across the platform? But it's not. One video would be a lot quieter than the
leg
next.
width is 500 millimeters.
Yeah.
Look for objects with a width of at most 400 millimeters. If you are caught out in the open during a robot dog raid, find a safe house closest to you and barricade yourself inside. Once
telling you how to
secured,
beat those
you
robot
might be
dogs
shut in
that
there
are
for
coming for
days. But the world
They're
goes
coming.
on, and deadlines are looming.
Believe me, they were coming.
But
They
you're
can
away
use
from
them
your
already
desk
if
with
they
no
could.
options except to risk your neck. If only you had access to your computer with all your project
I got
files.
those dummies for your
With
mom
any
out of
desk,
the
you can
box.
get
Where
back
did
to
you
work,
put yours?
no matter what situation you find yourself
Where
in.
did you put yours?
It lets you gain access to your devices remotely from anywhere, and does it seamlessly.
No, I actually grabbed
With
another
lightning
one out of the
fast
box.
connectivity and
I'm
fast
pretty sure
upload and
I
download
wondered where you
speeds,
took those
you'll be
dummies.
able to move
Take them
around
to your
large
room?
files without
Maybe
problems.
we'll see.
Its simple
Yeah, I
interface
noticed
means
that.
even your mother-in-law could
But it
use it.
could be Mandela.
What sets AnyDesk apart is their extreme commitment to security, ensuring that you stay safe no matter what. You'll never feel like you're falling behind on projects again. Visit hoog.best/anydesk1 and try it for free. If you have created ample distance and have found cover, good job. See if the threat will pass. If it does not pass, you must trap it. Now is the time to use your anti-QRA survival pack. This mobile toolkit contains tools to help you trap, confuse, and evade your attacker. We will show you how to construct one. Never leave the house without some or all of these items. A balaclava and sunglasses to avoid targeted attacks through facial recognition. Flares
Your quantum
to give off a
AI
bright heat
overlord
signature that
deleted that.
confuses thermal imaging.
It did.
A small
So you
powder-based
just have
fire
a figment
extinguisher
of a
to
memory
create
of
a dust
something.
cloud that can cover sensors and
Called
create a
Dark
smoke
City.
screen. A high-powered LED light or laser
We're
to
in the
confuse
Dark
camera
City,
and LiDAR
bro.
sensors.
Oh!
A paintball gun or water balloons filled with paint to blind them. A sturdy rope throwing net to entangle its limbs. Or a strong fishing magnet with a rope to snap to the dog's body and tie it down. Although effective, these tools are not guaranteed to work.
Sorry, but I'm not into BO.
If you still cannot shake it off, use these distractions to make it to your primary safe zone. They will likely follow you there. A safe zone is a location within your neighborhood or immediate surroundings that you are familiar with. If possible, it contains access to fresh water and has amenable food stores inside or around the vicinity. It is important to note, no place is safer than any other. The risk is as great in the countryside as in the city.
I've seen her a lot on the
Although you
YouTubes.
might panic and try to move,
Yeah,
we
her
advise
face, so I
against
figure
this.
that means
You
she's
are
got a
just
new
as safe
album
in your
out.
home as anywhere else.
That's
No one will
usually what
know
that
where the
means.
safest place will be.
Yeah.
In fact, you are far better off at home because
yeah,
it
they
is the
start
place you know
advertising, you know
and
what I
where
mean?
you are
Like,
known.
You know, a new album came out.
If you move, there is no
Or how did the
guarantee
kids say-
others will open
a new
their doors
track
for
just
you.
dropped.
I repeat, you are better off in your own home. During an attack, however, turn off heat sources like camp stoves and extinguish small cook fires. If you live in a house, a bungalow, or prefab, the safest place is the basement. If you do not have a basement, choose to stay in a room far away from the
I
roof,
thought so.
outside walls, doors, and windows.
Her face was in my feed
Dogs
a lot.
armed
so
with
yeah.
rocket launchers, flamethrowers, or assault rifles may be able to penetrate these, especially if they are working
I
together
noticed somebody
in a
was
swarm.
paying. Shaped
To
the
make
narrative.
sure that they do not get inside, however, we suggest building some or all of these anti-QRA booby traps and
I
obstacles
was listening to a
around
guy
your safe
last
zone.
night, and I don't know if it's true or not.
Slippery surfaces.
Hey, Caesar.
It has
Yeah, you leave
difficulty
San
walking
Piero, right?
and may fall
Right, but they're
No.
on slippery
They
surfaces.
go cross country.
That's like
Smooth
a
materials
super
like
team
metal
up.
roofing sheets
Oh my
or plywood
God.
covered with a plastic
Too
tarp
much.
will work for this.
world
Erect these at an
colliding.
angle, facing away from your safe
Wow.
zone, around major
It's like
entry
fusion,
points.
bro.
Make them
It's
slippery
like
by using
fusion.
lubricant,
Coming together
oils,
to make
fats, or
something
grease.
new.
Even sand or dust can work for this.
You're lucky to be alive at this moment.
It cannot detect
just saying,
cords until
remember
it's too
this
late.
moment.
Place these
Remember
strategically around your safe zone in a loose nest to entangle limbs
serious.
or tied between two
Roll me
stakes as a
cigarette,
tripwire.
Make
Short,
this moment
unstable
yours.
objects. It may not automatically
Because
avoid
it is.
unstable objects that are less than 30 centimeters above the ground and may fall by stepping
Well,
on
I
such
just can't
objects.
believe how fake shit. I
Fill
get,
the perimeter
but come
of
on,
your
dude. We had the
hideout with plenty
monkeys.
of trip hazards like sticks,
No,
wires,
we had the
and other
monkeys,
traps.
dude. What are we bitching about? We
some
literally had to break. You know, the Brady
Transparent,
Bunch had a band
mirrored,
for a
or very
while.
bright surfaces can
Like they
confuse
try. Oh,
its
the
camera and
Partridge
lidar
Family,
sensors.
dude.
Place
So,
these
like,
around
we were
entryways
and
to
we
hide
act
them.
like we're all hip and shit. Like, dude,
Moving surfaces.
you grew up
Moving
fucking watching the
surfaces such as
Partridge Family.
escalators, walkways, vehicles, and
And
boats can
sitcoms. We're
disrupt its
literally the
walking system.
sitcom. We watched the Cosby
Moats
Show.
or
That
pits.
shit was all like our
If
whole
your safe
reality was
zone allows
fake
you
as
to
fuck,
dig a
dude.
deep moat or pit around it, do so. Ensure the walls are straight, at least 2 meters deep, and over 1 meter wide. They can jump up to 1.5 times its body length. A chain link fence. Although it could be cut, melted, or blown up, a chain link fence could slow down a swarm considerably. If none of these deterrents have worked, you cannot escape and are in immediate danger, move to the final step. Fighting it should be an absolute last resort. If you do not have a gun, get behind it, then quickly grab the handle underneath and yank it forward to disable the battery.
That's pretty good.
Exercise utmost caution. Keep your hands away from the joints. They will crush your fingers if you are not careful. Alternatively, find the motor lockout button located behind the robot and press it. This will physically disconnect the motors, rendering the robot inactive. If you are unable to get that close, grab a long, blunt object like a sledgehammer and wish yourself luck. If you have access to a gun, aim for its battery
It's an
pack.
instructional video how to
Do this
beat
with
fucking
caution.
robot dogs.
If ion batteries
Well,
are
like, no,
pierced, they can start a self-oxidizing fire that is very hard to extinguish. As the battery packs on military-grade QRAs are armored, this may not always work.
What the fuck?
In this case, target its other weak spots, including sensors, joints, and motors.
Being
However,
honest.
the likelihood of having to fight a robot dog can be greatly reduced by choosing your hideout location carefully. Stay hidden. Avoid
wish
movement during
yourself
peak
luck.
patrol periods. If you have
That was
followed
good,
all of
dude.
the steps in this video, you could manage to survive for a long period of time.
What? That's real. Like, that might be, that's
Remember,
real, dude. The
When
coming
robot
fucking
dogs
robot
are on the
dog.
prowl,
Like, they are
work remote
coming, dude.
instead.
They're called hellhounds.
Yeah.
We've known about them for a long time. And yeah, they're here, dude. They drop in you by parachute or by helicopter. And fly over, drop those dogs on you,
Yeah,
dude.
let's. Speaking of the podcast appearances, they had that exchange in this particular hearing here. Let's hear.
So before you joined the FBI, you railed against it for covering up Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking ring. Let me refresh your memory with this clip.
It has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
So you finished that December 2023 interview with a challenge to the FBI and harsh words for Republicans in Congress for not getting the Epstein files out to the public.
I don't love you like I love you.
You can see this clip.
Boy pants,
Is your little
and let us
sister
know who the
asleep?
pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and the FBI director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list. You said Epstein's black
That's
book
the
is
only,
under the
problem
quote,
with
direct
our
control
schedule
of
right
the director of the FBI. Look at this clip.
He doesn't get ready for
This
it
is way
now.
off the topic, but
Like, if
who
he
has
does
Jeffrey
normally,
Epstein's black book? Black
tired
book,
till
FBI.
2 in the afternoon.
But
And then
who?
she's tired, and then she wants to
That
nap.
is that. I mean, there's
But it's getting too late. It's like,
control of the director of the FBI.
All right, so
But
you
the
were
only
sworn
way
in as
that she's
director
ready
more
for
than
a
200
nap
days
at
ago.
11 or 12
Now the
is
black
getting her
book
up
is
at
under
5 in the
your
morning.
direct control. So why haven't you released the
And then
names
it's
of
hard
Epstein's
getting her till 10.
co-conspirators
Like
in the
that,
rape
she went right
and
back to
sex
sleep just
trafficking
now.
of young women and girls?
Yeah, that's a great question. And he, according to him, there's
Oh,
apparently
tonight might
no
be a good
such
night for the
evidence
ribs.
that
okay.
Because I
Epstein
won't be
ever
home.
trafficked
You
young
do
girls
have
to
your
anybody except for
conference
himself.
scheduled at
And these
5:30
are his
today.
Seen most of the files.
You know, but I don't know when Bucks has
Who, if
work,
anyone,
so
did
I don't know
Epstein
if he has.
traffic
He
these
says he has to
young
be out
women
for
to,
48 hours.
besides himself?
I don't know
Himself,
if
there
that's
is no
tonight
credible
too.
information.
No,
None.
I told
If there
him. I was
were,
like,
I would
dude,
bring
I'm
the
sure your
case
manager didn't
yesterday
like that.
that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no
when
one
did he throw up?
For the
Yes,
information that
Tuesday.
we have
Today's
in the
Thursday. That's
files.
48
in the case
hours.
file.
So your client,
He should
What's going? I mean, how does he go from okay, this
so
is
it's like a full
directly under
day.
the purview
It's
of
a
the
full day
FBI,
off,
the black book is
Uh-huh.
there, to now I don't have any evidence. What's going on here?
So what's going on is he's lying,
love
and
you
they're
like
covering
I
this
love
up
you.
because it'll embarrass Israel, it'll embarrass the Mossad, and those are the people who have a death grip on not only Donald Trump but the
yeah, so
Justice
I don't-
Department,
listen to
Cash
me.
Patel,
I
Dan
have to
Bongino,
reschedule. We
Pam
can't
Bondi, and
No, I
most of
just
the
worry about the
politicians in
ribs.
America.
Oh,
So
And everybody here is lying. Everybody at this press conference, all of
Yeah.
the victims, the survivors of Epstein,
Buzz will be here. Buzz will
they're all
Buzz will
lying.
be my-
Or the other
I'll
side,
work
according
out
to
with
his
Buzz
story, is
and figure it out. Either
they
way,
only were with Epstein.
we're working
They
out.
were
Your
Yeah.
coffee's done. I'm gonna go check the
yeah.
oil.
So
He did everything. He's the sole bad guy around here.
So this is like Joe Biden is sharp and focused. Remember when they all did that? And so they just have to keep telling the lie because they got the order. They got the order to tell the lie, so they're going to keep telling the lie. And Cash Patel is just his reputation is just completely.
I'm in your
blown
wall,
smithereens.
bro.
And Dan Bongino, I mean, I don't know how he could even go back to doing his old show again. I mean, I'm sure he could. But-
I think he's leaving the FBI within a matter of a week or two.
I mean, he wanted to become the FBI deputy director just to trash his reputation and then go back to doing his podcast. It doesn't make any sense why they
Unless
would
he
do
does a mass whistle-blowing episode, he says, here's all the shit that they're not telling you.
That's not going to happen because Dan Bongino has stated that his number one thing he cares about is Israel. I mean, I'm sure you saw that video. This is before he was the FBI deputy director. And he was asked on a show, it's a question from a viewer, hey, what's your number one priority? He said Israel. So all these guys they're all Zionists, they're all controlled by Israel. And it looks like it. It certainly looks like it.
Well, I think people are waking up to that, Jimmy.
Come see me on tour in Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Additional information about the late Jeffrey Epstein has been handed over to the House Oversight Committee. The Epstein estate, complying with a subpoena, turned over another batch of documents to officials. They include a spreadsheet of handwritten messages, plus emails, flight logs, and cash transaction ledgers. The estate has asked the committee to hold back on releasing information to the public until a review of potential redactions can be made. Some high-profile Republicans, including President Donald Trump, have been pushing to prevent more information about the convicted sex offender from being released.
So I just saw Him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. Like, it's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, like, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone I find kind of fascinating. A football horror movie. There are so many elements you could explore there, from, like, CTE and stuff like that, and then play with the audience's perception of it. And I've seen other people mention this, but you also have, like, the built-in goat, where it symbolizes something more satanic, and maybe exploring, like, what it would mean to sacrifice everything to become the best at it. All things I feel like would be a fucking easy touchdown here for them to explore with this movie, and kind of expected them to, but it doesn't. It's a film that doesn't really have anything that it wants to get across to the audience at all. Most of the movie is kind of just like a bunch of scenes thrown together without really giving you any reason to care about, like, even the main character and what he's going through. Which is a shame because the performances across the board are really strong, especially Marlon Wayans. I actually thought he did an amazing job as the villain here. But there's nothing like really fleshed out about it. There's nothing to care about, and there's nothing to get invested in story-wise. It's kind of a mess. And most people are saying the same thing, style over substance. And that's very true. It is a stylistically good movie. Like, it actually does show real potential. The cinematography is extremely interesting, especially when they do, like, these X-ray scenes. Then they get, like, really, like, visceral with it. It's very cool. Like, I actually thought they did a great job with some of, like, the wild scenes that they showcase. But it just doesn't go anywhere or contribute to anything. And then the second half, well, not the second half, the last, like, 30 minutes of the movie is dedicated to just getting rid of all of, like, the abstract and all of, like, the mystery of it and just beating home what it all is. Spoiler alert, it's, like, cult ritualistic shit. That kind of thing. And then it, all of a sudden, all at once, just becomes, like, a normal Hollywood slop buffet, where it even ends with Cameron Cade, he's the main character, going on a killing spree, taking down all the bad cult members with a sword and an axe, like chopping their head off and disemboweling them. It's very goofy. And it, like, completely betrays everything else the movie, like, seemed to want to be, like, very artsy and very interesting, like, aesthetically. But, again, like, it just feels like this film didn't even know what it wanted to do with this concept. And it is a good concept, just poorly utilized. Also, I think a lot of people are extremely misled with this film. I've seen a lot of buzz about how Jordan Peele fell off. Man, is he washed? Because the marketing for him has Jordan Peele's name all over it. Like, if you didn't know any better and you were just going off the trailers, you would think Jordan Peele personally made this film with his own two hands and his own blood, sweat, and tears, start to finish, and no one else even worked on it. His name is plastered all over this film for their marketing push. But he didn't direct this movie. He is a producer of it. He had, from what I understand, no hand in the actual making of this film. He was a producer. So this is not a Jordan Peele film, but because his name is, like, attached to it, they decided to go hog wild with that as, like, its main marketing hook. It's pretty shameful. It's very misleading. So a lot of people, I think, probably expected this to be a Jordan Peele movie, but it's not. At all. Anyway, though, to lay, like, the foundation of what the film is even really about, Cameron Cade is the next up-and-coming great. And there is a football player named Isaiah White, played by Marlon Wayans, who is the undisputed GOAT. He is the best to ever play the game. He is football, damn it. And he is on the verge of retiring, and everyone's looking to Cameron Cade to fill his shoes. He has all the makings of being the next great. But he gets attacked and gets a very severe concussion that then ruins his chances of making it to the league because he has to skip the combine. And Isaiah White decides to kind of mentor him, let him suckle from his bosom of greatness to try and, you know, spruce him up, get him back on his feet to recover from this injury so he can be the player that he should be, that everyone expects him to be. So he takes him into, like, his training camp, his boot camp, which is just hell. And it's real weird and wacky. And Isaiah, he's kind of all over the place. He's on edge. He's fucking going Insano style. And he's, like, being tortured almost in order to, like, bring out his greatness. And there's people that are getting, you know, even killed going through all of this training. And you, as the viewer, are left wondering, well, what's it all mean? What's it all for? And the answer is crickets.
He was outside and he just came back inside.
At the last 30 minutes, they basically just tell you, oh, it turns out it's a cult, and they pass blood down from one generation of goat to the next. And this is their passing of the torch.
Where's my lighter?
But Isaiah doesn't want to give it up without a fight, so now they both have the blood of the goat in them, and one has to kill the other, and then sign the contract with the devil, basically, in order to be the next best football player. And it all happens like that. So they build up, like, this slow, abstract, like, adventure that never really says anything, and then at the end it just fucking vomits it all out at once. It's just kind of lame. I just think they didn't know what they wanted to do here. It felt like the writers were concussed when they were coming up with this. Like, they had all these ideas, but they didn't know how to make them work together.
Sometimes you gotta walk away from those
They didn't even know what kind of
electronics,
movie
dude.
they were
You
making
can't
in the
just
first
stand
place.
there
Like,
and
it
wait on
wants
it.
to
It's
be
gonna
really
suck up your life.
artsy and even abstract.
Walk away. You gotta learn to multitask.
Yet it doesn't commit to that at all. Like, it completely gets rid of that by the end anyway. And even when they were in their, like, artsy fartsy, you know, pinky up mode, it still wasn't saying anything. It wasn't even delivering a message. It was just feeding you chaotic scenes with, like, a wacky score.
I had to walk away from it twice, dude. Find something else to do. Now
make
it can
feel
wait on me.
eerie and deep. But it doesn't actually
Sorry, but it can wait on me,
anything.
dude.
And it feels like it wants to do everything at once.
I
But,
don't
like, it's
love
billed as a
you
horror
like
movie.
I love
It's not
you.
one. Like, there's nothing scary about this film at all, and it doesn't try to be. But it does
won't get
borrow
better until
something
you
from the
stop,
horror
until
genre,
you just quit
like 2 jump
engaging
scares.
with it.
And then they introduce,
And then
like,
they'll fix
these
it. Or they
cultish
won't, one way or the
fans
other. That's
of
the only
Isaiah
way,
White,
dude. You
who
gotta quit
only
engaging
have
with
maybe
systems
2
you
minutes of
don't
screen
enjoy.
time, where one of them comes in and tries to hit Cameron with a rock, but then she gets choked out and then thrown against the wall.
I don't love you like I love you.
Again, the idea would probably be to play off of, like, how, you know, sports fans will sometimes worship their favorite player. And, like, there's potential there to explore in a film, but this is not the one that does it. It doesn't even, like, begin to. It just takes, like, the general idea of it and shows you, like, a brief snippet without ever, like, diving into it or giving any kind of, like, actual commentary on it or a resolution to it. It's just, it doesn't really feel like it knows what it wanted to do with this concept. Really, the worst part about my experience with him was the meal I ate going into it. I was really hungry beforehand and I had a little time to kill, so I got a tuna sandwich and mac and cheese. A diabolical combination that made an unholy concoction in my gut that had me struggling with bubble guts throughout the entire film. And I will admit, a traitorous fart or two may have escaped my cheeks, but it seems like this movie's kind of flopping. There weren't a whole ton of people in that theater, so the auditorium wasn't exactly, you know, hitting the PU who did that or anything. It kind of just, you know, got to dissipate without disrupting many people's, you know, viewing of him.
Hey everybody, this is Perch. So I kind of think I've done a bit of a disservice, maybe many types of disservices. Right now, there's a comic writer who's like, finally he understands. Anyway, I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I don't know. Anyway, to me, I want to back into this a little bit. By the way, this video is not a cry for help. I'm not looking for people in the comments to go, "Oh, Perch, but we love you." That is not the purpose of this. None of that. But I want to talk about where I think I went astray a little bit. So the purpose of this channel was outlined in the very first video, like literally the first one. If you feel like, scrolling back, view page 5083, you can get to that very first video and it's right there. And, we've had a lot of twists and turns in the world. We've had a pandemic. We've had comics change. I've had massive lifestyle changes in this amount of time. My younger daughter, who now edits the videos, including this very one you're listening to, was 5 when this channel was started. 5. So, life changes and people change, for sure. But by and large, the core message of this channel, what I was trying to do with it was, I liked talking to people in a comic shop. It was fun to do that. And sometimes I got to do that a lot, more when I was younger. Every now and then in my life, I did consulting work, and I could just work out of a shop. Sometimes, months or even years would go by where I owned the shop, I didn't really get to go into it. I took personal satisfaction of going into the shop and putting up the comics on Tuesday night. I enjoyed that. I would make it a point, even after it was a long day of, really serious business-like work, to actually go do that. That was stress relief. So even, very, very common, I get a meeting with, let's just say I was in a room with one of the a fairly senior person of a company people bitch about 100% of the time. And I would go into the shop. I'm in my suit and tie. I'd take the tie off. I'd take the suit jacket off. I'm there now in my dress pants, dress shirt, and I'm putting away comics until about 11 o'clock at night, and it was fun. I enjoyed the conversations in comic shops. And so when I did this channel, I wanted to kind of steer into those conversations. And then somewhere along the line, I got the brilliant idea of I don't have to come up with the topics. I can just, solicit you guys to write emails, and then I'll, perfect. I'll just answer those questions. And we went through a negativity phase, certainly through comics, where a lot of people were upset about comics and everything else. And, a lot of the videos were responding to those questions. But by and large, from 2010 to 13 to 16 to 19 to 21 to 23 to today, there's always been comics every week I enjoyed. If you go back and listen to some of the very early videos or some of my appearances on Wes's show, when it was just getting started, I'd go on those live streams. One of the things I used to push, and in my own were, here's some good comics I enjoyed, both old and new. And there's always old and new comics to enjoy. But one of the things that I felt like I could bring to the channel, and this is really where I'm getting to where I may have gone astray. One of the things I felt like I could bring to the channel that others couldn't, and that I felt people were interested in, and then you all, because you're also guilty, we're bringing everybody into this. You all encouraged this. It was talk about the business of running a shop, the business of why comics were the way they were. What does it mean from an investment perspective on returnability? What is paper cost? What is margin like? This was stuff that not a lot of people have had experience in, but I have firsthand on many different fronts, either running a shop or helping as a publisher or doing consulting work outside of comics where a lot of these principles still apply. Taking a company, filing for an IPO, all this kind of stuff I've been involved in, and I enjoyed it. And honestly, and I don't think I'm revealing anything negative. One of the early conversations I had with the great Sean Gordon Murphy was around business. We talked about some of the business elements, and it was fun to talk to him because I learned stuff about drawing and kind of how he sees things creatively and how he does his thing. And I think he got some value because he learned about some of how the business works. And I had a similar feeling, by the way, although I don't, I didn't talk much about business with him, but this is kind of
they don't love you like I love you.
And one of the guys who I learned a lot from, new stuff from, was Brett Booth, and I'm sure Brett has no idea of any of this, by the way. But the first time I chatted with Brett, we were just talking about technique, and he was talking about how there's a lot of cheats you can use to kind of get the pages done and focus on the important parts. He was going through this in the way he wasn't saying anything completely unique and novel has never been said anywhere else, but the way he said it sunk into me, and that's a memory now. I mean, God, I interviewed Brett 6 years ago, I want to say. And it can't be that long. But anyway, it was a long time ago. And I learned stuff. Kari Andrews Zanellen, learned a lot from him. In conversations, not interview, but conversations out at a con, I learned stuff from Ben Templesmith and Jim Zub. And anyway, I can go on and on. A lot of things I've learned. But anyway, I've talked about the business. Now, fast forward to 2025. And I find that people are talking about the business more, but not intelligently. And I don't mean anything by this. There's no way to say that, and it's not an insult when I say it's not intelligent. Yeah, I understand it's an insult. It sounds like an insult. Let's not sugarcoat it. But I don't mean it maliciously. I'm just saying a lot of people talk about the business, and I hear a lot of comments made, but the comments they're nonsensical, and it's like we've learned some things on how the business works, and I see a lot of people copying my style. There's a guy who did a sales video, and he's like, "Hey, check it out. What do you think?" And I watch it, and I'm like, "Oh my God, no, you went horribly wrong, horribly wrong." Basically, the guy was taking sales it was clever in a way, but he took sales videos of what Batman was doing during a particular run, like he's fighting the Joker, and it's like, he fought the Joker in the 70s, and there was mass distribution, so let's just take these numbers from 2017 and multiply them by 80, because that's what distribution is. And then this run had the Joker and this run had the Joker, so it must be about the same. And it's like, no, my friend, no, that's not how it. No, none of that works at all. It's not misinformation you're putting out. It's crazily bad information. It's like, anyway, but it's funny because if you've ever run a shop or been in a shop, you definitely have different personalities that come in. You have people come in, and Marvel is the devil. You know, they will tell you everything started when everything went wrong. It was Marvel that made it wrong. What I would call is there's a persona of the Marvel screwed everything up in the 90s and was a predatory, destructive company personality.
Yes.
And then there's the Marvel screwed everything up in 2016 because of woke. And those are kind of two different people that complain about that stuff. But you definitely have those people. And you also have the DC or for children or retards kind of guy. I'm just these are personalities that you get. And then you get the indies are full of gross sex and violence person. And you have these personalities that come in. You learn to kind of spot them, and then you also learn to kind of steer them away because a lot of these guys, especially the really like all Marvel ruined the industry forever, 40 years ago, or DC's always been stupid. Those two personality types will stand by the register and actively like crap on customers that are coming up to buy stuff. And that's always been my red line, by the way, in a shop. If I'm selling comics to somebody, what they come up and they put on the counter with their cash is their business. And if either a worker or a customer starts like berating somebody over their purchase, like, you're buying Squirrel Girl, what are you, some kind of fucking idiot? It's like, nope, that's their cash, their business. You shut the fuck up. You buy your own stuff. But anyway, I going back to the actual premise, I think the business stuff's fascinating because, guys, this has been my life, literally my life. I take joy in the business aspects of things. Whether it's comics or any company, I've taken a company public with a group of people, not just me, with a group of people. That process is amazing. All the different twists and turns and everything. I love it. I guarantee you, many of you would not. It is not something for everyone. It is not something that everybody would enjoy, but I did, and I do. So I'm excited to talk to some of these things about all of you. But in my heart, the core of what's cool about comics is not the margin and the retailer, the paper and the distribution, the supply chain and all that stuff. The cool part about comics is, holy shit, Wolverine is busting through this crystal palace. He's got the power of a god and he gives it back because he knows that the heart of the samurai kind of beats within the warrior frame. Or, Hal Jordan brutally crawls his way back to redemption after committing unspeakable kind of genocidal acts. And yes, there's something inside of him, but he's got to reckon with the fact that he was that vessel that did this, or, and on it goes. I mean, the amazing Zod discovering his humanity and then failing at it, Shade the Changing Man losing himself to the world around him. All of these amazing moments in comics is the joy. That's what's in my heart. That's what gets me excited. The business is frosting. The business is also cool. And I love, now you love the comics. Now let's look at the mechanics of how all these things get into your hands. To me, that's just awesome. But I think some of the business stuff's gone awry a little bit. We're too, it's not that it's wrong for people to think about it. It's just at some point, the business serves the comics, not the comics serves the business, if you catch my meaning. Anyway, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I just, I don't know. I find myself a lot in situations where I'll come in and I'll help somewhere and do something, and then I look around and the
numbers
people
are
I'm
easier
around,
to
like,
compare.
it's like we're not the same. I'm here wanting to discuss. For me, look at current Marvel storylines. Where does Marvel go after one world under Doom? Where does it go?
Yeah.
I mean, you've actually kind of broken the universe in a bunch of places. How do you recover from that? Oh, Hickman's doing this Imperial thing. Like, what is this? Just another kind of shuffling, or are we going to get some substantial change? Let's talk about that. That's interesting to me. Hey, got this Age of Revelation thing, the X-Men. Does it all just go back to the way it was? Like, is the storyline after this is done? Is just the X-Men hanging out in New Orleans and Alaska again? Or are we doing something else? Like, these are interesting things to speculate alongside the, why can't comics be cheaper? Why can't distribution be better? Why can't all these things? And from time to time, people ask me, hey, you know, why are you going on some of these shows with some of these people who are just super negative? Well, you know, because I love comics. And, you know, I talked personally with some of these guys, and I think they love comics too. It's just there's nothing wrong with talking about the business. It just, we've lost something, I believe, in this whole situation. We've lost a little bit of the balance. It's not like we need equal time to good comics and bad comics, or good comics or something that's failed us or whatever. People should talk about wherever the conversation goes. But to me, the barometer always swings back to comics I love and memories of comics I love, new and old. To me, when I say something like Kamala Khan, Ms. Marvel. No, Kamala Harris, Ms. Marvel. No, can you imagine that? Actually, sorry. Kamala Khan. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Ms. Marvel. Anyway, I didn't like that Ms. Marvel travels through time. I don't like that Ms. Marvel, Kamala, is a mutant now. I think the Inhuman story was unique and novel, and I get that the Inhumans thing has fizzled out and kind of, you know, is dead. But I also think it's, you know, I would have stuck with it. You know, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a home run today. You know, a unique origin for her will serve her 20 years from now, 30 years from now. I have actually confidence some writers will come in there and write some great stories for her at some point. It is possible. You may not be interested in it. That's okay. But there's a quote. I took my daughter to see the Demon Slayer movie. By the way, spoilers. Well, not really spoilers, but that's part 1 of 3. If you're like me and you sit in this thing and you start looking at your watch 2 hours in and you're like, when the Christ is this movie ever going to end? And it goes 2.5 hours, and then it's like, and all right, we'll just roll the credits right in the middle of an action scene. It's like, what the hell? And then one of the other kids, because you made the mistake of taking a group of kids there, including your daughter, to this thing, and then one of them leans over and is like, "This is part 1 of 3," and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's a good movie, but preparation means a lot. Anyway, there's a quote in this first this movie. This is the first Infinity Castle Demon Slayer movie that it means something else, but I liked it. And I've taken it for something else. It's if you're not dead yet, there's still hope. Is basically the quote. If you haven't died, you're still fighting. And I think, when people are like, "Oh, comics are dead, comics are over. Oh, what is ever going to happen?" Blah 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 blah. To me, it's that part of the conversation always just, it doesn't compute. It doesn't register. It doesn't sink into my heart. Because to me, if you're not dead yet, there's still hope. If you're not dead yet, you can win tomorrow. You're still in the game, and there's another chance to win tomorrow, next week, next month. That is how I view life. That's how I view comics. That's how I view all these things. And if I talk about the business, it's because it's interesting to me. But at the end of the day, don't tell me that it's all over. If you're not dead yet, you can still win. Thanks for listening.
When you're in Navy medicine, you see more than numbers on a chart. Behind every checkup, every set of vitals, is a service member who needs you. A pilot preparing for takeoff, a submariner diving beneath the waves. Here, medicine makes the mission. Navy medicine lets you focus on patients who protect us all, while we focus on administrative hassles and even reimburse your medical school loans. Start your mission at Navy.com/medicine. America's Navy, forged by the sea.
Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing one of the most fascinating and one of the most incredible phenomena in outer space, predicted by Einstein's theory of relativity. And in this case, you can kind of see it behind me. Today we're going to be discussing gravitational lensing, and specifically what's known as Einstein rings and Einstein crosses. but mostly because there was a recent extremely unusual discovery that for the first time shows us something that we've been looking for a very long time. Yet another physical proof of the existence of the mysterious dark matter, all visible in this image that we're going to be discussing today. But just the fact that we can even see this phenomena is already quite mind-blowing. Mostly because even back in 1936, Albert Einstein wrote that there is no great chance of observing this phenomenon in real life. And little did he know that not only is it going to be possible, but it's actually going to help us uncover so many more mysteries about the entire universe. And that's because he really only considered stars acting as lenses. As a matter of fact, it was actually this picture that even made Einstein the most famous scientist in the 1920s. This was a 1919 picture of the solar eclipse taken by Sir Eddington, who essentially tried to see if this guy Einstein had maybe some kind of a really cool proposition, or if he was just basically crazy. And so he was actually able to travel and take a picture of this solar eclipse, proving that during the eclipse, because of gravitational lensing, some of the stars actually shifted just a little bit, as predicted by Einstein's ideas. And that's kind of how Einstein became famous pretty much overnight. But what he could not imagine is that the power of modern telescopes is going to allow us to see so many more gravitational lenses, and not just around stars, but also around galaxies and galactic clusters. And so now, nearly 90 years later, we don't just observe these lenses, we use them to study things and to detect things we simply cannot see otherwise. Which is precisely what was discovered in 2025 based on the observations from instruments like ALMA and NOEMA. Because here this involved a really unique lens from a system referred to as HERS-3, a truly exceptional object that's helping us uncover the secrets of dark matter. But in case you have no idea how any of this works, let's very briefly discuss how these lenses are created and why we see them in so many places. And so here at the heart, the idea involves mass. And so any massive object is going to warp the fabric of the universe itself, the space-time, producing all sorts of bizarre phenomena and all sorts of unusual shapes, even some shapes that resemble smiley faces. And so all this is a result of light from some kind of a really distant object getting warped by the mass or a massive object like a galaxy or some kind of a cluster in front of it, with this mass bending the path of light so much that it kind of forms something resembling a typical lens. And this was, of course, one of the main predictions in the general theory of relativity. But back in early 1900s, it was almost impossible to prove, except for maybe during a solar eclipse, where stars extremely close to the sun would then have their light and their position shifted just a little bit by the gravitational lensing effects from the sun itself. And that's what really happened with that picture during the 1919 eclipse. But gravitational lensing does come in different forms. For example, there's something known as the strong lensing. This is where we usually see visible distortions like multiple images, arcs, or even rings, and this is something that usually allows us to see super far away. Sometimes the magnification here can be in hundreds or even thousands of times. This is of course how we discovered some of the farthest stars ever seen. You can learn about some of the record holders in some of the videos in the description. But a typical Einstein ring is the most famous example of the strong lensing effect. There's also something known as the weak lensing, and this usually involves distortions that are very subtle, requiring a lot of statistical analysis and a lot of number of sources in order to measure the overall effects. And this is what scientists usually use to determine various masses, for example for various clusters, in order to map dark matter and in order to test theories of gravity by looking at statistical distortions of various distant galaxies and galactic clusters. Lastly, we have something referred to as microlensing, which usually involves no noticeable distortion in terms of shapes, but does involve light from a background object, usually some kind of a star, temporarily becoming super bright and basically kind of flashing because some kind of an object passed in front of it, such as normally another star or even some kind of a distant planet or a brown dwarf. We used to see a few of these every single year, but now because of some of the new telescopes that became operational in 2025, we actually expect to see hundreds if not thousands of these every single year.
Target Circle Week's big deals and more are back. Good news for Circle members, and good news if you're not, because Circle is free and easy to join. Get hot daily deals at 40% off, plus BOGOs all week long. 7 days of big deals start Sunday. Restrictions apply.
And this will allow us to see so many different objects we could never see before, including hidden black holes and a lot of rogue planets. But usually what scientists find when looking at various distant galaxies is something like this. This is known as the Einstein cross, and basically happens when the light from a distant galaxy, or from some kind of a really bright object behind the galactic cluster, creates several individual points, visible right here, that kind of resemble a cross. And what's interesting is that in this case, each of these represent a kind of a mirror image, but each of them arrives to us at different timescales. As a matter of fact, sometimes the time between the arrival can be in months or even years. And some of the most exciting such events usually involve some kind of a really distant supernova that we actually get to see at least 4 times, sometimes even more. Once again, a video in the description talks about one of the recent such discoveries that's helping scientists solve a lot of additional mysteries. And so, because we can see this from a distant galaxy, it means that, in theory, somewhere out there in a different galaxy far, far away, at some point it's also going to become possible to see our own galaxy in a very similar way, where it's going to basically produce mirror images, with each of these images containing a tiny, tiny pixel representing the solar system and planet Earth, but in different time frames, basically showing us slightly different things. And so over decades, dozens and dozens of these gravitational lensing effects have been seen by various telescopes, including more recently the James Webb. As a matter of fact, the one from the James Webb, released a few months ago, was absolutely mind-blowing. This basically shows us a gravitational lens and a beautiful galaxy behind it that creates this absolutely gorgeous effect. But because so many of these images have already been seen, we generally have certain expectations about what should be seen and what we shouldn't be able to see at all. And so, for example, here we normally see the distant object producing a kind of a circle lens around the lens in the middle. In other words, what you see in the center is the closer massive object that plays the role of the lens, and the distant object is only visible as the ring around it. And something very similar happens with these Einstein crosses. The distant object is seen on the outskirts, with the middle object being the lens. But in 2025, researchers discovered something that's somewhat bizarre. They found one of these Einstein crosses that seems to contain one of the mirror images right in the center, which is in essence what we're discussing today and what this image is showing us. And so here, her S-3, which is a very distant dusty star-forming galaxy located at a redshift of 3, shows us an unprecedented lensing configuration with this bizarre gravitational cross that contains a 5th bright central image. Or in other words, just to rephrase this, that little image in the middle is not the lens, it's actually also the mirror image from the distant object that somehow ended up right in the middle where we should be observing the lens. And that kind of violates the initial explanation for how Einstein crosses should be produced.
No,
now,
I'm ready
first of
for
all,
break.
we haven't really seen
I
that
can
many crosses
what
yet,
the
so we
fuck,
don't really
dude?
know if this is common or not.
Okay,
But based
how do
on
I get
about
out of
8,000
here? How do I
discoveries
get
that
out? I
have
gotta.
been confirmed, none of them seem to have anything similar.
So
basically, this is the first ever 5-image Einstein cross
here,
with one of the images right in the middle.
Yeah.
And this was confirmed using molecular line analysis, where the analysis showed that each of the 5 images have identical redshifts and identical molecular composition. Or in other words, they come from the exactly same source. And all of this tells us so much about the structure of this lens and why it's unique compared to everything we've seen so far. Here, the foreground lens seems to be a group of at least 4 massive galaxies. Galaxies at a redshift of about 1. And these are really massive quiet galaxies that contain a lot of old stars and don't produce a lot of new stars anymore. All of them seem to belong to a large galaxy group with at least 14 members within about a radius of 1.6 million light years. And because we know where these galaxies are located, and because it's kind of possible to estimate their overall mass, astronomers were able to create sophisticated computer models in order to figure out how this mass is distributed and why it's able to produce that bizarre 5th lens. But when they just used these 4 galaxies, the model failed to recreate the same lens, and there was no 5th image. And so in order to reproduce the observed properties of 5 images, and in order to recreate the position, brightness, shapes, and orientation, here researchers had to include an additional mass component that was absolutely huge. And this additional mass component had to be there and had to be located a little bit to the southeast of the brightest galaxy, something like 200 light years away from it. But intriguingly, even though this would be the most massive object, here, based on the observations from these telescopes, no galaxy or any other massive object was detected anywhere near the position, with absolutely nothing visible to the Hubble Space Telescope, as if the space was completely empty. And so there's really only one explanation that kind of makes sense. This strongly indicates the presence of a massive dark matter halo. A halo that has to be here and has to be creating some of these lensing effects. Now, because we believe dark matter halos to be kind of invisible and only be visible because of gravitational lensing effects, right now all of this does make sense, assuming dark matter is an actual particle. And since it's supposed to represent approximately 90% of total mass of the Milky Way galaxy, we expect something similar in this system as well. But naturally, because we've never seen a particle, it's still a kind of a contentious proposition, and there's still no exact explanation for what it is yet. Although intriguingly, in one of the recent videos, we discussed a potential discovery of a sub-halo right here in the Milky Way using exactly similar effects. So you can check out that particular discovery in the description below. And so the main point here is that even in this cluster, or in this galactic group, the lensing from
like 10 minutes, dude, I'm done.
H-3 seems to be the result of the dark matter halo along with the additional galaxies. Because otherwise, there is just no other explanation yet, as there seems to be absolutely nothing in the region that would produce that fixed mirror image. But what about the image itself? What is this showing us? Well, this seems to be some kind of a starburst galaxy far, far away, and appears to be some kind of an edge-on galaxy with a lot of molecular gas and massive amounts of outflow, with gas being expelled from the galaxy at very high speeds of 350 kilometers per second. So basically your typical starburst galaxy, but in this case really far away. And based on the mass analysis, this galaxy seems to be magnified about 17 to maybe 19 times. So this is not a very high magnification, but the mass here is still significant enough to produce these bizarre effects. But obviously this was just the first observation, and additional observations using the James Webb and the ALMA telescope, which are already planned, will help astronomers to test predictions about dark matter and the formation of these gravitational lensing effects, and will hopefully discover something else from this galaxy that's just been seen for the first time in this study. As a matter of fact, right now the model even predicts an additional lensed arc-like image that should also be visible between two of these galaxies. But because it would be kind of dim, right now this is just a prediction and it has not been detected yet. And so by observing this predicted arc, it would help scientists refine the lens model and obviously constrain the properties of this dark matter halo, possibly even taking us a little bit closer to answering the questions about its origins. Or at least what it's made of.
You can't tell if he's speaking at the end of his fucking thing or the beginning or the middle.
With the light arriving to us at different times, this is also an incredibly important cosmological
Dude, Anton, how much longer you got, dude?
How fast the universe
I thought you were at the end.
And so here, by calculating
come on, dude, come on, dude,
which could be anywhere from a few days to maybe even a year, astronomers can then calculate the expansion of the universe.
13 minutes. You're another whole minute away. I can't tell, dude.
Hubble constant,
it's the way you talk. It's just a constant monotone.
Referred to as the Hubble tension. The idea that maybe the Hubble constant is not a constant after all, and maybe the universe has been expanding at different accelerations during different
What does that
periods.
have? Okay.
And so technically this is a really important discovery for a lot of cosmological
Come on, dude.
fields.
Come on,
but at least for now, this is just the first such discovery, so we don't really have much more info. And until future discoveries, that's all I wanted to mention.
Anton, wrap it up.
Subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos.
Come on, oh my God, hurry up, Anton, wrap it up, dude.
Early access and a few more additional things. Alternatively, you can also buy the
oh my fucking God, I can't do it anymore, dude. I can't do it anymore, dude. Boom, there you go, Anton. There you go. There you go, dude. Okay. You got me, Anton. You just kept on and on and on and on until I literally had to turn you off. There, is that the information we were looking for? I'm not sure. Put that in my profile. Fuck, dude. On and on and on and on. You make it impossible to listen to you, dude. That's what Anton is. He's information versus delivery. Like, how much will you put up with?
CJ.
You got it?
Hey, my cousin just called me. He gave me a tip about a baller's car going to San Fierro to score yay.
Shit. We gotta find out who's supplying those cats.
Read your mind, Holmes. I picked them up at the Mohammad intersection, and I'm trailing them now.
Okay, I'm coming to meet you.
Better make it fast, Holmes. These boys aren't hanging around.
I don't know how many cop cars you can put on the street, dude. Half the city's fucking cops, bro. A walking speed. You guys are driving a walking speed. Dude, this is what I'm dealing with. Look at it. Look at it. Dude, this is what I'm dealing with.
Hop in, Holmes. Idiota. Where we going? They were headed over Angel Pine Way. Follow the road and maybe we can pick them up. Come on, damn it.
Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty.
spent a lot of time with your work, especially the last magazine you're in. I gotta ask, are they real?
What?
Nothing. I'm sorry. That was awful of me. Do you want to sleep with me?
No.
Now you're sure about that?
Yeah.
Now I'm on the radio.
Doesn't matter. Wow, that sounds entertaining. Don't miss the next Entertaining America with Laszlo. Area 53 is next. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Did the government recruit school children to beat you up in school? Are goldfish really communist spies? I'm Marvin Trill. This is Area 53. I'm broadcasting live from my mobile home in the desert. I am telling you, it's hot like alien balls in here. Going to the conspiracy lines.
Hi, my name's Adam First. I've been doing some much-needed surveillance in the desert while hang gliding. I've noticed a peculiar trailer compound where a man is running around in a spacesuit conducting weird rituals with domestibots.
What? Well, he probably
I don't
leave
know
him
what he's
alone.
doing,
Get
dude.
a real hobby, like pretending to be someone on TV. Next caller.
It's me again.
You.
Now, come on, man. Tell the people about the desert. How come there's something missing, huh? A map we think's missing ain't a real map, and that's what they feed us. Well, that and female hormones and a water supply.
Well, I hear you on that one.
Well, I'll call back when I got proof. You better not be tracing this call.
I don't trace calls. Everything in life should be anonymous. I tell my various partners that all the time. Rick from Blueberry Acres, what do you think?
Islam.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Grant.
Truth is wisdom, brother. And brother, wisdom works. That's why we made it up.
You and I have a lot in common. Vivian is calling in from Carcer City and wants to talk about crop circles.
Oh, wow. I never thought I'd actually make it on the show.
Is that because you have a girl's name? Here's a conspiracy. Your mom hates you.
Holy shit, how'd you know that?
Next caller.
My name is Neil. I go to a lot of demonstrations to pick up religious pamphlets. None of them say anything about the aliens.
Try reading between the lines. And if that doesn't work, do some. Then you'll understand all about the aliens and just where you were planted. Right? On line 10.
Man, I think my dentist is attracted to me. She knocks me unconscious and has her way with me.
Well, it's unlikely, but it could be true.
My teeth feel great, but I feel icky, all dirty and used like a sex object.
I'll tell you what makes me feel icky. The fact I haven't washed in 2 months. Ugh. Whatever you do, trust nobody. Next caller.
I am a domesticbot. My name is 63236.
Bro, I didn't mean to hit you, bro. I'm desperately trying. Oh my god! Oh.
We know what you are.
I'm desperately trying not to, dude.
Enough of that, little guy. Sounds like he's been programmed for evil.
I had to hit the brake, dude, or I would have hit you.
Newsmen lying to our face about weather balloons. Historians ignoring my proof that WW2 didn't happen. The FDA infiltrated by the very device they're supposed to regulate. The plug. Mind control devices. But we'll have to leave that for now. You are leaving Area 53. You've been abducted. Until next time, stay alert. They're after you.
You're leaving Area 53. Check your rectum.
Opinions are free, which is why we're here. It's news and talk that our sponsors agree on. WCTR.
Wow, look at him. I'd do him right now.
Yeah, me too. If he weren't bald.
You may not know it, but this happens to every man at least twice a day. If you're balding, you might as well kiss sex goodbye. Even if you're 16 and have a full head of hair, women can tell if you're going to go bald. And that spells trouble. Let's face it, women hate bald men, except basketball players. What causes baldness? Don't take this the wrong way, but the explanation may be...
City folk don't understand.
There it is, Holmes.
Ryder, you shermhead.
This business is bigger than any gang, ese.
Ryder, little bitch. This guy take himself real serious.
That's T-Bone Mendez.
What now? Is that it?
Hey, who's the gringo?
I don't like the look of that guy. This more than a few thugs pushing product. It's a serious organization.
How many of these clowns are there?
I know a pimp when I see one. They being clever about this. It ain't no exchange of nothing incriminating. That was some heavy shit.
We better split up and get out of here. I'll meet you back at the garage, eh?
Coolio, we got what we came for anyway.
I'm sure you've heard the phrase, Big Brother is always watching. Maybe you've heard a law described as being Orwellian, but have you ever stopped to ask why such terms exist? They come from a novel written 76 years ago, about a year that has already passed, yet they still shape the way we talk about power and control. But why is it these terms will not die? Why do we feel a sinking feeling at the notion of people burning books? And how is it that novels written so long ago, imagining dark and oppressive futures, still have relevance? My friends, welcome to Damn White Books. Today, I want to show you why dystopian fiction still matters.
Or get a beat, easy choice.
The year is 1949. World War II has left a tragic mark across Europe. The cost of freedom is high. Joseph Stalin leads the USSR in the shadow of a now divided Germany, and one small book makes one of the biggest splashes short of the Bible. George Orwell publishes 1984, a book far ahead of its time, one that predicts the future in chilling ways. It stands as a rule book for the extreme ends of authoritarianism, not in acting it out, but in recognizing the signs, the kind that often begin as small compromises and escalate to something much worse. It is immediately banned in the USSR. For those who know, the words are almost a reality. But what does Orwell's masterwork show us? If it was relevant in the past, why is it still relevant today? In 1984, we step into a world where Big Brother watches every move, where language itself is twisted into newspeak, and where truth is rewritten until nothing is certain. It is a warning, and such warnings still hold prominence. Truth can be rewritten, now more than ever. The internet serves as much as a factual reference as it does a manipulator. Screens, much like in 1984, display content, but the subtlety of which they can distort truth is sometimes very hard to notice. In Orwell's story, the danger is obvious. In our world, it's far more subtle. And that's Orwell's point. The real danger is not what we see, but what we fail to notice. In Orwell's world, surveillance was everywhere. In our modern world, decades after that book's publication, we could say the same. In some countries, surveillance is near impossible to avoid. CCTV cameras pepper modern streets like leaves in the autumn. And the justification is always the same. Safety,
Nice.
protection, order.
Yeah, look at you, dude.
Orwell warned us that surveillance was a
What is
double-edged
happening,
sword.
guys?
When watching becomes constant,
This is the rate of speed
this
right
was even
here.
more apparent
This is
during the
it.
COVID pandemic. You
What-
didn't need a
how
guard
fast
on
are we
every
going here,
street
dude?
corner when people began to police themselves. Here's a thought. What if the
How fast
pandemic
was this?
had ended,
Go.
but the restrictions on your freedoms were extended indefinitely? Do you see how quickly liberty can be lost? Should a tyrant take charge, you may find that change happens very suddenly. And that was Orwell's real warning. Authoritarianism isn't something that happens over there. It can take root anywhere. You can find the seeds if you look for them. And if those seeds are left to grow, 1984 becomes less a fiction and more a reality. Orwell's world is terrifying because of how obvious the
That's where you
control is.
going,
But
dude?
what if control was subtle? What if it felt good? That is the world of Aldous Huxley, imagined in the novel Brave New World. Picture a society overflowing with choice, endless in its pursuits of pleasure, and drugged to ecstasy at the
Yeah, you
first
can't
hint of
expect
sadness.
me to play by
Here
the
you find
rules
yourself
when
in a
you don't
dystopian,
play by your
displaced,
own fucking
utopia.
rules, bro.
Let's take a closer look. How would
You don't
feel
play
if
by your
sadness
own
could be
rules.
brushed under
Ooh.
a large
Ow.
rug? In fact, not just sadness, but any negative emotion you might feel. You take a pill, and everything goes away. There's no shame in doing so. Everybody does it. It sounds good to a certain extent, doesn't it? But when you stop to think what the cost is, you may change your mind. Without negative emotions, without hardship, without sadness, no one develops as an individual, and that's exactly as intended. Their choices appear like freedoms, but they are empty and superficial. Written before 1984, Brave New World came onto shelves in 1932 and told a very different tale, one that many readers found disturbing. Upon publication, the reception was mixed, and in Ireland it was outright banned. Banning books is something we often frown upon now, but you'll notice it's a running theme of such influential works. But what was all the controversy about? Well, in the past, and still somewhat today, pleasurable pursuits, what could be called hedonistic pursuits, can often evoke a strong reaction. The people living in Brave New World engage in promiscuity, drug use, and endless consumerism. This is a society that scoffs at the very notion of mothers and fathers. Its inhabitants are bred for singular purposes and raised in bottles. They're not born at all. Their society is divided into classes that are assigned long before they ever existed. The system has been perfected, and few know of the restrictions they have. They are blinded by the illusion of true free will. The reality is their life was decided long ago. They have no ownership of their identity. So how does this book speak to the modern world, and is it important nearly 100 years since publication? Well, see for yourself. In Brave New World, consumerism is highly encouraged. As the book says, ending is better than mending. There are no deep relationships. Intimacy is replaced with casual hookups. It is expected and celebrated, and so two people never truly grow with one another. The world is full of vacant shells, and this clearly brings distress deep down as emotion is highly suppressed. There is no art, there is no soul, there is no need except that which brings superficial highs. This world to me appears like a giant night out, but truly, what do we really remember in life if not love, if not passion, if not identity? No such things are gained through fleeting pleasures, and thus nothing is learned by the people of this society except what is preconditioned at birth. So while the society of Brave New World may be enticing to those looking for a Las Vegas-style night out, living within it would become a chore, an empty vacuum sucking out all meaning. Huxley very accurately spoke of a world where pleasure ruled the day, where that enticing notion let control slip by so very unnoticed. And that brings us to the final book I want to discuss today. Let's imagine a world where firemen don't extinguish fires. Instead, they start them. They burn the very items I'm discussing today. Books. Published in 1953, as the Cold War loomed, Fahrenheit 451 was praised for its social commentary, especially its parallels to censorship in the real world, where books were banned and ideas silenced under the banner of safety. What's remarkable is that all these years on, much like the prior two books we've discussed, we still see early warning signs today. Knowledge is power, and without it, nobody knows better. The people of Ray Bradbury's society do not care for books. They've been told to believe these items are unnecessary, even harmful. Instead, they sit at home, enveloped by screens that fill their walls, and soaking up shows they call family while forgetting their own. Thinking is considered dangerous, and the little understanding some do have is used only to enforce the narrative. Firemen burn knowledge, mechanical hounds enforce obedience, and all the while people believe they are safe. Technology is a big part of this dystopia, but it is not used to inform, it is used to detract, to numb those who dare to think. Endless content, stuck indoors. Are you seeing the parallel here? Written in 1953, and speaking far too deeply on modern
Hey, Z,
culture,
where you
this
at?
book feels more
Go away,
like
Carl.
a premonition.
I'm very, very
And
busy
how
back
shocking
here.
that is.
Top secret
Here,
stuff,
everyone
not for
is
your
distracted
eyes.
not by
Too
ecstasy,
sensitive.
not by
Come on,
not
homie, where
enforced
are
fear
you?
control,
I said
but instead
go
through
away,
content,
Carl. I
through
don't
the
need any
idea that
friends
thinking
today. Thank
is
you.
wrong, through labeling people for being against the norm. But why don't people
Man,
revolt?
them some pretty
Why don't
strong
they
draws.
read? The
Yes,
answer is,
my
it
hero.
doesn't interest them.
Carl,
They've become
he came
conditioned
back
by
and
the content they
humiliated me.
watch. Their brains
I
feel
shall probably turn to
uncomfortable with thinking,
prostitution
uncomfortable
now,
with purpose,
where I will be
with
found
meaning.
dead.
They are
and broken.
perpetually distracted. And the hole is so deep,
I am a
few ever
28-year-old
get
man
out.
whose
It's
landlord
easy to see
just helped
such
him down
early
from
signs
a hook
today.
from
The
which I have been
reality is
hanging
people
from my
don't read,
underwear,
they just ingest.
contemplating my
Statements are written
inadequacy
for
for
them.
nearly
Content
2
is
hours.
doctored.
Ow.
Dopamine is the hit.
Look,
At least
you gotta
it
get
was.
even,
After a
homie.
while, no one
What
knows
kind of
any
weapons you
better.
got?
Why read when it takes
I've
so
got a
much
prototype
time?
of a miniature
Why
plane.
think when it can
Well,
make
with
you
that
feel
plane,
uncomfortable?
we gonna go
Why not just sit
humiliate
indoors and watch an endless
cool.
feed of
Man,
mindless
this
content?
ridiculous.
The
That went
answer
right
is the
up my
very book we
crap.
are discussing. The ways in which
Berkeley
the
has a
uninformed
sycophantic
can be
lackey do all
controlled
his
through the
deliveries.
dumbing down of
Well, we shall hit
society.
him where it hurts
They are
the
fed
most.
what they are told
Bring
they
his
need,
mail order
and they
model
consume
business
it
to
like
its
starving
knees.
children. So why do dystopian books still matter?
Launch
Each book
the
I've
Red
mentioned today
Baron.
serves to demonstrate a future where the signs are ignored, where if society is left unchecked, methods of control, sometimes subtle, sometimes brutal, weave their way into daily living. These books were not written simply to predict the future, they were written to warn us. Whatever may be in store, we should be vigilant, we should move forward with our eyes
How do I
open.
turn?
None of these scenarios happen overnight, and none of them will ever be a true depiction of what will come to pass, but in each we can
How do I turn, bro?
markers to be noted. We have mentioned 3 books here and a plethora of hundreds, and while these books may be uncomfortable, they are necessary. They make you appreciate what is around you, yet be cautious of what may be ahead. They make you see
Okay,
control
I
more
can't.
brutal, more obvious, and in each a communication of speech is distorted. When we cannot argue with words, we lose something very real. There is a reason these books were banned, because they make you stop and think. They make you question. And any regime of power fears most what it cannot control, the words of its people. My friends, thank you very much for watching.
Upcoming games will be missing features because of the UK's Online Safety Act, and this impacts you no matter where you are. So here's what's happening, right? We got loads of questions from our last video. People saying, if you don't live in the UK, well, why should you care about this law? Why should I care? Well, the answer is very simple. The answer is that game development is a global thing, and when developers have got to choose between cutting features or limiting them in one region, some will actually just cut. And those are cuts that you will feel regardless of you being in, around, or near the UK. Here's a big update to that story that I found in today's sponsor, Ground News, which I use for researching stories. Why? Well, this stuff's complex, but with Ground News, I
how
get
did
the
you
facts
go
and easily
up,
see differences
dude?
in perspective. So let's take a look at this story.
No,
Wikipedia have lost their legal challenge against the
controller
Online Safety
setup.
Act.
Come
Ground
on,
News
dude.
is showing 33
I hate when you
sources
make
with a
me
rather revealing
revert to fucking
40-40-20
voice
split,
control.
where left and center outlets are covering it equally, but only
Literally, got a
20%
voice trying to voice
right-wing
control you to
sources
get you to
are
fucking
here. Now, with
cooperate.
Ground, we can dive deeper to see the framings, and that tells us everything. The National Pulse says court upholds online censorship law. Others soften it, just saying Safety Act regulations. And you essentially have the same laws in court, but totally different narratives. And this obviously matters to gaming. The Act is already impacting how games handle user content and chat moderation. And the power of Ground is being able to have an accurate and
Why is it
unbiased
going down?
perspective on all of this. And
Why is it going down?
With
Why is it
80%
going
high
down?
factuality ratings, the reporting
Why
on
is
this
it going
one is
down?
solid.
How come I can't go up? How come I can't go up? Why is it going down?
Censorship story. That's
Why
a
is it
blind
going
spot
down?
worth noting.
How much to go up?
Covering
Look,
the
can
blind
you go up?
spots is one
What's
of the
what button?
best
Can you
parts
go
of
up?
Ground News. And to get Ground for
Can't go
yourself,
up.
go to ground.news/banner.
Okay,
You
there,
will get 40% off
okay,
unlimited
so
access
take your
with
hand off
Advantage
the
plan.
mouse.
That's the best price for that plan. It's the plan that I use.
I have no
and it's an
idea. I don't know
absolutely
what's happening right
amazing
now, dude.
service, especially in these modern times. Check them out down below.
thanks to them for supporting us. Let me catch you up on things. The Online Safety Act is a long gestating piece of UK legislation.
No,
it's designed to restrict kids'
I
access
don't
to
know,
illegal
dude.
or,
I
quote,
don't know
legal
where
but
it's
harmful
going. I don't
content.
know what it's
Basically, any
doing.
online system where kids could interact
I'm
with the
not
content
sure,
is
dude.
impacted by this law. And from the public view, it essentially demands age verification from users, and then it restricts access to content
Press left mouse
without
button.
verification. And the first full implementation
Okay,
has kicked off
PC,
in
how
the
to...
summer. And we've
Okay.
talked about, say, its impact on Discord. We've covered how it killed smaller
Alright.
MMOs and forums because they simply cannot afford to adapt to this new law. They can't afford the compliance costs, and, well, the risks, the punishments are extremely high. Services like Steam are also taking on the risk of verification, and most recently Nexus Mods unveiled their version of this content moderation where they're restricting access to adult tagged content unless users are verified. That's a bunch of what's happened, but now we need to talk about the knock-on effects. We need to talk about the impact, because, well, some time has passed, and now everyone is getting to grips with this new legislation, and with the many impacts coming in its wake, because not every change will be visible to customers immediately, but even if that is the case, oh boy, they will be visible in the long run. To get a handle on this, I'm going to talk about an expert interview. So, Christopher Dring from the games business asked an important question. He spoke to Isabel Davies, who is a senior associate at a legal firm called Wiggins. And his question is, has the OSA, quote, made game developers think twice about adding certain features or functionality to their games? And here's her answer to that question. Yeah, because I've spoken to some already. Definitely. And she went on to say, or maybe they've sort of gone, we will do it, but we won't do it on first launch. And to that she gave a specific example, and I'll just quote her directly. Let's get the core game monetization loop working. Let's make sure the gameplay is good. And only then invest in clan functionality or chat functionality, etc. So basically, a lot of those social features that people absolutely love in games, maybe proximity chat in your extraction shooter, those things, well, they now involve way more legal liability. And this is an example of the conversations that are being had at the production level for many development studios. You see, if they don't have to think about moderating chats, if they don't have to meet the OSA's requirements, then that saves them time, money, and effort. And throughout development, there are loads of little decisions like that, and they're decisions that an audience will basically never really see. And to get some texture on what that means, I'll go back to what Isabel said. So, she says that indies are engaging with this process earnestly and early. Now, you may think, okay, that's fantastic, but it's not exactly framed in the way that you would think. Basically, it's more similar to how developers put aside funds, legal funds, for GDPR compliance. OSA compliance is kind of similar. Sure, you can go and geo-block in the UK, but it still is a new cost to your budget, and the public may never know what's been lost from a game that they enjoy. Essentially, there's a chilling effect, and chilling effects are often the most powerful aspect of any legislation. It's not that something becomes illegal, it's that businesses don't want to risk breaking the law, so they just steer clear of anything related to that law. And that's where the Online Safety Act could be having some harm to games. Any game that allows user-to-user interaction faces this question, and as you can probably imagine, that's a lot of games. They've now got to ask, if we want to sell in the UK, will we fall afoul of this law? And to ask that question, what you really need to do is talk to and pay for a lawyer to give you a legal read of the situation. And this will impact planning of development. This might mean cutting features. If you're an indie dev, this could be a lot of work, especially if you're making the type of small team, reasonably cheap to make game that, as of late, has been going absolutely viral on platforms like Steam. So for people like that, it's a shitload of work. But if you're a bigger player, well, you can probably manage, because whenever there is new regulation, very often the incumbents are the people, even though they are being regulated, they're the people best positioned to deal with that regulation, because they have a goddamn legal budget. So let's see how, for this law, It's the smallest players who get hurt the most. A little bit of context, when we first covered the OSA, we broke down how the law works, where there is actually more than just age assurance. The companies need a record of how they've considered risk and what they've done to mitigate that risk. And as Isabel Davies pointed out in that interview, most game companies already do that kind of thing. If you use a bunch of hate speech in your Overwatch lobby, you'll be banned. If you harass another user, you can be banned, even if there are no kids around. Now, that's part of the OSA. You've got to prove that you have these rules and that you enforce these rules, which, by the way, does mean that you should probably expect rules that exist but don't really get enforced to actually be enforced now, because the enforcement will legally matter. And sure, to the big companies, having things like your end-user license agreements or PlayStation's new parental controls, those are good, those would work. And when investigating potential breaches of this law, Ofcom, the regulator involved, would look into those things, right? Whenever they're dealing with a breach. They'll ask, like, did a company take steps to mitigate risk? Can they prove that their process exists? But here's what Roblox has shown us recently, and this is where things just kind of spin out and we really get a sense of the impact. Because all it takes, guys, is a few high-profile failures. You know the internet. You've been in chat lobbies. You've seen things that if they were screenshotted and sent to anyone in, like, the political system who just wanted to make cheap political hay, you know, would absolutely go viral. That happens all the time, and it's very much happening right now. I'm sure you can think of a few contemporary cases. So something bad goes down in a high-profile game, then government and the public call for inquiries, and the impact of that is that having a chat function, well, that's an automatically high-risk thing to implement internally. It means that UGC is a risk to implement. That's the sort of thing a company will be talking about internally. That's the sort of thing that will change their planning. Now, I want you to think about how this all works financially. If you're an independent developer, risk is now a lot riskier. If you're EA, yeah, you've got a legal team. You've got cash to throw at solutions. Under this law, there is no functional difference between the two. And that's a worrying thing. So indies and smaller games may skip features that you care about, like UGC, like text chat, like voice chat. And that may mean the next scrappy multiplayer game from a small team that is absolutely amazing because of maybe its proximity chat interacting with its game mechanics. Well, oh dear, maybe that would look different in the future. Maybe it's missing the sorts of social features that once would have been industry standard. But what if I told you it actually goes further than that? As an example, Discord recently announced plans to allow the integration of Discord's essentially infrastructure as your in-game chat. Right? So basically, it's Discord not just being the thing that you use, but Discord as a backend, essentially as a service that game developers could use. Now, Discord have got their own verification process. And this would then mean that, oh, if you use the Discord system that is going to deal with all of this legal compliance stuff out of the box, then great, you can just use that. And it would indeed seem like a straightforward solution for indies. And it actually would be, because it offloads the responsibility to Discord. But do you know what it also does? It also entrenches Discord as the backbone of in-game communication. This would be another example of a perhaps decently well-meaning law actually just entrenching incumbents and being bad for competition. That's what happens when only the biggest players can deal with the risks of a legislation or a regulation. They can even profit from those things. Because, of course, if compliance is now a problem, you can sell the solution and then entrench yourself in the market. And look, I think what Discord is doing with infrastructure is, honestly, a really good strategic move for them. It makes a lot of sense. But it would mean that, well, if you're a new game developer and you feel like you need to use Discord's solution to handle your social features, well, maybe there are things that it won't support. Game mechanics it won't support. A depth of integration that could normally only exist if you made it yourself in your game that you maybe can't have if you've integrated with Discord. That sort of thing could actually change the types of games that can get made. So while the companies with a well-financed legal department can just deal with this, it's the little guy who will suffer. But there is at least one saving grace here, and that is the simple fact that it's the largest players who will be scrutinized first. And if I'm wrong, you'll be made an example of. Consequences then. Here's how all this stuff will work. Ofcom, who are the involved regulator, have spent years working with these big companies, and as a part of that, they have built a register of what they call Category 1, Category 2A, and Category 2B companies who operate in the UK. And basically, which category you fall into will impact how this law will apply to you. And for the most part, they are targeting social media websites. Here's the Category 1 requirement. Basically, a content recommender system and more than 50% of UK population usage, or it allows users to reshare user-generated content, and that would be more than 10% of the content. Category 2A requires a general search service that reaches more than 10% of the UK population, and Category 2B would require users to send direct messages to more than 5% of the UK population. Now, of all of these things, Category 1 is the only one that mandates user verification. So basically, if you fit that category, you're going to need to do user verification, and if you cock it up, you really will be in trouble. And the way this will work is that by the end of November, all categorized services will be notified by Ofcom, and when they are, they will learn their transparency requirements. Anyone who is subject to the Online Safety Act will need to provide transparency guidance. But these companies need additional action as well. And that's actually why Wikipedia recently lost a High Court challenge. You see, they were fighting against the potential to be categorized under the highest terms. They did not want to be categorized as a Category 1. And the case ended with the judge telling Ofcom to consider Wikipedia's special circumstances. Now, Wikipedia didn't win, but that did leave the door open for further legislation, but it did avoid carving out an exemption preemptively. So it's progress, but it's not a victory. Now, under those terms, individual game developers shouldn't be subject to any of these requirements. Isabel Davies notes that most devs she talks to are already meeting their risk assessment obligations fairly well. But where it's a bit different is platform holders, though. Different story completely. That's why Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation have been making loads of changes the last while. They are trying to get ahead of this law. But there's another reason. And that reason is that it does not stop with the UK. The big multinationals covered in this story are having all of these conversations now because they are legally obligated to have them. And the UK has just been the first country with laws like this, or at least in this context. But the UK is not the only territory who's legislating, right? The EU and Australia are implementing new legal frameworks for all this stuff, and they also incorporate checks like the OSA. And sites like 4chan may contest Ofcom's ability to enforce laws internationally with, like, say, US lawsuits. But that country is not exempt either. Individual states like Texas have had age verification laws be upheld by the United States Supreme Court. And by upholding the Texas law, the Supreme Court have basically validated laws in more than a dozen other states. So this will impact loads of Americans as well. It's not directly the Online Safety Act, but they are certainly kindred bits of legislation, you could perhaps say. Now, these mostly apply to websites with adult content, say the Texas example, but it is just a matter of legislators expanding the definition of protecting children just a little bit more. And if you were around in the 90s or the early 2000s, I'm sure you know that about violent video games, or about how, say, the dating in Mass Effect was actually going to ruin the kids, or something like that. Now, on a federal level, the Kids Online Safety Act has been resurrected 3 times in 3 separate legislative sessions. That bill's vague as hell language has been criticized for giving regulators carte blanche to restrict content. So in this context, it is no wonder that companies are taking the UK as an opportunity. They are testing their systems now. The reason why is because they know what's coming, and they're probably a mix of 2 things. One, fear. As an example, the Online Safety Act carries a maximum penalty of 10% of global revenue, which for some companies could be billions. I mean, hey, Rachel, get enough of those and you might be able to fill the budget black hole once and for all. But also, it's not just companies being a little bit feared, it's also companies seeing this.
See, it flips the controls, your brain ain't working, dude.
Compliant and to become infrastructure. And to use this to entrench their power.
Your brain ain't working, dude.
Exactly
your brain
what
can't work in
Discord
reverse.
is doing. The services that they plan to make for devs are honestly really goddamn cool.
Man.
And it does seem like a really cool project. But I'm absolutely not blind to the strategic implications of what Discord's doing. So at least I know one group is benefiting from all this. VPN providers. Wow, you guys must have had a pretty amazing few months of business. That's it for me in this video, but there's a lot else to talk about and a lot going on in the games industry. If you want to learn about that, watch this video next.
Just unemployed, but I'm back. Running the media. God, I love this West Coast vibe. Everybody here's so laid back. Just unemployed, but I'm back. Running the media. God, I love this West Coast vibe. Everybody here's so laid back and...
This government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out.
Can't do it, dude. I can't do it, dude. My brain, I can't.
If you do not have digital ID, it's as simple as that.
Oh my god, dude! I'm barely touching that
proven
stick, bro.
correct again. Keir Starmer is mandating a digital ID. And watch the BS reason he gives you. It's good for you. It's always good for you, just like the vaccine. It's always good for you.
And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID
around 180 degrees
for the right to work.
Free of charge, Kurt. Free of charge. How royal of you. Well, you know the old saying, if at first you don't succeed, just lock the entire country down and take away everyone's rights.
Yeah.
So they're making it mandatory.
By the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
So they're doing that. Why would you do it like that? You won't be able to.
Let me spell it out, Jimmy. No one can trade or buy or sell without the mark of the beast.
That's right.
You literally just said that in a different way.
You won't be able to access electricity. You won't be able to buy gas. You won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to get in your bank account. You won't be able to do anything unless you have the mark of the beast, which is the digital ID.
Unreal.
And he said you won't be able to work. So they say you won't be able to work because it looks like he's fighting illegal immigration. But I'm pretty sure that's not the people. So here we go. Let's watch this. Jeremy Corbyn and Nigel Farage. So far left and far right both agree on this. It's a bad idea. Jeremy Corbyn says, I firmly oppose the government's plans for compulsory digital ID cards. This is an affront to our civil liberties and will make the lives of minorities even more difficult and dangerous. It is excessive state interference and must be resisted. Here's the far-right guy, Nigel Farage, says, I am firmly opposed to Keir Starmer's digital ID cards. It will make no difference to illegal immigration, but it will be used to control and penalize the rest of us. The state should never have this much power. You know who else agrees with those two guys?
The king? I'm kidding, obviously.
And you know something is good for you when it's forced on you. That's how you know it's good for you, when it's forced on you. Just like the vaccine. Just like the vaccine and lockdowns and masks and social distancing, when it's forced on you. So
lock me down, Daddy. That's what I say.
So here's the Nurses Association from the NHS nurses in the UK. They say, we need to send a loud and clear message to Keir Starmer that we do not support mandatory digital ID cards. This is dangerous for everyone in the UK. Oh, they're crazy. Conspiracy theorists. The nurses at the National Health Service in the UK.
Just pick up your sporks and try to do something, England.
Even the nurses. Well, you better be careful when you tweet that, because that could... if you send the wrong message, they're just going to send two very attractive policewomen to your door and arrest you. Like in a porn film, like a porn film.
It is like that's what the police force is, a porno movie.
New digital ID will be mandatory to work in the UK. Keir Starmer said the new... Can I just show you why this is going to be wrong? Let me skip. I'm going to skip. First of all, I want to show you this. If we get this digital ID system working and the public being with us, that will be the bedrock of the modern state. That was said by Prime Minister's Chief Secretary. This will be the bedrock of the modern state.
That's not good.
And will allow for really quite exciting public service reform in the future. It will also, it says it's going to also offer ordinary citizens countless benefits, Kurt, like being able to prove your identity to access key services swiftly, rather than hunting around for an old utility bill.
I can't do that with my old ID?
Is it right?
You go online first and
The
foremost.
the new ID will be held on people's phones. Oh, so what could be? So you'll have your whole life's records on your phone. That's easily lost and easily hackable.
What does China have right now? Anybody know? Do they have this in China? If they don't have this is going to be real funny.
What could be safer, Kurt, than putting your entire existence on your tiny, easy to lose, and even easier to hack phone? Hey, why not just have a yard sale with your tax returns?
Well, it's in the cloud, Jimmy. It's once you're on digital, they have the record of you to track you forever.
So I like how they go, there's going to be no requirement to carry it, but if you want to work, you're going to have to get one. Oh, so just for everybody?
It'll be like, yeah.
Yeah. They began exploring whether the digital ID scheme could reduce the use of fake documents and provide a more consistent approach to verifying workers' identity. The government said the rollout would eventually make it simpler to apply for services like driver's licenses, childcare, and welfare, as well as the streamlining access to tax records. And as soon as you do something wrong, they flip the switch and they turn off your digital ID. So now you can't access your bank, you can't buy gas, you can't pay your utilities, you can't get on a flight, you can't travel, you can't work, you can't do anything. Another Labour Prime Minister, Sir Tony Blair, tried to introduce compulsory ID cards, but the idea was scrapped by the Conservative Lib Dem coalition in 2010. They've been trying to do this.
Well, looks like it.
I hope you enjoy your meal. Have a wonderful day.
Let me tell you why this isn't going to work. By the way, they asked the young people. Emily Jenkins, 23, is against digital IDs, described the plan as fascistic and horrible. Ariwan Fox James, 20, says he can see some practical benefits, but is uncomfortable with the idea of a centralized hub of all data. Amy, 22, said she and her friends would welcome having digital IDs on a night out. It's the one thing people forget, but if it's on your phone, people always have that in their hand. But she also worries about data safety. Every time these things get launched, they get hacked. Everyone hacks everything. Of course. Of course.
Do you know, Jimmy, China got the same thing like 5 days ago. Did you know that?
No.
And I'm reading on The Hill online. China's internet ID push signals a new era of digital control. Wow, China and England. What are the odds?
What are the odds? Well, I'm going to tell you right now why this is a bad idea. I've already told you, but here's even, this guy breaks it down. Chris Littlewood says, digital ID for every adult is not progress. It is the end of a free society dressed up as convenience. I'm a cybersecurity specialist, and this is my take. They are selling it as a fix for illegal migration. That's bollocks. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on cybersecurity, and yet the volume of breaches is breaking records. The threat is growing faster than they spend. So this idea that you could do this in a cyber way is BS, because he's saying they spend hundreds of billions on cybersecurity, and they get breaches and hacks every day. Digital ID will not stop boats of immigrants, they mean. It will not stop trafficking gangs. It will not fix a broken border. Criminals will work around it. Honest citizens are going to pay the price. It builds giant data banks that track where you go, what you buy, what you read, and who you speak to. It tracks all that. It links your identity to every checkpoint in daily life. One breach and your entire life is exposed. Look at Jaguar Land Rover in the airports in recent weeks. Now imagine that a national scale on an ID system tied to everything you need to live your daily life. Here's the risk that ministers will not admit. Ransomware seeded through a supplier or an insider. It lies quiet for months on your phone. It rolls through backups. On trigger day, the register and the recovery sets are both encrypted.
What?
So he's saying on the day they want to trigger it, the register and the recovery sets are both encrypted.
So what does that mean?
So that means that they have control of your phone. It's encrypted. That's what I take it to mean. I'm not a cyber guy. Payments fail. So your payments then fail. Your health and benefits stall. The border's slow. Citizens are frozen out until a ransom is paid or the state rebuilds it from scratch. centralize identity and you centralize failure. So now people, they don't have to hack into people's individual phone. They can just hack into the central data hub and shut everything down for ransom. Do not fall for the pitch. Function creep is certain. It starts as login. It becomes access to money, travel, speech, and public services. It turns rights into permissions controlled by the state and its contractors. It creates a single point of failure for
the
criminals,
radio. Please turn off
insiders,
the
and
radio,
hostile
dude.
states
Please
to
turn off.
target.
I gotta turn it off every fucking time.
It will punish the elderly, the poor, and anyone who is not always online. It will centralize risk and outsource blame. It will not stop fraud. It will not stop illegal migration.
Turn off radio.
It will
Turn
build
off radio.
the machinery
Turn
for
off
a
radio.
social credit
Turn off
system by
radio.
stealth. If
Okay,
ministers
okay, I gotta
cared
do
about the
something here.
border,
I gotta
they
do
would
a
enforce
button.
current laws, resource patrols and processing, close loopholes, and remove those with no right to stay. You do not need a national ID to do any of that. We scrapped ID cards in 2010 for a reason. Britain does not need a central register to prove age or status. Yes to privacy for first proofs, no to a database state. I'm with that guy 100%.
Does he not get it's on purpose? It's not a mistake, a terrible mistake they're making? Yeah, they know. All the things he's describing are why they're doing it.
That's why they're doing it.
They're doing it for that, on purpose. And there ain't shit you're going to do about it because you're going to be armed with a spoon or something.
So he's just letting people know this is what's going to happen if they get to institute that stuff. That's what's going to happen. So they tell you it's for convenience. They tell you it's for stopping illegal migration. They say it's for all that stuff. You don't need that to do any of that stuff. But you do need it if you want to have complete control over everybody and be able
They're going
to
to deport natives of England soon. I can't wait for that, where they're like people born there are being deported like from England.
You do need this if you want to unperson someone. If you want,
China has it for that reason,
and now China
around
has
the same
it.
time. Isn't that interesting? That China and them, every time you hear a dummy talking about the commies and this and that, it's the Fabians, the Fabian Society, who is behind that. Their banner is a wolf. The oldest think tank in all of Europe is called the Fabian Society, and it's really just feudalism. But they wanted to incrementally sneak in socialism. It's not Marxism. It's their own British colonial thing. And the whole idea, and H.G. Wells was into it, is, what we have now, a bunch of technocracy, and then they'll dole out what you're allowed to have and what water you can use to wash your car and all that shit. And it's been around. It's the oldest think tank, the oldest one. It's probably the first one. Fabians. That's what this is. And I think their plan, they're rushing it now. Because did you hear Keir Starmer, the urgency in his voice?
Yeah. You want to hear it again? I'll play it for you one more time. And right before I play it, I'll remind you, I'll come see me in Hermosa Beach, San Francisco, and Sacramento. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. That's next week. Here it is.
And that is why today I am announcing
I literally have
this
to turn off the
government will
radio
make
every
a new
fucking
free of
car I
charge
get into.
digital ID
in this driving
mandatory
test.
for the right to work by the end of this parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
Okay, yes, there definitely is a sense of urgency. And let's keep in mind, everybody disagrees with it. Far left, far right, and the Nurses Association, and everybody else who has a thinking brain is against this.
Do you know what this is? Where he's at? It's the global world leaders of a worried global center left discuss ways to fight back.
Dude,
so he's there with
I
Mark
don't
Carney
want
and
that.
shit.
I don't want.
So this is
I don't
all
want
those
that
assholes.
button.
This is all the fucking kind of West people.
This is the WEF globalists. This is their idea.
GTA
and
on
Keir
PC,
Starmer's
bro.
100% one of them. Mark Carney in Canada is 100% one of them. Everybody's one of them. Macron is one of them. They're all one of them. They're all.
This is the New York Times, Jimmy.
What?
Fickle voters, stagnant economies, and polarizing debate over immigration have left center-left governments vulnerable to right-wing populists. That's why you're getting your digital ID.
Anything they don't like, they call right-wing. So if they don't want you to have free speech and you're for free speech, they say that's a right-wing free speech. Oh,
Populism is inherently right-wing, Jimmy.
You're a free speech absolutist, they'll say. If you're for my body, my choice, which is usually a left-wing thing, they'll now say that's right-wing.
Oh my God.
And you're supposed to be
Every
pro-abortion,
time,
not
dude.
my body, my choice. not bodily autonomy.
Yeah.
So no matter what they
Rockstars
they
never
want,
gave a
however
shit
they want to
about
control
PC.
you, they
You're
call it
lucky
they
you
call
have it
whatever
at
you're
all
doing
to
right
play,
wing.
dude.
That's the
And
thing.
That's a
Well,
simple,
that's the
tiny
purpose
little
of coming
bug
up
that
with a
they should.
nonsense concept like, what wing are you?
Mhm.
Notice how we all go along with that
I think I've played
moronic
long enough.
idea,
Yeah, time limit.
and then they got you
You can only
fighting
play so
within
long,
your
dude.
cage
You just-
already.
you gotta
Are
walk
you
away
right or
from it
left
for a
wing? Why
while.
are we doing a thing from the French Revolution still? From
GTA
from
San
Robespierre?
Andreas.
Why is that still a thing? Oh, we don't know anything else. They had you. This is why I don't buy
Dragon
Kariako. They
Test.
can't do mind control. What are you talking about?
Flip.
They do it. They still do it. You ever hear of basic training?
Yeah, I wish we had a little more time to go over that with him because it's believe me, if there what he even said anyway.
Wow,
if there's
it's
one
a
thing they
common
haven't stopped, it's
problem.
mind control. I'll tell you that. It's one thing they haven't stopped.
Society's
And
based
land
on
on
it. What do you
all-
like?
angle the
That's why we have
car correctly.
influencers and thought
Do
leaders. We
not
call
drive
them
straight up the
thought
middle.
leaders.
That's my why.
The
That's why
goal
they
is to
paid
catch
all those
just the edge
people
of the
to
ramp.
push the vax during COVID. All those
Turn
social
into the ramp.
influencers. That's mind control. That's what that is.
I'll bet you that's why they're giving those pregnant chicks, influencers, money to pop Tylenol on TikTok.
video. Yeah. Come see me on tour in Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco, Melbourne, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Brisbane, Burbank, California the day after Thanksgiving, and Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Go to jimmydore.com.
So this is where
or look
everybody
for
quits
tickets.
playing the game, basically. These missions right here.
We're using the word liturgy, and I think I know what it means, and you think you know. But maybe, I imagine there's some people here who might have been told, "Here's what liturgy means." Maybe they know sacraments. You know, there's 7 of them, but how can give us what's a working definition of liturgy, so that as we're saying, as we enter into the liturgy, it does this. What
this is a
test
work.
The liturgy officially means like the work or a public work. But what it really means for us is it's the official prayer of the church. So first and foremost, the Holy Mass, the Eucharist, right? That's the center of all liturgies and the center of our whole liturgical life. But then you have the Liturgy of the Hours that priests and others and lots of lay people pray it every day, right? And so you have all the sacramental liturgies. Those are the rituals. So it's the official public prayer of the church.
Okay, so everything from the sacraments to the liturgy of the hours, like praying, morning prayer, evening prayer, night prayer, that kind of situation. But it's a way that individual members of the church can enter into the overall prayer of the church. Is that kind of a way to say it?
Exactly, yeah. And the beauty, of course, is the church is always praying.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Every hour of the day, the Mass is being offered somewhere in the world. Every hour of the day, people are praying the Liturgy of the Hours. It's morning somewhere right now, and it's evening somewhere. And those liturgical prayers are it's like the response of the Son to the Father in the Holy Spirit. The Son being us, the body of Christ, constantly praying to the Father. And that's the liturgy we're invited into.
Well, you mentioned that here's the prayer of the church it prays in the Son through the power of the Holy Spirit to the Father.
Yes.
Would you say that it's accurate? I mean, I think that I'm just asking this for myself because I think this is something I came across a couple of years ago, and it revolutionized the way that I celebrated the Mass and revolutionized the way that any kind of prayer was oriented, that it's all an offering to the Father.
Correct.
And so just like when we're saying Lord in Mass, that Lord is the Father. We're talking to Dad in heaven, our Father in heaven.
Exactly, which is why when Jesus taught us to pray, what did he say? Pray our Father.
Barely
and we can only pray that in Jesus.
Yeah.
But when we prayed in Jesus, it means something radically new for who we are as human beings and what our eternal destiny is.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a very strange mystery that quietly broke a lot of astrophysical records in 2023. And the kind of mystery in this case that left physicists scratching their heads because they really have no idea what could have caused all of this. And here we're talking about the event especially known as KM3-230213A, an event detected by a network referred to as KM3Net. A massive underwater neutrino detector located extremely close to the coast of Italy that on February 13, 2023 captured something very strange. The most energetic neutrino particle we've ever detected anywhere, and a particle that was so powerful that it made absolutely no sense, despite the fact that we've been detecting neutrinos for a very long time. But to understand why this was so bizarre and to understand what this could potentially be, let's, I guess, cover some of the basics first and discuss some of the fundamental science. And by the way, if you want to learn more about the event itself and what some of the previous propositions involved, you can learn about this in some of the videos in the description. And so first of all, neutrinos. These are technically the most mysterious fundamental particles known to us, and the particles that we still don't understand very well. And they are elementary particles, kind of like electrons and protons. But in this case, they have no electric charge and an incredibly tiny mass, but exactly how much, we're still not sure. But what makes them mysterious and super bizarre is that they don't really like to interact with matter almost at all. As a matter of fact, as I'm talking to you right now, there are like billions and billions of them streaming through your body every single second. And we don't feel them at all. And so that's one of these crazy facts about the neutrinos that most people forget. And that's because when it comes to interaction with matter, they only do so through what's known as the weak force, which makes them incredibly difficult to catch and to detect. And that's why researchers created these massive detectors, with the biggest and the most well-known one being Ice Cube neutrino, located in Antarctica. But a few years back, researchers created a new one, KM3NET, which stands for Cubic Kilometer Neutrino Telescope.
Come on, give me that. Dude, I'm playing the piano, so I gotta play Figaro good enough before I can. Jesus, guys. It's literally making me play Figaro, dude. On the computer, on the piano, on the keyboard, before I can progress. Wow.
And most often this particle is a muon. And muons are very well known to us, and we can usually detect them pretty well. Mostly because they love interacting with stuff and produce a lot of light as they do so. And so as a neutrino produces a muon, the muon then zooms through the water, producing a visible burst of light.
This is it right here, repetition over and over.
But intriguingly, the more powerful the neutrino, the more powerful the muon, and the more light it tends to produce. And so if by chance we discover something that's actually kind of bright and produces a lot of photons, it means that
machine always wants to turn us into a machine. Why is that?
That's what happened on February 13th, 2023.
I don't know either, dude, but it damn sure does.
Operated 21 detection units discovered something super bizarre. In a very tiny time frame of approximately 2 microseconds, suddenly this detector registered 28,000 photons, with the sheer amount of light being absolutely ridiculous. And it was actually so bright that approximately 25% of all of these detectors were completely blinded and oversaturated. And when scientists tried to figure out what could have produced this, they realized that if this was a muon, it must have had an energy of 120 peta-electron volts. That's about 100 trillion times higher than any visible light photon. But because it was expected to have been produced by a neutrino, the neutrino must have been even more powerful at 220 peta-electron volts, or approximately 22 times higher than previous record holder. But that's not the only mysterious part. Also, the path of this neutrino was a little bit bizarre. Here, by reconstructing its trajectory, they discovered that it was moving almost perfectly horizontally, suggesting that this neutrino must have traveled through a lot of water and also a lot of crust, basically moving through the Mediterranean Sea and a lot of Mediterranean rock prior to producing this muon and producing these emissions, which means that it could not have come from the upper atmosphere and could not have been just a result of some kind of a cosmic ray, as these types of muons are usually absorbed much quicker. So this had to have come from really deep space. For example, really faraway quasars and blazars, and some really powerful objects somewhere out there. Or at least that was the assumption at first. Although when they traced the trajectory to see if there's anything in that region, there was basically nothing, making this one of the biggest astronomical mysteries in the last few years. And that's actually the mysterious part as well, because normally, when we find these very powerful neutrinos, by tracing the trajectory, it becomes possible to see some of the most powerful colossal cosmic accelerators, usually blazars. So these supermassive black holes that serve as some of the most powerful particle accelerators in the entire universe. But nothing was discovered in this case. So this was very likely not some kind of a standard powerful source. What could it be then? Well, there have been some propositions, including what's known as the cosmogenic neutrino, or basically an interaction with ultra-powerful cosmic rays and some kind of a background light from the universe. But because the chances of this happening are extremely low, at the moment this was not the best explanation, with the additional problem being sensitivity. as in technically, KM3 net is not as sensitive as the ice cube neutrino in Antarctica. And so if one of them saw something so powerful coming from some kind of a blazar, or even from a cosmogenic neutrino, why did the other one see nothing? Statistically speaking, we actually expect way more of these neutrinos to be visible to ice cube and not KM3 net, which led at least a few scientists to consider exotic explanations, with at least one of these explanations we discussed before, linking this to some kind of a mysterious dark matter annihilation that might have produced some of these signals. But today I wanted to focus on this new explanation that's even kind of more exotic, but to some extent even more exciting. A study by Alexander Klipfel and David Kaiser proposes something slightly different. This burst of radiation could have come from an evaporating primordial black hole, or basically a tiny black hole that finally reached its final days and kind of exploded, producing these enormous amounts of radiation. And surprisingly, that's technically something we've been looking for a very long time, and something that was originally proposed by Stephen Hawking, because he was the first to propose that black holes technically evaporate, and at some point when they become really small, the evaporation rate increases so much that they essentially kind of explode. I think there's an older video somewhere in the description that discusses this concept a little bit more. But obviously, primordial black holes are still very hypothetical. We've never seen them anywhere, despite the fact that a lot of explanations assume that they might have been created
called self-improvement, Joseph. I just listened to a video
Stephen Hawking's proposition involved something referred to as the Hawking radiation, or basically that all black holes start to evaporate,
and game theory is all about which person
if we actually find some kind of a really tiny primordial black hole,
most willing to self-improve,
producing a lot of really powerful emissions that should technically be relatively easily visible. And so, at least mathematically speaking, any primordial black hole
spending all that time and getting frustrated and staying calm and just
completely in an
practicing it over and over and over,
something that would actually only last a fraction of a second, and something that would turn a bunch of particles, including neutrinos, into very powerful radiation. And if primordial black holes are real and they do exist, they can also explain a huge chunk of the invisible dark matter, which was once again Stephen Hawking's initial proposition. And so interestingly, based on this study, if primordial black holes do represent a large fraction of this mysterious dark matter, then this event can technically be very consistent with the expected radiation coming from a nearby primordial black hole explosion.
The more you get worked up, the more like a barbarian, like a hillbilly, the worse it's going to get, dude.
And there's a super intriguing answer to that as well. Based on this hypothesis, if this was a primordial black hole explosion, it would have to have occurred very close to Earth for it to be only detected by one of the detectors and not the other one. Specifically, it had to be within 2,000 astronomical units, which is of course within the Oort cloud and within the boundaries for the solar system. And so if any of this is correct, this will be the first ever observational evidence for the existence of Hawking radiation, and of course for the existence of these exploding primordial black holes. But importantly, this detection is also exciting based on another scientific prediction that was only released a few years back. Here, a study by Michael Baker calculated that there is a 90% chance that we should actually be seeing exploding primordial black holes in the next 14 years. So basically, based on the assumption that they do exist, and that at least one of them is going to explode at some point in the past, there's a 90% chance that we're going to see the light coming from this black hole by approximately 2038. And so basically here we have two independent studies kind of connecting the same idea and the same principle. One study suggests that we should be seeing these primordial black holes if they do exist, and one study suggests that we might have just seen one, because otherwise explaining this neutrino is extremely challenging. And so, theoretically, we might have just discovered this anticipated event. And obviously detecting even one of these events would be completely revolutionary. You would obviously confirm the existence of primordial black holes, proving Stephen Hawking's propositions completely, but it would also suggest that Hawking radiation actually produces energy, and at least a few of these primordial black holes seem to be hidden right here in the solar system. And in some of the older videos we discussed the idea behind a potential source of unlimited energy if we could actually find one of these black holes right here in the solar system. Because in theory, extracting energy from these black holes is possible and can lead to extremely powerful energy generators. And on top of this, we had this older explanation for the existence of Planet 9 as also maybe some kind of a primordial black hole as well. Although in that case it was a little bit larger, so it would unlikely to emit as much radiation. But either way, the detection of KM3-2302-13A so far led to quite a lot of exciting propositions, with this single detection basically opening a lot of doors for a lot of new propositions and possibly even new physics. But whether this came from some kind of a mysterious distant cosmic accelerator, some kind of a strange cosmogenic source that we don't understand, or a tiny black hole that evaporated right here in the solar system, we're unlikely to know anytime soon. Because at the moment we only have this single detection, and we just don't have enough data and information to answer any of these questions. So basically here we'll have to detect more of these particles, and very likely try to trace them back to where they came from, before we can make additional conclusions, and before we can discover what's really going on here. Either way though, this was definitely one of the strangest detections in the last few decades, and one of the biggest mysteries in astrophysics. But because this particular detector is currently being upgraded, and the upgraded version is going to be able to detect the direction of particles with a lot more accuracy, in the future,
No, you can never tell when Anton is wrapping
researchers
up.
will be able to pinpoint the exact location much better.
He's not
And
a
so at
native
least for now, I guess we're going to have to wait
you can
and
never
see if
tell
we can
where
maybe
he's
discover
at.
something else just as mysterious and just as
It made me
powerful.
think, how do
which
we
means
do
that
that?
the
I
search
don't know
for
how
the
we do that,
definitive
but you
answer
can usually
still
tell,
continues. And until we know more, or until something else is discovered,
small
that's I
verbal
guess all I
cues or
wanted to mention.
something.
Check out previous videos and
But yeah,
previous
you think he's
propositions
about
and some of the
done,
links in
and
the
he just
description.
keeps
Thank you
going,
for
and
watching,
you think he's about
subscribe,
done, and
come back tomorrow to learn something else.
look, he
Support
keeps
the channel, be sure
going.
we can find additional videos,
Oh,
videos without
he's gonna
any
keep
ads and can
going.
DM it directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you
go.
early access and a
still
few
going.
secret videos. Additionally, you can also buy the wonderful
Holy
present t-shirt
shit,
in the
he's
description.
still going.
Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Fuck, dude.
Building a business.
This town is full of morons.
That's crazy, man.
What are you looking at exactly?
Hey, man, you get them flicks developed? What's up, Woolsey?
Hey, Carl. I was just explaining to your brother-in-law that we were friends.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, Woolsey, I need to get some info from you, man.
What exactly do you boys want to know?
Who are these putas, Holmes?
Why don't you go take a look?
These guys?
Yeah.
They're the Loco Syndicate. They're pretty big time, I think. Don't have any dealings with them. We don't touch blow. Now, this guy runs things. I don't know his name. This guy is T-Bone Mendez. He's the muscle.
And who's that guy?
That's Jizzy B. He's the biggest pimp in town. He helps set up the deals. You know, concierge of sorts.
Hey, did he my way in? How I get to him?
Oh, Jizzy? Jizzy runs the Pleasure Domes Club in that old fortress under the Gant Bridge.
Hey, good looking out, Woolsey.
No problem. Don't be a stranger.
All right.
just can't argue with Depeche Mode. You can't.
See, baby, I got everything. Mink sheets, mink coats, mink curtains in the window. When I walk down the stairs, I'm walking down on mink carpet. Now, who's this trick? I don't need no more friends, baby. All they try to do is peel me from my hoe.
Nah, it ain't about them. It's all about you, player. I heard you was the man with the hookup, and you was the man I needed to see. I'm offering my services.
Say what?
Yes, sir. See, I'm new in town. Anything you want, I can do. For a guy like me to work with, to work for a guy like Jizzy B?
Well, now that you mention it, I do have a slight problem. Something a little dumb muscle like yourself might be able to fix. Cause you see me, I'm intellectual. Bitches, y'all walk on down to the bar and fix a pimp a drink. See, I only got 2 eyes, and in these streets, you got to have more than that. You got to be like a flying shit, you know? 100 eyes everywhere. Now, some lunatic been fucking with my bitches. Motherfucker killed 2 last week. I want you to go find out.
No problem. You're my player partner now, Jizzy.
Wait up! Mr. C to the J. See that pretty young thing in my car? Drop her off at the hotel downtown. Use my car phone and give me a ring-a-ding when you're done. And watch the rims, player. Treat that baby like the Pope Mobile.
Uy, what a strong bitch. Ever had half and half with a sucia like me?
Yeah, go on.
I'll do things your ruca won't.
I'm listening, honest.
I'm no slut, but I need the feria.
Uh-huh. Real interesting.
Whatever, puto.
Should have shot that.
Oh no, my son!
On special needs cop. Later, Ese.
Hey, Jizzy, it's Carl. I just dropped off your girl.
Church, got a little errand for you to run before you deal with that problem I was just talking about. Some young buck thinks he's a player, been trying to peel my hoes over in Hashberry. Now, one of my girls over there just eyeballed the punk. I want you to get your ass over there and ice that pretender.
You need to...
Nicking and taking everything.
Very bad for you.
You can have him. Get off, dude. like blonde?
It's called amorphophallus titanium. God, I love to say that. Amorphophallus titanium. The sound of it gives me a red-blooded reaction. If I come back as a superhero, I want to be called that. It's amorphophallus titanium, the rare botanical wonder. See his 8-foot protrusion as he pollinates on everyone.
But why does it seem so bad?
It's about marking your territory, my man. You don't mark your territory, do you? You should try it. Pee on the front door of your office. Just see if anybody thinks of coming near you.
Okay, I would try that. Thank you so much for the advice, Maurice.
Oh, I'm here to help, sailor.
Gardening with Maurice, only on WCTR.
Here comes my player. Now you in real trouble.
This is my job, sucker.
Well, I wasn't quite.
Now don't be an idiot. Hey, it's CJ. Just to let you know, you don't have to worry about no competition in Hashberry.
Worried? Did I say I was worried? No, I did not. Now to the real deal. Some of my girls in the Foster Valley been getting knuckled over. I want you to get your ass up there and nose around. Find out what's going on.
FedEx! I'm Derek Thackeray. Grab your balls and run, cause someone's gonna pin you to the ground and give it up. The you-know-where. Winner takes all, including the general warts. Who's on the line?
Why don't you boys ever talk about the real issue in sports today? The loss of tradition. I wore a leather helmet playing football. The left side of my face is paralyzed, but it was worth it. We won the game. I mean, my boy goes to high school, right? And he's actually given a choice of different sports to play. And there's only one sport.
I know it's ruining this country's traditions and history.
I mean, I want him to be a big sports star so I don't have to work no more. He can afford all the drugs and hookers he wants. And he's only gone and started playing lacrosse. Ooh, look at me. I'm carrying my bag on a stick and wearing a skirt. Might as well teach my boy to hunt butterflies.
Okay, I guess you're right. Go on. It all depends how you look at things. Any race
Come on, dude.
Hey,
come on, dude.
Soccer fans,
Who?
go home. We don't want you here. Your game is terrible, and we don't win at it. Next caller.
Hi, Derek. My name's Cole, and I'm a big racing fan. I tell you that where I'm from, there's nothing more exciting than getting shit-faced and going dead.
Yeah, gun in your face, huh?
You want some of this?
Good.
Mr. Jizzy, it's CJ.
You's a bad luck charm, flunky. That girl you dropped off downtown wants out of the game. Her sugar daddy wants to take her off the street. Nobody turns my hoe. You get your ass back to the hotel, and you make an example out of all of them.
My wife ran off with that cop.
What? Hey, screw your wife, pal. Probably a lot of guys did. This ain't Lonely Hearts. I mean, let's stop showering each other in golden sports drink and get this ball back in play. Hello, caller.
Derek, that caller's talking about the biathlon. It's sick, I tell you, and unnatural. This town has never been the same since they had the Olympics here 8 years ago. Kids swinging javelins like ancient Greeks, people running with burning torches, throwing hammers. What kind of man wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to go throw hammers for a living? Ooh, the long jump. Look at me. I can jump really high. great. I have a gun. Wanna fight?
It's distracting us from our primal urge to paint your face with war paint, whip yourself into a sweaty, psychotic Frankie, and then go annihilate and hospitalize complete strangers. Then you bang a bimbo on the sidelines. Bang, bang, bang. Look, I loved high school football, and I loved gymnastics. Hey, Jack from Idlewood.
Yeah. How come you don't talk about the best sport of all, horse racing? I mean, tiny, angry people on horses? How can you go wrong?
Hey, I don't ride anything bigger than me, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's why I never got into rodeo, man. I mean, first off, why would you ride a bull? Go find a big girl. They can use the attention, and that's all we have time for. Okay, hey, I'm Derek. Till next time, play safe, people. Go, baby, go team.
You're listening to WCTO.
The Lord sent me to save your threadbare soul, harlot. Get in the car and remove your filthy vestments, so I may better gaze upon thy corruption. Barber, get us out of here before the devil's right hand snatches this poor girl from salvation.
Right away, your evangelical holiness.
Who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
We just got one 2 years ago after your parents were killed.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American
The devil
Bank
comes
of
to
Los
claim his
Santos,
own.
we'll help you
Godspeed,
get the
driver,
debt you need to make
Godspeed.
life
We need
easier.
more than just the
We'll show you
Lord's
how to look
benefaction.
richer,
Don't worry,
be
girl.
poorer.
The
Your
Lord's
home's
army will
equity.
come to
What
our
exactly
aid.
are you saving it for? You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years.
Now just keep on
It's
dressing.
only a risk if you get
That's
into
right.
money trouble
Put your
or
hand
the
there.
economy changes, which doesn't seem likely. We know living in the suburbs
Man, there
is
he goes.
constant
There it
competition,
goes.
where you're defined by your lawn and your siding. Call American Bank of Los Santos when you need to add a bedroom addition with a jungle swing or a jacuzzi for 8. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Dreams take money. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Let's go find out
Catch
what's
him,
really
dude.
happening in the world. News. I'm
The same
Leanne
exact
Forget,
speed.
WCTR News. We distort, you can't retort. Breaking news. Is skateboarding turning your son gay? Also, San Fierro has been hit by 1/10 scale chaos recently following a series
I
of
can't,
many
yeah.
terrorist attacks.
Trying, dude.
Tiny
The
techno
same exact
terrorists are
speed.
suspected. More on that story as it comes in. A district attorney is facing a long jail sentence after he was arrested
Wow, that's
outside the
hardcore.
Bank Off Hotel trying to escape with well over a ton of marijuana. Police are currently investigating claims it was for personal use. Staying with pot, police are celebrating the destruction of a major haul of marijuana in Flint County recently. Unfortunately, the huge fire caused problems for local wildlife, much of which was found eating chocolate, listening to the same band over and over, and buying fractal artwork. Richard Burns is on the scene.
I am wicked baked. Look where you going!
This is the guy with the amp. Oh, shit! No, dude, I was just...
Whoa! Watch those teeth, girl!
Dude, really? Really?
Everything's been taken care of, Mr. Jizzy.
Oh, CJ, use the player's right hand, baby. Oh, and by the way, that car's just come up over on the APB. Dump it, keep it, whatever. Just keep it away from me, my hoes, and my club.
Oh, for sure, you got that, man.
Triad. JWCTR News. Stay indoors.
Don't get hurt over no cord.
I can tell you're crying out for my help. Get that out of here.
What are my thoughts on the 3I Atlas or 31 Atlas? I always say it's 31 Atlas because every time it's printed it's 31 Atlas, and so no, it's 3I Atlas. Well, that's a 1. Well, no, it's a capital I. Well, capital I, the font should have, you know, a serif on it for it to be an I. If it's just a slash, it's a 1. So it's like the compact typewriter. There is no 1 in the numbers. You got to use an L, lowercase l for 1. What do I think about it? It's a big space rock. One thing that the new Sky Survey, as the years go on, is I think we're going to find that these really rapid interstellar objects are a lot more common than we realize. The only reason that we've even found these really fast objects in the last few years is because we've got so much going on as far as deep space observation, and especially real time and wide field with computer software that can actually like look at millions of dots and determine which ones are moving and how fast they're moving. And it's really just because of our detection tools that we've even found these recent objects. I think that as we gather data over years, decades, with these bigger telescopes, I think we're going to find that these things are coming through the solar system all the time. And it makes sense because, you know, there are obviously cataclysmic events, exploding stars, colliding black holes. There are events in the galaxy, and even in other galaxies and outside the galaxy and clusters and such, that are so profoundly energetic that it absolutely makes sense that we would have very, very fast-moving chunks of debris, very large ones and very small ones, that are going to be hurtling through the galaxy, and it only makes
how do I get up?
That if they're whizzing by our solar system, that a lot of them are going to get pulled in to the gravity well of our star. And so, you know, even if we find an object that has a trajectory that shows that it's not like coming from the galactic plane, that doesn't mean anything, because it's a false perception to think that all of the stars in the galaxy are like in the galactic plane. There's a lot outside the galactic plane. We've got globular clusters, we've got random stars, we've got objects that are outside of the galactic plane that are part of the galaxy, but they're not like in the plane. They're above and beyond and outside in these sort of, you know, clouds and blobs, and a lot of that stuff is left over from the last galactic collision, because as we found out in recent years from more detailed observations of the stars in the galaxy, that our galaxy, the Milky Way, is a barred galaxy. It's got a bar through the center, and that bar in the center of our galaxy is itself a remnant of a galactic intersection, a collision that happened, you know, billions of years ago. So if you imagine, you know, we got this barred galaxy, and in fact our galaxy probably got to be as big as it is because two medium-sized galaxies collided. And when that happens, if you've seen computer simulations of average spiral galaxies colliding, well, first thing that happens is both of those galaxies, they become obliterated. They just become a massive just jumble of stars. And over millions of years, those stars begin to coalesce into a new spiral with some remnants. That's what the bar in the middle of our galaxy is. But part of the remnant of that kind of collision is that not all the stars end up like back into a nice even plane. You end up with globs of stars that remain kind of satellites outside of the galaxy or just above, and just random stars and star systems that don't make it back into the galactic plane. They kind of stay above and everything.
Good, bro.
And, those
No,
stars
that was
are
good. I don't know how I
go
missed.
supernova, and they're going to conk into each other and everything. So yeah, it's not unusual to have a rock come
I know,
from
shitty
basically
car
any
after
direction.
shitty car.
And honestly, let's be real. It could be older than the galaxy. It could predate the galaxy. It could be an intergalactic object coming from, intergalactic space. From an event that happened, 10 or 12 billion years ago. Something that's older than the stars in our galaxy. So, yeah, there are so many possibilities, but we're not going to know anything. This is the bottom line. We're not going to know anything about interstellar objects until we can get a chance to intercept one. And that is what everybody in the scientific community is talking about.
I own a little betting shop in
We've got to get a spacecraft ready. We have to be prepared to intercept one of these objects. We have to have a spacecraft at the ready, either get it into an orbit, or get it into a Lagrange point and park it there, but put like a big rocket motor on it that's just making it at the ready to get going really fast in any direction, but get it out there and get it ready, and then be on the lookout for one of these objects. And when the right one comes through at the right trajectory where we would have a possibility of intercepting it, then we just go for it. And we intercept one of these rocks, and we get up close, and we put a lander on it, just like we've been doing with asteroids in recent years. That's really what we have to do. We have to have a mission specifically to get up there and wait for one of these like high-speed objects, these interstellar objects. Then we gotta go and intercept it, put a lander on it, and maybe the ultimate thing would be to get a piece of one. To get a lander on there that could get a chunk of it, and retrieve it and bring it back to Earth, and we can examine one of these rocks. And maybe if we did all that, intercept one, get a chunk of it, bring it back for examination, and we could look at the geology, the metallurgy of the actual material in it, we could get an idea of how old it is, maybe where it came from, maybe what created it. But yeah, I think these high-speed interstellar objects, I think we're going to find that they're very common. That's where I work. In the lab.
Okay, baby. Time's up for us. Long enough.
In my lab.
Gotta get back to real life here.
The profane-born conqueror, according to the 7th century Syriac text, the Antichrist is defined as a demonic man born of a profane union, destined to arise from the east and become the spiritual conqueror of the West. The Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius provides one of the most detailed and terrifying biographies of the Antichrist in apocalyptic literature. His birth is specifically placed in Chorazin, one of the Galilean cities cursed by Jesus in the Gospels. He is conceived by a profoundly debauched harlot. Some traditions specify an apostate nun who has been possessed by a demon. From childhood, he is raised and instructed in sorcery and deceit in the city of Bethsaida. This theory is particularly horrifying because it provides a concrete and depraved origin story, making him not merely an evil human, but a biological product of demonic power. The manuscript also places his arrival within a clear historico-eschatological narrative. Before he comes to power, the world will experience great chaos from the unleashing of the legendary savage nations of Gog and Magog. Following this, a pious last Roman emperor will arise, defeat the enemies of Christendom, unify the empire, and usher in a brief period of peace. At the height of his power, this emperor will travel to Jerusalem and lay down his crown at Golgotha. It is at this precise moment that the Antichrist will reveal himself, seize the crown, and begin his deceptive reign from Jerusalem. Thus, the Antichrist in this text is the culmination of a geopolitical drama, a tyrant from the East who comes to dismantle the established Christian order of the West. The Cosmoplanos. In the Didache, one of the earliest non-canonical Christian writings, late 1st century A.D., the Antichrist figure is defined as a cosmoplanos, or world deceiver whose power lies in perfect spiritual deception. Unlike depictions of a militaristic tyrant, the Didache paints a picture of a far more subtle and insidious threat. This figure will not arrive with overt force, but will appear as the Son of God, effectively counterfeiting the second coming of Christ. He will perform signs and wonders so convincing that they will successfully deceive the entire world. The primary horror of this theory is its focus on his ability to mislead even the elect. This implies that his appeal will be religious and spiritual, not merely political. The text warns that in the last days, sheep will be turned into wolves and love will be turned into hate. In this climate of apostasy, the world deceiver will rise and humanity will willingly submit to him, believing they are following a divine Messiah. His reign is described as bringing a fiery trial in which many will stumble and perish. Thus, the Antichrist, according to the Didache, is not a physically terrifying monster, but an ideology or figure who perverts truth from within. He represents the ultimate test of faith, where evil arrives wearing the most convincing mask of piety, making the distinction between the genuine and the counterfeit nearly impossible. The Nephilim descendant. The theory drawn from the first book of Enoch defines the Antichrist as the ultimate expression of a supernatural hybrid bloodline resulting from the forbidden union of angels and humans. The Book of Enoch, a highly influential Jewish apocalyptic text, elaborately details the story of the Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth out of lust for human women. Their unions produced a giant race known as the Nephilim, who filled the world with violence, wickedness, and forbidden knowledge like sorcery and warfare. When these Nephilim died, their disembodied spirits remained on earth as the demons that plague humanity. Although the text does not explicitly use the term Antichrist, its interpretation leads to a terrifying conclusion. The Antichrist of the end times will be the supreme manifestation of this corrupted genetic and spiritual lineage. He is not a mere human possessed by a demon, but a fundamentally different entity, part demigod, part human, yet entirely evil. This supernatural origin explains his extraordinary power, irresistible charisma, and ability to perform astonishing miracles. He would be the physical embodiment of an ancient celestial rebellion brought to the world stage. The horror of this theory lies in the idea that humanity will face a preternaturally superior foe, a malevolent demigod whose power derives from non-human sources, making him a nearly impossible deceiver and tyrant to resist. The Man of the Lie. From the Dead Sea Scrolls written by the ascetic Jewish community at Qumran, the Antichrist is defined as the man of the lie or preacher of deceit, the primary earthly agent of the cosmic evil force named Belial. The Qumran community held a sharp dualistic worldview, viewing history as an epic battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. Belial, an entity equivalent to Satan, is the celestial leader of the dark forces. On Earth, he operates through a false prophet or sectarian leader. This figure is their clear counterpart to the Antichrist. His main purpose is to spread false interpretations of God's law, mislead many with his heretical doctrines, and establish a corrupt community. Writings like the Commentary on Habakkuk, Pesher Habakkuk, describe how this man of the lie actively opposes and persecutes the teacher of righteousness, the pious leader of the Qumran community. He is accused of rejecting God's law and building his congregation of deceit through trickery. The struggle between these two figures is seen as a microcosm of the greater eschatological conflict. This theory is frightening because it presents the Antichrist not as a sudden end-times phenomenon, but as an archetype of evil that has been at work throughout history. He is a general in a timeless spiritual war whose goal is to corrupt truth and destroy the community of the faithful from within through insidious doctrine. Nero Redivivus. In the Sibylline Oracles, a syncretic collection of prophecies, the Antichrist is defined as the reincarnation of a notoriously cruel Roman tyrant who will return as a false prophet and world ruler. This theory is deeply connected to the legend of Nero Redivivus, Nero revived. Emperor Nero, whose reign was infamous for its brutal persecution of Christians and extravagant tyranny, was considered by many in antiquity to be the ultimate embodiment of evil. After his mysterious death, rumors spread that he had not truly died, but had fled to Parthia, the east, and would one day return with an army to reclaim Rome. These oracles adopted this legend and transformed it into an eschatological prophecy. This Antichrist Nero figure is depicted as a liar who will return performing great magical signs, conquering the world, and rebuilding Jerusalem. He will usher in a period of false peace and prosperity, which will entice the nations to submit to him. Once his power is secure, however, he will reveal his true nature as a blasphemous tyrant who demands to be worshipped as a god. The horror of this theory lies in the concept that history's greatest evils never truly die, but can return in a more powerful and deceptive form. He is the ghost of the past, resurrected to enslave the future, using the allure of stability and prosperity as his means to absolute tyranny. The beast from the sea. The book of Revelation provides the most iconic and comprehensive definition of the Antichrist as the beast from the sea, a global political leader who heads a final totalitarian world system. While never using the word Antichrist, chapter 13 describes this figure in vivid detail. He is a terrifying monster with 7 heads and 10 horns, a symbol that combines the power of all past world empires that opposed God, referencing the beast in the book of Daniel. His authority is not his own. He is given power and his throne and great authority directly by the dragon, who is explicitly identified as Satan. His ultimate deception occurs when he appears to heal from a mortal wound, a counterfeit resurrection that caused the entire world to marvel and worship him. His reign is absolute and covers 3 domains. Political, he rules over every tribe, people, tongue, and nation. Religious, he blasphemes God and, with the help of the beast from the earth or false prophet, compels all people to worship him. And economic, he institutes the mark of the beast, a mark on the right hand or forehead without which no one can buy or sell. The number associated with his name is 666. This theory is the most terrifying for many because it paints a picture of a perfect global dystopia. A new world order where individual freedom is completely extinguished and participation in society is contingent upon absolute loyalty to a Satan-controlled leader. Beliar, the lawless king. In the apocryphal text Ascension of Isaiah, the Antichrist called Beliar is defined as the incarnation of Satan in the form of an exceedingly cruel king, whose reign is marked by extreme physical persecution. This text, dating to around the 2nd century AD, provides one of the most brutal and sadistic portraits of the Antichrist. He is described as descending upon the world in the likeness of a man, a lawless king, the murderer of his mother, in a reference that almost certainly points to Emperor Nero, again linking him to the Nero Redivivus legend. However, the text goes further by emphasizing his supernatural nature. He is not just a human tyrant, but a manifestation of the angel of lawlessness himself. His primary power is his ability to mimic the miracles of Jesus. He will perform many signs and wonders in the earth. The purpose of this power, however, is to solidify his false claim to divinity. He will sit in the temple and say, "I am God, and besides me there is no other." The central horror of this theory lies in its focus on unimaginable physical cruelty. The text states that he will burn with fire the saints, torturing and persecuting those who refuse to worship him. His is a reign of pure terror, where faith is tested not by subtle deception, but by endurance of extreme pain and martyrdom. The Antichrist in this text is a fusion of a supernatural deceiver and a bloodthirsty, sadistic dictator. The Prince of the Deceptive Covenant. The book of Daniel defines the Antichrist as a brilliant political strategist and master diplomat who uses a peace treaty as his primary weapon of deception and conquest. In Daniel's visions, this figure emerges as a little horn on the terrifying fourth beast, interpreted as the Roman Empire or its successor. This horn initially seems insignificant, but grows to become the dominant power, uprooting other kings and speaking pompous words against the Most High. His primary method, however, is not pure military conquest, but cunning subterfuge. In Daniel 9:27, it is detailed that this prince who is to come will confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, widely interpreted as a 7-year period. This covenant is often interpreted as a comprehensive peace treaty, likely centered in the Middle East and involving Israel. For the first half of this period, he will be hailed as a global peacemaker. In the middle of the week, however, he will reveal his true nature. He will break the covenant, put a stop to sacrifice and offering in the Jerusalem temple, and set up the abomination of desolation, an ultimate act of blasphemy that defiles the holy place. The horror of Daniel's theory lies in the Antichrist's intelligence and treachery. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing on a global scale, a genius politician who exploits the world's longing for peace to build his platform, only to shatter all hope with an unimaginable betrayal. The master of demons, drawing from an interpretation of the Testament of Solomon, the Antichrist is defined as the ultimate occult master, a grand sorcerer whose power derives from his ability to command the demonic realm. The text itself is a legendary narrative, not a direct prophecy. It tells the story of how King Solomon was given a magical signet ring by the archangel Michael, which granted him the power to summon, interrogate, and imprison demons, including their prince, Beelzebul. Solomon used this power for a good purpose, forcing the demons to help him construct God's temple in Jerusalem. However, the text inadvertently creates a model for his antithesis. The theory extrapolated from this speculates that if a servant of God could be given power over demons for a holy purpose, then the Antichrist, as a servant of Satan, will be granted similar power for an evil one. He will not merely be possessed, he will be the master of demons. The miracles and signs he performs will not be illusions or tricks, but real manifestations of dark magic and demonic power under his command. He will be able to unleash legions of evil spirits upon the world to deceive, intimidate, and control humanity. The horror of this theory is that the battle against the Antichrist is not a fight against a human tyrant or a political ideology, but a literal and physical spiritual war against a master sorcerer who has all the powers of hell at his fingertips. The Hollow Messiah. Within the framework of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, the Antichrist is defined as the manifestation of the Qliphoth, the dark, hollow, and illusory side of divine reality. Kabbalah depicts creation as an emanation of 10 divine attributes called the Sephirot, which together form the sacred tree of life. However, there is also a shadow side, the Qliphoth, literally husks or shells, which are the forces of imbalance, spiritual emptiness, and pure evil. They are the empty shells that mimic the divine structure, but possess no substance or light. In some Jewish eschatological traditions, a false messiah figure named Armilus is said to be the personification of these Qliphothic forces. Armilus is depicted as the perfect antithesis of the true Messiah. He will appear incredibly powerful, luminous, and possessing all the attributes of a divine savior. He is a dark mirror image of the tree of life, mimicking each Sephira with his own empty version. On the outside, he is perfection. On the inside, he is nothingness. The horror of this theory is profoundly philosophical and metaphysical. The Antichrist in this view is not simply evil in the form of cruelty or oppression, but the ultimate ontological deception. He is absolute emptiness masquerading as ultimate fullness, a false spirituality that leads to total soul destruction. To follow him is to embrace a void, making his theory one of the most intellectually terrifying, as it attacks the very foundation of what constitutes reality and truth itself.
I'm losing patience fast.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I haven't really seen many people talk about this, so I'm going to talk about it because I like talking about internet safety, internet censorship, all that kind of stuff. Now, what if I told you an entire country just got entirely removed off of the internet, okay? Wild stuff to hear. No, is that country, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, apparently Afghanistan's cell phone, internet services, and everything was basically cut down. So how the heck did we find out about this, ladies and gentlemen? Well, about a day or two ago, an internet, watchdog group known as NetBlocks was just looking at the connectivity, and everything was la-di-da-di-da when it came to Afghanistan until at one point, all of a sudden, the connectivity cratered all the way down, literally within an hour, to 0%. And as we're talking, it is still at 0 to 1%. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all of a sudden an entire country gets removed from the internet. Basically, their people not only get censored, they get completely disconnected. And I believe Afghanistan is like 40 million something people. So just imagine, okay? You wake up one day, you're an Afghanistani guy or gal, and you're like, man, I want to browse the internet today. Everything is gone. Oh, you want to reach your family? Everything is gone. Everything is removed. You know, the basic pleasures somebody has in life getting taken away is absolutely going to piss somebody off. Now, you might be like, well, how does the Taliban end up doing it? Muda, how do they remove people from the internet? Well, they decided they weren't going to use any special, like, technical measures for this. They were just going to start cutting the fiber optic cables in regions. And you might be like, well, why would they do that out of nowhere? Well, it wasn't actually happening out of nowhere. They were actually doing this for weeks. And apparently it was taken to prevent vice, and alternative options will be put in place across the country to meet connectivity needs. Now, that could really mean anything. I mean, at this point, they could probably be using fucking carrier pigeons, because even that is better than what they have now, which is nothing. So for anybody that doesn't understand, vice basically means anything that is fun in this manner. So let's say you're having fun. Let's say you're just relaxing. Let's say you're goofing off with your pals. That could be vice. Some people could look at it as, hey, maybe they're wanting to ban internet pornography or something of that nature, which I'm sure the Taliban could have done if they really wanted to, without completely throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It really, in my opinion, and again, I think most people can agree here, it's a way for them to censor their people and prevent an uprising, okay? You know, when people start talking, the people in power start getting a little freaked out. Now, obviously, look, when you destroy cables, right, if you look at how we connect to each other with the internet, we have things like, you know, submarine cables, which is how we transfer a lot of data from each other. So, for instance, in the United States, these cables, which are owned and operated and maintained by separate entities, connect the internet all the way from the eastern seaboard to, say, Europe and the United Kingdom. And of course, this is what it looks like down over here. These cables literally are carrying our memes, videos, everything across the world for everyone to consume. Now, the thing about it is we have multiple different options. So you might be like, well, couldn't we bypass the Taliban if we use things like Starlink? And you're absolutely right. Things like satellite internet do bypass whatever the Taliban government wants to impose. But remember, satellite internet ain't cheap. And I'm sure for the average Afghanistani, purchasing any satellite connectivity material is probably going to be regulated by the Taliban, so if they catch that shit around your house, you could be looking at a pretty nice beheading your way. Or the other thing is they easily just can't afford it. If I'm in Canada and I go to Starlink and I order Starlink right now, shipping in 1 to 2 weeks to my house can cost me somewhere around $500 Canadian. And that's just what I'm paying right now. Then the actual service costs like fucking $140 plus the service tax, I guess, which is just what a goddamn. I hate these stupid fucking mini taxes, man. They're just so unnecessary. But anyways, not the point of it, okay? $140 a month. You know, I'm paying less for fiber optic connection that is of higher quality than what Starlink is providing. But I don't live anywhere remote. It is something that I don't need. If you live in a place that's remote, or a place where the government can, I guess, control every single ISP, that might be a thing. Now, I believe Starlink does service the entire world. I'm sure they would be able to service Afghanistan. I'm just also sure that most Afghanistanis are not going to be getting access to it. So for the people in Afghanistan who are running their YouTube channels like Beyond the Hindu Kush, yeah, this guy was just uploading videos about Afghanistan, all right? You know, he had a community, a small but vibrant community of like 170 people. Okay, how can we be responsible? And all of a sudden, 3 days ago, we're not seeing any updates. So even the people that are providing a positive glimpse of Afghanistan beyond the oppression that we see, all of a sudden, they're just gone, man. They are gone into the ether. It really is like a fucking digital Thanos snap out of existence. It is crazy shit to see. And again, I know for some people who are like, well, I live in a place where this can happen. The reality is you've just seen another country become North Korea. So, for instance, if you look at what's been affecting them, their airlines have been affected because obviously internet connectivity has been disrupted. Things like health, for instance, are currently affected. So, out of nowhere, they not only threw the baby out with the fucking bathwater, but they really didn't think about the actual major health, you know, the actual logistic related implications regarding, okay? Because I don't think the fucking Taliban necessarily has a whole bunch of expertise behind it. Remember, these are people far into the past, okay? And I thought things were going to change ever since, like, you know, they became more friendly with the U.S. government. But, you know, in the last 6 months to about a year, they've kind of just went off and back into their own way. And all of a sudden, Afghanistan is now a country that is completely fucking disconnected from us. You know, people were complaining about Saudi Arabia apparently buying like EA, but even Saudi Arabia, for as religious as they are, would never, from my understanding, at least disconnect people from the internet, okay? This is an extreme measure to take away from the vices that people are engaging in. And how much of those vices were seriously crazy? I think a lot of it, like I said, is meant to prevent public dissent. This is what censorship is all doing. It's not there to protect the health of a culture. It's there to fucking censor people so that they don't uprise against you. Because if people realize there's a better way to live, not under oppression, they're going to at least fight back, okay? Or at least try to. And the internet is a fucking amazing tool for that shit. Now, obviously, you might be like, well, what other option do they have if it's not Starlink? Well, obviously, there are ways that, at least if you're in Afghanistan, if you have access to, you know, the ability to create a decentralized mesh network, you could potentially be able to have your own network that is outside the control of the Taliban. And of course, this is not something that I would believe is practical, but again, for any of you guys out there that are like, I want to set a mesh network in like my homestead or something, right? Like just for my local community, you can buy devices like this, for instance, these little car trackers and so on and so forth. You can flash and configure them using the guides that are available. And of course, you can connect to these devices using iOS applications, Android applications, or just web clients. So you can theoretically just build your own internet, which is maybe what some people will have to do. Maybe they might have to go to like old school radios just so they can at least communicate over distances with their loved ones. Because you really do take the internet for granted sometimes until you realize that very quickly it can be yoinked away. And this is not a situation where you can just spin up a fucking VPN and they literally cut the fucking infrastructure, okay? There is literally no way to fix that. At any level, the hardware itself is gone, okay? There ain't no software that exists to fix broken hardware, so to speak. Now, one of the things that really kind of hits me about this too is like, again, the North Korea example I brought up was pretty apt. North Korea is also a country where like accessing the internet is not necessarily allowed. For instance, if you are somebody that wants to see what North Korean websites look like, there are a few websites like these that exist, and I have accessed these on my channel. For instance, Air Koryo is a place where you can go to purchase tickets, that this flight offers. Now, obviously, the prices over here are well outside of the scope for the average North Korean, from my understanding, but yeah, you can access certain websites in North Korea. But there is a deeper layer. There is a layer known as Nainara, which I have browsed a little bit on my channel. If you ever saw my Red Star OS videos, this is a long, long time ago. But obviously, countries like North Korea, for instance, are not totally disconnected. Even their own people, from my understanding, can access their own version of an internet, the intranet for them, where they have their own cell towers, their own smartphones, their own devices, operating systems, network protocols, and using these, they can at least actually have access to an internet. Even if it's a highly censored internet, they can at least still communicate with their loved ones. What's happening in Afghanistan is fucking insane, all right? People have completely been disconnected from each other overnight, okay? Literally overnight. The fucking Taliban comes in and starts cutting down the internet, okay? Good old Bob Chandler style, cutting that shit down. Now, obviously, the other thing about this, too, is I've kind of realized that, on the topic of internet censorship, even beyond all of this, too, what the Taliban could have probably done, and I'm pretty sure they might have inquired it, was to actually reach out to the Chinese government about setting up a firewall. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, literally this month, there was a 500 gigabyte leak of the Chinese, internet firewall, like source code, internal documentations, everything. And it came out that apparently the countries that were buying services from a platform known as Gigi, right here, Gigi Networks, they were selling this thing called Tianzhu Secure Gateway, which is billed as a full-featured, one-stop solution to network perimeter security. It performs deep packet inspection on network traffic, classifies their content. Basically, the core of this is that they are setting systems that track every little packet on the internet, because the way the internet works is very similar to this. For instance, if I go over here and I ping Newgrounds, for instance, you can see that I'm sending data. So basically what's happening is, the systems that the Chinese government is selling through Gigi, for instance, to the rest of the world, they're looking at every single one of these packets and seeing just where things are sending to, what's being sent, and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, for China, you can still bypass the Great Firewall using VPN services. You can't necessarily buy VPNs or download them in China, but you can always fly into the country, and provided you have VPN apps on your phone or laptop, you can bypass their firewall. That's something that still, is a circumvention. But going back to the leaks, for instance, right, some of the countries that were buying from them or allegedly in talks were Pakistan, Myanmar, Ethiopia, and Kazakhstan. So countries that are beautiful in their own right, but ultimately led by people that prefer censoring their own so that there isn't any form of fucking uprising. Internet censorship is so far intensive now that, seeing the amount of technologies that are now being sold is mind-boggling. It seems like the internet's about to become a place where instead of all human beings freely communicating with each other, we are now going into our own little segregated sections. It's actually reflecting a lot of what reality is, okay? In the real world, everyone is isolated, obviously, to their own countries, right? And few people in those countries get to fly out and experience the world. It really is a privilege for you to travel to other countries, get visa access. But for, again, internet services, we used to live in a world where communicating with an Afghanistani person, was really easy. You just pull up their screen name on whatever social media service and you talk to them. But now that person has went offline for an indefinite amount of time. And I think it's not far off from the world where, in the future, even living in North America, there's going to be a mass restriction on the amount of services that we can access without proving to the government who we fucking are. That freedom and that anonymity is all but a fleeting thing. Now, obviously, the Taliban is a pretty extreme example. Not every government is like the Taliban, clearly. But, what the Taliban did is not far off from other oppressive regimes around the world. There ain't nothing stopping any other country from just starting chopping the infrastructure and cables and creating a new system to replace it, whatever that may be down the road. But we literally have seen another country become North Korea or at least China overnight. And it's fucking scary to see. But nobody was really talking about it. I wanted to kind of yap about it because I thought it was mind-boggling to see. And it's funny that the VPN companies are bringing this up. Brother, you can't even use the VPNs. They straight up say, our tools help to bypass censorship. But even just here, everything's been cut off. There ain't nothing you can do when things are cut off. So I really do hope the best for the people in Afghanistan. I'm sure that they absolutely can't see what I'm saying right now. They can't hear my words. They can't see my face because of how the internet has been chopped off. But hopefully things do get better for them. And I am genuinely fearful. The internet allows us a window into seeing the lives of people. They can share their stories. Now they have been completely muted. And that, to me, is some really scary shit. You know what I mean? That is some... And it's also similar to websites that you may not even like. Websites, when they're the target of a lot of these governments and a lot of these technical groups or these these ASNs, these ISPs, you can censor anybody you want off the internet. But this is so extreme. This is
on there.
It's gone from existence. They've been Thanos snapped out of existence. Crazy shit to see. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Yes.
Immediately after the Mass for the Jubilee of Catechus, Pope Leo XIV led the Angelus. In his remarks, he focused on praying for all of those who just received this ministry.
Insieme con voi, desidero inviare un caloroso augurio di buon servizio ai catechisti, alle catechiste di tutta la Chiesa sparsa nel mondo. Grazie a voi per il vostro servizio alla Chiesa. Preghiamo per loro, specialmente per
goes on. I am
Let me check.
but I happen to be
Got 'em?
proud of my
Got that
human
one,
body.
that one, that one,
Much
that
as I am
one, that one,
proud
that
of
one.
my
I think
flowers,
you got them all.
when they are blossoming, I like to take pictures of them. When I'm
I think you
blossoming,
did.
I like to take pictures of it. Next caller.
Hi, I live here in Bone County, and I can't get nothing to grow.
Have you had any children?
I sure do. I got 7 kids, and some of them got the same daddy.
Well, you've grown something. Little miniature idiots that look like you. Move out of the desert, you moron.
I guess you're right. Well,
Ready for a
thanks,
worksheet?
Maurice.
I am right. And I'm Maurice on Gardening with Maurice.
Gardening with Maurice,
Oh, yeah.
only on WCTR.
I love my husband more than anything.
Which is why I was surprised to find her sleeping with the teenager next door.
Now I take each day one day at a time. I didn't know what I had till it was almost gone. Now I'm faithful and haven't terminated a pregnancy in over a year. I stopped obsessing about my weight. Now there's just more of me to love. They say America's fatter than ever, but when you're number one, it's time to celebrate. And why not celebrate with cake every day?
Anyone, I think.
Now it's the couple who each thinks the other is screwing America. I Say You Say is next, with the Phillips.
I'm Dr. Phillips, and I'm in the room.
Get to a 10-step program,
That's
Lance.
12 steps.
Yeah, you only deserve 10. I'm also Dr. Phillips, and I'm conservative. Today on the show, is it okay to talk to people we were at war with once?
And the skyrocketing price of buying off politicians.
And we talk to people without health care who are genuinely happy not to be burdened with it. It's political debate and discussion from the right and the wrong side of the tracks.
Let's go to the phones before right-wing anger engulfs my wife. Who's on the line?
Hi, I have an eating disorder, so I like to move to the West Coast.
Okay, luckily Dad's not.
So sad. Maybe you need a support group with some caring friends.
Yeah, maybe you should keep your finger out of your throat and eat a donut. 99% of the world wake up each day and eat dirt, and Queen Pukelon
Yeah.
here can't keep a meal down.
I know. You're doing your threes over here. Look, see the one?
Santos. People
Start
would
at
give their
one,
right arm and left leg
go
to
around to
live
2,
here.
and
It's
stop.
paradise, but you have
Stop
to
on
suffer
2,
to belong.
then
You
go
can't
back
take the
around
heat.
again,
Get out of the
and then stop
nuclear
right there.
reactor. Next caller.
You got this.
I agree with that caller
Ain't
about
nothing
the
for a
nuclear
player.
plant next to the projects. You know, nature has a
You
way
got
of taking
this.
care of poor people. Tornadoes don't like poor people.
Right, like I don't do laundry. I'm liberated, independent, and I have
Bud,
3
you
maids,
taking a
all
snack,
on less
water
than
bottle?
minimum wage. I mean, poor people are so
Anything?
happy to
Okay.
work for me.
Especially when I help them unionize. Do
See
you
your
have a
3.
question?
Boom.
Hey, you know, I got the
3
same
C's.
name as you.
Now look,
Peyton. Oh, well,
you're going
this
to
is
start
family
here and go
name.
all the way down.
Mary. I was called Bruce by my parents, but I prefer Mary.
I think, I don't know. I think it's better if you do one all by itself. Go
Okay, I'm
down.
an
You
atheist,
throw
but I
like
love
this.
the Bible.
And
I
then
have
draw one
100
by
I use
yourself
for
down
hotel
here.
rooms.
What's your question?
I know. Or
Well,
right.
as a mother and a
I mean,
fireman,
I mean
was
right.
what you guys
Not
thought
draw.
about diversity
Right.
in America.
It makes me very nervous.
Well, you see, I'm heavily into diversity. I'm like a
Hey, how many
man with
gummies you
a
taking?
lactating.
Yes, I
Okay.
think you're a little
Just saying.
confused.
No, you're the one that's confused. I'm the one who eats Alaskan salmon and children
All
from
right.
Alabama. I speak English, I eat German food, I practice French adultery, and I weigh as
Girl.
much as Vatican City. I'm an American.
Okay.
That's circus tricky.
Get off
You
our
got it.
show. Mary, would you please stop eyeing the producer?
You're doing good with that pen.
So did I.
Brian's on the line. Hello, Brian.
Hi, my name's Brian. I work at Caligula's Casino in Las Venturas.
Excellent. You take stupid people's money. I love it. Very capitalist. Hey, Brian, what's your concern?
I did really well in the 80s, but the 90s are proving to be a real drag. The music is terrible. The recession is kicking my ass. Everyone I know is giving up recreational drug use. And the president is doing my head in.
The 80s
You're gonna.
were
It's
really
right. It's all right.
materialistic
It's what we're doing. You're
I know,
learning.
I'm a
We're
shallow
learning.
person. Drown me. Look, we need a movie star to be president. It works. They're the best liars. They do it professionally.
Well, so do all politicians. Next caller.
Yeah, I want to talk about deforestation.
Yes, that is a shame what they're doing to the thick, beautiful
lady.
redwoods north of
Yes?
I love sadomasochism.
Infatuation and disillusionment is the American way, but it works. Just look at places without professional wrestling and porno.
Porno is the exploitation of women.
Some people want to be exploited, like factory workers. Others want to be degraded. I mean, really, really degraded. Like a liberal having his way with you. God, it makes me feel so dirty.
Talk more slowly, please, dear. Moving swiftly on from my wife. You're on I Say, You Say, and what's your question?
Yeah, this is Brad.
I'm really into pleasuring myself.
Good grief!
Well, that's my business, but I feel discriminated against. Not only can I not practice my hobby in the privacy of my own garden or car, but my movies are rated as pornographic. I mean, let me ask you a question. Threesomes, right?
Well, that's where our problem started.
Yeah.
The producer.
Well, right. I ran a movie with 2 chicks and a dude, and it's called a porno. People look at me like I'm some sort of creep. But it's natural. But I ran a movie with 2 dudes and a chick. It's all in French. Probably wins awards. Called an art house love triangle. But it's revolting.
No, you're revolting. Get off the airwaves and into therapy, buddy.
Oh, that's the problem with men. You're imbeciles.
And yet you married me.
That's pretty good. Make this nice and sharp.
I was desperate. That's all we have time for, luckily.
Pretty good.
This show is headed downhill.
I know.
When
You just gotta see how it's sharp right there.
Donkey, you get a lot of shit.
See,
We'll
like
see you next
this,
time on I
when
Say,
you
You
stop,
Say.
you just gotta go straight back. You got it. It takes practice.
I
Takes
Say, You
practice.
Say is heard only on WCTR. Be thankful.
Opinions are free, which is why we're here. It's news and talk that our sponsors agree on. WCTR.
Coming up next, it's time for the man who can grow anything big and strong. It's Gardening with Maurice, broadcasting live from his garden.
Howdy doodles. This is Gardening with Maurice.
I hope you got
I
lots
am
Well, you have to color these two.
Ever
Look at
since
this.
man was kicked out of the garden, he's
What do you
been
think?
striving to get back in. I believe all of life's answers can be found in something as simple as a flower. Its stamen, its pistil, its pollen, just like me and you. We're going to the phones. Hello, you're on Gardening with Maurice. I am Maurice. Go ahead, call.
Yes, thanks for having
Now
me on.
stop.
I'm a big
Nope.
fan.
Now go
I have
straight
a
back.
question.
Straight
My
back.
melons aren't big enough. I thought they were going to keep growing, but they
Nice.
just stopped. My next door neighbor
Yep.
has huge melons.
When you
Everyone
stop,
just
when you
spawns
stop, go
around.
straight
They
back.
just
And
feed.
then
Oh,
stop.
they got fruit
Yep.
there. What do I
I can't
do?
believe how much I would love to see your melons. Look, gardening is a spiritual, light journey where you become one with nature. However, sometimes nature needs some chemicals to, kind of kick things into action. There's a fantastic fertilizer I use called pituitarazine. It needs to be injected with a needle, so be very, very careful and inject that right into your melons and they will grow enormous.
Thanks so much, Maurice. You're the best.
Yes, I know that. I've been at one with nature for so long now, I can't remember what it's like to sleep inside. Next call.
God, I was on hold forever. I've heard that facials
What's
are
up?
great.
Well,
Really
hello
make you
there.
look younger.
Have you bought stuff in Mercury? Oh,
Listen,
wait.
honey, I should
Catch you
know.
on the
When you
flip
look like a
side.
train
Later,
wreck, you need a
gorgeous.
little makeup. You sound like a lonely spinster with 2 pussies. Cats.
It's the menopause, Maurice. I'm having hot flashes, okay?
Menopause from men, huh? I should try that. For your face, try Nature's Cosmetic Camouflage. Cleopatra took milk baths with cereal each morning.
That's a
Try
little, yeah, that's getting better.
tomatoes.
You started too far up there. Yeah, you gotta stay below the line. Like that was good. Wow. That's true.
Voyeurs out there
Yep. And then you're gonna color those.
gardening.
Yes.
I want you to join in on the fun. When you stick your hands in the mystery of nature and you pull out a worm or a tuber. Get out the way, butthead! Plump and juicy. Hello, Mike from Prickle Pine in Los Venturas.
Hey, Maurice, first-time caller. My name's Mike. I work on my lawn and garden all weekend long because I got the Blazing Edifice complex. And I like drinking beer and riding around on the lawnmower, too, because, the vibrations are kind of cool. But what's really killing me is I can't seem to get these weeds out of the driveway. I tried napalm. I tried gasoline, of course.
Okay, stop. Listen, I want you to listen to me. Are you listening to me, Mark?
It's Mike.
Okay, that was a test. Okay, I know what your name is. I know it's Mark. Now, listen up. Listen closely. I want you to pave over your entire...
Hey, handsome.
I want you to just pave it over with cement or mass, I don't think so. Whatever.
See you later,
I
sweet
have
cheeks.
the Maurice Mansion completely covered in astroturfy. Which, by the way, is particularly handy.
I got places to be,
in the yard. When your lawn is beautiful.
It's the middle part that's messing you up. Right when you get to the middle here, like this, you gotta stop and go back.
Gardening with
It's
Maurice
crap.
is
It's crap.
sponsored by the
Here,
Happy
boom, got your
Farmer.
color.
Oh, I did it.
And then go get what you like to eat.
Want me to drive it for you?
Somehow knew you were going to say that.
Hydroponics and more. Next door to Blotto's. I'm Maurice. Get off the road until if you're next not time. Drive. Dig a hole and plant yourself.
Yeah. Right.
That is the show that generates more phone calls than any other on WCTR. Gardening with Maurice.
Deal with your ignorance in 1 minute flat.
You're not taking that
Complex
phone into
issues
the
in
bathroom
60
at work, are
seconds. WCTR.
Don't talk to me like that, dude.
Having a child
I'm
is
just
the
telling you.
most
No, I know.
miraculous thing I've ever experienced.
Don't get yourself fired. Don't be going to the bathroom all the time. Don't,
But after a few
I'm just
months, the
saying.
novelty wore off.
I'll have to make you pee that fucking phone here and I'll just fucking
Let's
home.
face it, nobody has time to raise a kid.
I realized after my third child, I hated kids.
All right, there you go. Color them up.
Can't kill them anymore. We're at our wits' end.
I'm miserable.
Oh,
Raising
you
children is
said
cut into my life,
that's
doing
all.
shop, taking exercise classes, and sleeping with my husband's friends. What do I do?
You need a nanny. All
It's
parents need a helping
a
hand now and then, sometimes full
Pretty
time.
trees.
At Hampshire Nannies Limited, all of our nannies were trained by professionals. In England, your little darlings are our priority. If they
Pretty
act up,
trees,
they'll be
pretty
punished
baby.
properly. None of this time out or go sit in the corner business. We'll bring your children up in the classic English manner by making them learn Latin and beating them half to death in a single-sex environment. Discipline gave us an empire. What's more important, your happiness or your children's future? Call Hampshire Nannies today. Say it with me.
I need a nanny.
I'll bang the man.
That's right. You need a nanny. Hampshire Nannies.
Area 53 is next. Don't say we didn't know.
Did the government recruit school children to beat you up in school? Are
Yeah,
those
how's it?
communist spies? I'm Marvin Trill.
Beautiful.
This is Area 53. I'm
I'm,
broadcasting live.
all right,
from my
hurry up.
home
Yeah,
in
sorry to hurry you, but yeah,
Telling
we're gonna have to
it's
take Bubba to
hot
work.
like
We
alien
want to finish
balls
it
in here.
before we
Go
go.
to the conspiracy lines.
Yep.
Hi, my name's Adam First. I've been doing some much-needed surveillance in the desert while hang gliding. I've noticed a peculiar trailer compound where a man is
One
running
more.
around
How many
in a
is it?
spacesuit conducting
Yeah.
rituals with
Yep.
Domesticbots.
What? Well, he probably wants you to leave him alone. Pretending to be someone on TV. Next, caller.
It's me again.
I hear you on that one.
I'll call back when I got proof. You better not be tracing this call.
I don't trace calls. Everything in life should be anonymous.
I
I
can't
tell
make
my
that.
various partners that all the time.
Beautiful.
From Blueberry
One more.
Acres, what do you think?
One more.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Rats.
Truth is wisdom, brother. And brother, wisdom works. That's why we made it up.
You and I have a lot in common. Vivian is calling in from Carcer City and wants to talk about crop circles.
Oh, wow. I never thought I'd actually make it on the show.
Is that because you have a girl's name? Well, here's a conspiracy. Your mom hates you.
Holy shit, how'd you...
OMG, bro. Alright. Beautiful. Not you. Not you, baby.
Try
Talking
reading
to the
between
game.
the lines. And if
Yeah.
that doesn't work, do something.
Look at
And
that
you'll understand
tree.
all about the
Beautiful.
aliens and just where you were planted. Mike on line 10.
Man, I think my dentist is attracted to me. She knocks me unconscious and has her way with me.
Well, it's unlikely, but it could be true.
My teeth feel great, but I feel icky, all dirty and used like a sex object.
I'll tell you what makes me feel icky. The fact I haven't washed in 2 months. Look, whatever you do,
All done.
trust
Good.
nobody. Next caller.
Alright, we got a couple minutes to play. We're getting ready to go. Bud, you ready?
2, 3, 6,
Let's do it.
4, 3, 9.
Well, that's not a very original
Taking your
name.
purse,
No
cool.
robots listen to this show.
Get your shoes on.
We're doing to my Domesticbot brothers and sisters.
Enough of that, little guy. Sounds like he's been programmed for evil. All right, let's get to the real meat of the tale. Newsmen lying to our face about weather balloons. Historians ignoring my proof that WW2 didn't happen. The FDA infiltrated by the
It's in
very
the
device
fridge,
they're
man.
supposed to regulate. Well, mind control devices. But we'll have to leave that for now.
You're welcome.
You are leaving Area 53. You've been
Bro.
abducted. Until next time, stay alert. They're after you.
You're leaving Area 53. Check your rectum.
Talk is cheap, especially on this station. featuring more rich, angry people complaining. WCTR.
The most boring show with a brand new host. Entertaining America with Laszlo.
What?
Welcome to Entertaining America. This is Laszlo. I gotta say it, pardon me, but don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years, just unemployed.
Don't call it a
I'm
comeback.
back. Running the media. God, I love this West Coast vibe. Everybody here's so laid back and lazy. I'm here with a man who gets paid to talk for a living. It's incredible. What a concept. He's called a rapper. Oglock, how are you?
Oglock? It's OG Loke. OG Loke. You hear me, player?
Yes, of course. I hear you. You're a few feet away, man. Listen, I'm a big fan. I love rap, I think. I mean, singing songs about yourself. That's awesome. How you living?
Straight.
Really? Are you really straight?
What? You gonna question me?
Dude, it's cool. If somebody passes it to me, I don't ask questions. It's probably not laced anyway. So, who out there wants to talk to OG Loke? Caller, you're on Entertaining America.
I love the way you rap about the Louisiana person.
the real deal.
You know the French told us Louisiana so we would have a place to show our kids.
My point exactly. Yeah, we need more naked liberty.
Exactly. Look, I'm no rapper, even though I dress like one, but I think I can really get into, getting hammered, singing about setting things on fire, shooting up funerals, blah, 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 striking poses, smoking a lid.
Exactly. You see, the Constitution was written on reefer by dudes with wooden teeth. You see, my clothing company, Low Down, home of the G, says this. I love reefer. It's the rules if you're a rapper.
Wow, those sound like some great rules. You get a lot of flack in the media these days. In a recent press conference, your manager came to your defense.
A lot of people say gangster rap is misogynistic posturing by fake-ass idiots who spend more time in drama school than they ever did pimping or hustling dope. Well, I assure you, OG Loke is the real thing. He's hated women all his life. He's sold drugs to school children. He's murdered innocent people just for kicks. But he rhymes like an angel. And I assure you it's all in a good cause. So either way, you can feel good about yourself listening to this music.
Well, that was very informative. Big Smoke is doing a lot for the community, or to it. He sounds like a great guy. So, I want to get in on this rap thing. Do I have to break dance, do the windmill? Hey, can you body pump?
Come on, Laszlo. You know OG ain't no playboy. I ain't down with that shit. It ain't gangster. I walk the walk. You know what I'm saying?
Fresh. Yo, I'm down. I'm into walking too, but I was thinking maybe we could have a break off, I could spin on my back.
You being funny?
I'm trying to be.
Watch it, fool. I want you. I got the streets. I got a rap. Me and my man Smoke, we took over. I've been gangbanging since I was 3. Ice cold killer.
Excuse me? Gangbanging? I never understood that. I mean, other guys in the room while you're... Ugh.
I'm ice cold, bitch. Don't make me dump on you, G. I'm the streets, man. I am gangster. I'm taking rap in a whole new direction. From now, it's about making words rhyme. And I'm going toe-to-toe with you in a minute.
Why do you rappers get so worked up? You're rich. You've won. Stop shooting at each other. And you keep saying, I'm from the streets. Well, you know what, dude? Everyone has a street in front of their house. That doesn't make you cool.
Oh, we got a comedian, huh? You got scraps, huh, bitch? You down? You mark-ass bitch, punk, trick, buster, fool.
Look, I don't know what you said, but here, this ought to calm you down. I brought you some malt liquor.
You's a buster, fool. Lucky I'll hang you out the window or turn you out, because I'm also a pimp. Including dudes, I'll pimp anything. You hear me?
Oh, dude, I hear you loud and clear, man. You will pimp anything. Listen, how many hot women need a man? Because, it's kind of been a dream of mine to sleep with housewives.
Are you dissing my hoes, bitch?
No, dude. Your hoes are bitches. Your hoes are bitches.
You a buster. What are you?
I'm a buster. I'm a buster. Whatever that is. Dude, put the gun away.
Don't diss my strap.
I love your strap. You're a great guy. Look, I'm just coming down off the 80s. But please, don't shoot me, homie.
Relax, fool. No one's getting dumped on. I'm a warrior poet. I tell a cautionary tale about life on the streets,
Only too well. That was OG Loke. Hey, man, it's been a real pleasure. Straight. Yeah. Good luck with the music. Hope you can make a killing. We'll see you next time. Maybe I'll get to take some callers like I want. If WCTR wasn't holding me back, man. This has been Entertaining America with Laszlo. Peace and chicken grease.
So that's how you're going to be entertained.
All the news the government wants you to hear. WCTR.
Coming soon to the Los Santos Convention Center, it's Mike Andrews.
Understand that it's okay to be poor. There need to be poor people. We rich are the yin, you are the yang. We need you.
He's changed millions of lives with his book, Rags Are Riches. Now hear Mike Andrews live.
Mr. Andrews, I've had a run of bad luck, and I was wondering if the state could help me get back on my feet.
This is the negative kind of self-obsessed and greedy talk that doesn't help anyone. My program will teach you a new outlook on life. Instead of complaining about being poor, enjoy it. Watch TV. Don't vote. Who cares?
But I'm homeless.
You've got it all wrong. Society doesn't owe you anything. The government has better things to worry about, like killing innocent people. You already have everything you need, so enjoy your life.
See Mike Andrews live for only $200, payable in 10 installments. Reserve your seat today.
If you're into exploring exotic places and forbidden fruit, stay tuned. It's The Wild Traveler. Next.
Hello, I'm James Pedeston, world traveler, and this is The Wild Traveler. From Peru to San Andreas in 8 days by balloon. Often while lounging around garden parties, we forget the brave workers worldwide who toil day and night for the products we consume. Some are even so dedicated to our happiness they carry products in balloons shoved inside themselves to be a balloon. Floating. Mesmerizing. We go to the phones. Yes, we do.
Hello? I can't believe you actually recommended we go to Barbados on our honeymoon. It was revolting. You were poor people. I live in Vinewood to be away from poor people.
Barbados is lovely.
Look, I want to be very clear. I'm not racist. Just careful.
Okay.
I like all-inclusive resorts. You can want, be around other people from San Andreas, and the only interaction you have with the locals is that you need a cocktail or some spice in the bedroom with your husband.
Well, that sounds lovely. With people like you, it's no wonder we don't bother curing cancer. Next caller, you're on The Wild Traveler.
Yeah, it's funny. You go on and on about other countries, but you live here. America rules, you commie. Eat me.
Well, we've been trying. Tom, you're on the line.
I'm so sick of England. Oh, let's go to the pub. They're all alcoholics. At least we drink a 24-pack in private instead of hanging out in some social setting making a fool of ourselves. People say it's so civilized in Europe. They got thousands of years of history. Well, I saw a movie about Europe once, and I was disgusted. And people still defecate in their living rooms and cover it up with dirt like a cat. You can't find a decent toilet anywhere, or a good chicken wing. And the strippers? Overcharge.
Good Lord, you're Philistine. You should stay out of England. I hear there is a casino in Ventura's that is just like the rest of the world, only with better toilets and full of morons like you. Do you want culture or do you want safety? It's your choice. Personally, I want irrigation, the colonic variety. That's a whole different story. And it is early. Let's go to the phones. Who's on the phones? No one. Come on. Call up. Anyone? Wouldn't be like this in Peru, I can tell you. There I once made a phone call with 30 boys sitting on my lap. Not because I paid them. They wanted to be there. Or in Mali, where nobody knows what a phone is, and a lot of people have never even heard of plastic surgery, or the Glory Hole theme park. There, the glory holes aren't theme parks, I can tell you. It's violent and bloody and authentic. What are you scared of? You wimps! Give me a call! Someone! Please! Hello, you're on Wild Traveler. Where are you? How romantic.
I want to jump.
I know what you mean. Jump into the unknown. How can it be a sin if it feels good? Anyway, what's your question?
Why am I here?
I don't know. Why are you there? Where are you? Kenya?
No, I'm in Verdant Bluff.
Loathsome place. I'd jump if I were you.
I want to go to hell.
Me too. Buy a refrigerator magnet when you get there. On with the show. Any callers? No? Okay, maybe I should hit the travelogue again. This is from my diary in Sri Lanka. For a few rupees a day, I have employed the services of a young man who has been my guide in pleasure as well as travel. There is something very exotic about him. A Vrinda. He could be a boy, but like many locals, in certain lights, he looks just like a little girl. He is a real minx who knows exactly what he is doing to me. Oh, wrong page. Here we are. Avrinda took me deep into jungle. And there we took part in an ancient rite of passage for adolescents on the cusp of adulthood. We hunted each other in game very similar to the ancient games of Kiss Chase I used to play. No! Wrong page. Avrinda has left me. I'm broken. I thought I meant something. But it seems he would rather become a fisherman than follow me in an exotic life of degeneracy and narcotics as my houseboy. I hate myself. Why does this keep happening to me? Hell! Wrong bit again! Where's the page about watching the elephants mate and it being really disturbing and making me slightly jealous for both parties? Hey! Has someone been stealing pages out of my journal? My producer is jealous. He keeps stealing my stuff and lending it to people. Just last week I heard him saying government agents wanted to look at it. What a load of trash. We have a call, finally.
I just want to tell people about a great holiday.
You mean vacation? We call it vacation. What is it? Searching for a yeti in the Himalayas? Learning to play an alpine horn? Hunting for pythons in Africa?
No, Canada.
But what about a young man to peel grapes? What about fine local herbs?
Hey, it's cheap and it's plentiful. Apart from the rent boys.
What about the food poisoning? What about the starving beggars? What about the political instability and the chance to eat insects?
I don't want boring. Have you seen the news lately?
Philistine. Well, if you want exotic, go to Hawaii. They still trade in beads there and ride planks rather than motorboats. Time for me to head south again. On the next show, we'll be discussing Amsterdam, Paradise Regained, Morocco, Squidgy Smoke. Until next time, travel safe.
Oh, how embarrassing.
I'm James Pedestin, and this has been The Wild Traveler.
This is WCTR, committed to bringing you shows like The Wild Traveler, even if we received a cease and desist.
The news and all the other things that really matter to you, like people dying,
On fire, bodies everywhere,
and explosions.
Is hanging from the trees. This accident is really cool.
WCTR.
The Tight End Zone is next, brought to you by Lager Beer and Redwood Cigarettes. A game just isn't a game if you're not drunk and coughing.
Shit my pants. You're now in the tight end zone. If someone's playing with a ball or two, we're there to talk about it. I'm your host, Derek Thackeray. Today on the big show, clearing out more housing projects for golf courses. Girls in skirts. And we'll visit the rivalry that never dies. Liberty City Cops and Beavers going at it again. Love it, loathe it. Buy the jersey, eat the junk food, call it athletics. I'm Derek Thackeray. Grab your balls and run, because someone's going to pin you to the ground and give it up the you-know-where. Winner takes all, including the genital warts. Who is on the line?
Why don't you boys ever talk about the real issue in sports today? The loss of tradition. I wore a leather helmet playing football. The left side of my face is paralyzed, but it was worth it. We won the game. I mean, my boy goes to high school, right? And he's actually given a choice of different sports to play. And there's only one sport.
I know, it's ruining this country's traditions and history.
I mean, I want him to be a big sports star so I don't have to work no more and he can afford all the drugs and hookers he wants. And he's only gone and started playing lacrosse. Ooh, look at me. I'm carrying my bag on a stick and wearing a skirt. Might as well teach my boy to hunt butterflies.
Okay, I guess you're right. You're wrong. It all depends how you look at things. Any race fans out there? Hey, any football fans? Soccer fans? Go home! We don't want you here! Your game is terrible, and we don't win at it. Next caller.
Hi, Derek. My name's Cole, and I'm a big racing fan. I tell you that where I'm from, there's nothing more exciting than getting shit-faced and going deaf in 110-degree heat and watching cars go in a circle for several hours. Yeehaw!
Yeah, hey, I think that's what it's all about. That and putting a lot of stickers on your car, buddy.
Yeah, that really gets on my nerves. I mean, I'm a bald man. My wife left me because of it. And half the cars are sponsored by baldness remedies.
Castrodon Team Racing?
Yeah, what in the name of my mother's cat is that all about? I mean, racing teams should be sponsored by things that are family friendly, like hard liquor or cigarettes, not the reason my wife ran off with that cop.
What? Hey, screw your wife, pal. Probably a lot of guys did. This ain't Lonely Hearts. I mean, let's stop showering each other in golden sports drink and get this ball back in play. Hello, caller.
Derek, that caller talking about the biathlon, it's sick, I tell you, and unnatural. This town has never been the same since they had the Olympics here 8 years ago. Kids flinging javelins like ancient Greeks, people running with burning torches, throwing hammers. What kind of man wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to go throw hammers for a living? Ooh, the long jump. Look at me. I can jump really high. Great. I have a gun. Want to fight?
It's distracting us from our primal urge to paint your face with war paint, whip yourself into a sweaty, psychotic frenzy, and then go annihilate and hospitalize complete strangers. Then you bang a bimbo on the sidelines. Bang, bang, bang. Look, I loved high school football, and I love gymnastics. Hey, Jack from Idlewood in Los Santos.
Yeah. How come you don't talk about the best sport of all, horse racing? I mean, tiny, angry people on horses? How can you go wrong?
Look out! Hey, I don't ride anything bigger than me, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's why I never got in a rodeo, man. I mean, first off, why would you ride a bull? Go find a big girl. They can use the attention, and that's all we have time for. Okay, hey, I'm Derek Thackeray. Till next time, play safe, people. Go, baby, go team!
You're listening to WCTR. Or maybe you aren't. Maybe you became so offended that the tight end zone has no female callers that you changed stations. I know I would, and have. I'm not here anymore.
Let's be honest about things for a second. Really honest. You came out to the West Coast to get away from something. Everyone does. Let's face it, the Midwest is full of retards. That's why we've got the fastest growing population, a massive economy, and absolutely no history or culture. You used to be a dork, but you moved here, and suddenly you're cool. San Andreas is the land where you can be who you want to be. Change your name, come out, lie about your age, form your own religion, call yourself an actor at wait tables. It just doesn't matter out here. Everybody's at it until the awful moment old friends or family come to visit. Janice understands. Maybe it's time to change your identity. Don't let bad memories blow your cover. We'll teach you all the things you need to alienate your family quick. They'll never think of visiting you again. Select from a list of weird religions that involve burning things, singing children's songs backwards, and loads of television worship. We'll select a member of another race or life form for you to claim as your soulmate, and your dietary habits will go Pacific too. People come to San Andreas to escape their past. We'll help you lose contact with friends and family fast. Janice, it's time to invent the new you.
Let's go find out what's really happening in the world. News.
I'm Leanne Forget, WCTR News. We distort, you can't retort. Breaking news. Is skateboarding turning your son gay? Also, San Fierro has been hit by 1/10 scale chaos recently following a series of mini terrorist attacks. Tiny techno-terrorists are suspected. More on that story as it comes in. A district attorney is facing a long jail sentence after he was arrested outside the Vankoff Hotel trying to escape with well over a ton of marijuana. Police are currently investigating claims it was for personal use. Staying with pot, police are celebrating the destruction of a major haul of marijuana in Flint County recently. Unfortunately, the huge fire caused problems for local wildlife, much of which was found eating chocolate, listening to the same band over and over, and buying fractal artwork. Richard Burns is on the scene.
Traffic gangbang.
I am wicked big. Hey, man, in the movie, you got shot, but you look great, baby. Hey, who's the guy with the amp? Oh, shit. No, dude, I was just checking to see if she was in heat. No, it's cool, dude. She's your dough. Dude, be cool.
All right. Inhabitants of Bone County reported further inexplicable lights over the desert.
Yeah, sure did.
Government officials blamed the water supply. And more positive news came from street good guy Big Smoke, who today unveiled his new orphanage in a ceremony in Los Santos.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to say this is a great day for the impoverished and disadvantaged of Los Santos. And it's a real honor that I am as generous as I am. I remember when I was a little boy, my dear mother would ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I said, Mom, I want to be a saint. It's a great opportunity. The Big Smoke Orphanage teaches kids important skills. I was an orphan. I struggled. I saw friends make mistakes and get pulled from the path of righteousness, but now, thanks to the generosity of a great man like me, kids is gonna be safe. Big Smoke, baby! Remember the name.
In crime news, Asian gang trouble in San Fierro is on the rise, with problems developing between Chinese triad gangs and Vietnamese gangs. A government official released this statement.
Hey, if they want to kill each other, let them. It's great. It means your taxes go down.
I'm Leanne Forget, WCTR News. Stay indoors.
Want me to drive it?
Have you heard the #1 gardening show in San Andreas? If not, here's what you're missing.
Pesticides. Exploring damp gopher holes. My new walk-in closet. What's on your mind about gardening?
Tubers and root vegetables.
Oh, God, not you again.
Is it okay to cut the eyes out of a potato and eat it?
Well, why don't I come over and cut your eyes out and eat you?
I haven't got all day.
If you purchase the Gardening with Maurice calendar, it's in the August section, next to the picture of the firefights and the cute Pomeranian puppy.
Yeah, I bought that calendar, but on every page, you're naked and in a different garden. And the guys at work make fun of me.
Well, listen, if you're ashamed of your human body, then
go
keep your
fast,
clothes
hit
on.
the gas
I am
pedal.
blossoming.
I've seen the future. Virtual reality, my friend. All is
But I
well.
happen to be proud of my human body as much as I am proud of my
I
flowers.
just had this thing
When they're
to tell.
blossoming, I like to take pictures of them. When I'm blossoming, I like to take pictures of it. Next call.
Hi, I live here in Bone County, and I can't get nothing to grow.
Evil spirits room around.
I sure
Catch
do.
you
I
later.
got 7
Goodbye,
kids,
Angel.
and some of them's got the same daddy.
Well, look, you've grown something. Little miniature idiots that look like you.
Hey!
Move out of the
I
desert,
was
you
racing.
moron.
I guess you're right. Well,
Pull off the road,
thanks,
idiot.
Maurice.
I am right. And I'm Maurice on Gardening with Maurice.
Gardening with Maurice, only on WCTR.
If you crave news, WCTR, West Coast Talk Radio.
There's nothing bigger. You're as big as a mountain. Now dress like one. Gain the confidence and freedom to really eat again. When you were little, your mom got you clothes you could grow into. The same applies here. Because she loves love handles. If eating for you means 9 trips to the buffet, if exercise means picking up the remote, if making love means eating 3 hot dogs, if you've got bigger breasts than your wife, then don't walk, and especially don't run, but drive very slowly down to Kilimanjaro. We've got the clothes for you. From romper suits for wearing around the house to outsized Hawaiian shirts and elasticized trousers for the office. There's nothing better. There's nothing bigger. Kilimanjaro, the clothes shop for enormous men. Celebrating
silly.
no
You got
diet
up
day.
super early.
Fat liberation is here at Kilimanjaro.
Put it in drive, dude.
Do you know who I am? Get out of the way, my man.
Music is where I want to be. Ah, you asshole, my shit!
Dude, get out of the way.
Cockadoodle Cluck, welcome. Enjoy a doodle-doo.
These steps.
All right, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Kick ass, man.
We're closed, Puckeye.
Easy, man. I'm here to see Woozy.
Oh. Upstairs.
Stupid ass motherfucker.
Come on, Birdstone. Come on, go. Come on, you can do it.
I'm Johnson. I'm here to see Woozy. I work with him.
Yes, right this way. You know of the boss's curse?
Curse? Nah.
He's blind.
Blind? But we was just racing cars last week.
Yes, I know. He's blessed with unbelievable good fortune. And the triad that would do anything for him, we call him our lucky mole.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Good.
Woozy!
Hello, Carl.
Hey, what's happening, Woozy? You know, how you doing?
Straight to the facts. I can't use your help unless I'm open with you about who I am and what I do. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the boss of the Mountain Plowboys.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Why don't you sit down? As Daidai-lo of the Triad, it is my responsibility to see that disputes are settled without damaging important business.
Where I come in at?
We shall see. I'm about to drop in on a local triad that failed to show face at the last Tong meeting. Come with me, and you'll see how we triads settle things without recourse to unnecessary violence.
All right, I'll ride with you.
We'll need a ride. Mine's getting some body work done to it.
All right, don't trip.
Yeah, I bought that calendar, but on every page...
The Blood Feather Triad have a storehouse around the block. We shall see what excuses they have to offer.
Well, listen, you're ashamed if you're in body.
Okay, so what's all this talk of business?
Some small-time Vietnamese gangs have been making trouble lately. We're not sure why they're gaining any courage now, but I'm nervous about the situation.
How do I fit in all of this?
You're an outsider.
When I'm blossoming, I like to take...
This is a place. Come on, it's this way.
Your vehicle appears to be in the way.
Now, where's that loose cobble?
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Just checking the, shut up, Carl. This way.
Hey, what's with all these people? Where they going?
Something isn't right here. We should be careful. Follow me.
What's wrong? You lost? You need a hand?
No. I was just, getting the feel of the place. Stick close. Ah, we're here. This way. Strange, this gate is usually locked. Stick close.
Oh, man. Woozy.
What's got you so spooked? Oh, sorry. Didn't see you lying down there.
He's dead. They all are.
The blood feathers wiped out?
Die low. Forgive me. I was too scared to fight, so I hid.
Enough. What happened here?
Vietnamese surprised us. Cut us all down. Shit! Here they come again!
The Triads must have vengeance!
Some cover!
You will wander as ghosts!
Yeah, got a gun in your face, huh? You want to hold him, huh?
Keep them distance!
Okay.
Welcome to America.
Give me the kill, bro.
Yeah, what you gonna do now, huh?
Hell, shooters! That was a sniper bullet!
Yes, he. What you gonna do now? Ah!
Hey, look out! Curse, asshole!
I gotta get close. I
gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta run at him with this. Yep.
In the car, quick!
Thank you for letting me through that. It's on easy mode.
We got more company.
You drive. I'll send them back to the sewer.
Fertilizing minds. Enough of you, boy.
You can spend time trying to pronounce financing, or you can...
What are you doing?
Stop! I can help you with your anxiety.
What the fuck's name are you doing?
Immediately after the Mass for the Jubilee of Catechists, Pope Leo XIV led the Angelus. In his remarks, he focused on praying for all of those who just received this ministry.
Insieme con voi
desidero inviare un caloroso augurio di buon servizio ai catechisti, alle catechiste di tutta la Chiesa sparsa nel mondo. Grazie a voi per il vostro servizio alla Chiesa.
Dear, stay clean.
See you later, handsome.
Preghiamo per loro, specialmente per quelli che operano in condizioni di grandi difficoltà. Dio vi benedica tutti.
In addition to praying for them, he also took the opportunity to remember the people of Asia who are suffering because of the powerful typhoon that struck countries such as the Philippines, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Vietnam.
Sono vicino alle popolazioni colpite, specialmente le più povere, e prego per le vittime, i dispersi, le numerose famiglie sfollate, le moltissime persone che hanno subito disagi, e anche per i soccorritori e le autorità civili. Invito tutti alla fiducia in Dio e alla solidarietà. Il Signore doni forza e coraggio per prevalere su ogni avversità.
As a final note, the Pope made an announcement that brought joy to many listening in St. Peter's Square. St. John Henry Newman now has a date for becoming a doctor of the Church.
Ho la gioia di annunciare che il prossimo 1 novembre, nel contesto del Giubileo del mondo educativo, conferirò il titolo di Dottore della Chiesa a St. John Henry Newman, il quale contribuì in maniera decisiva al rinnovamento della teologia e alla comprensione della dottrina cristiana nel suo sviluppo.
The day concluded at the Vatican with hundreds of faithful gathered around the Pope, praying for the new catechists and celebrating the announcement of the Church's newest doctor.
"23 stab wounds. This was no casual execution, nor even a simple assassination.
Everything you need to get even.
This was a carefully orchestrated ritual in the marble heart of Rome. On that day, the Ides of March, the Senate was transformed into a hotel and caused Julius Caesar, the man who almost proclaimed himself a god, became the sacrificial victim. The irony became unbearable as his punctured and bloody body fell at the foot of the statue of Pompey, the enemy he had previously defeated. Rome, with its love of symbols, could not have chosen a crueler scenario. The conspirators, the men who the night before had shared bread and wine with Caesar, rose to their feet, their daggers still warm in their hands. They did not flee like common assassins. Instead, they raised their stained weapons to the sky, proclaiming themselves liberators.
The wars are coming, you hear?
In their minds, the blood still tasting of the blades was the price of freedom, the heroic act that would save the Republic. He believed he had cut off the head of the serpent of tyranny. But the question that echoed around the walls of the Senate was whether they had truly liberated Rome or simply unleashed irreparable chaos. The crowd in the forum did not shout for joy. There was no applause or flowers thrown at their feet in dismay. There was silence. A dense silence, heavy with fear, more deadly than any cry. For the people did not fear the dead, but the living who had drawn knives against their leaders. The Republic was for philosophers and senators, but for the common citizen what mattered was the bread on the table, the military victories and the stability that Caesar had offered.
The revolution is coming.
And suddenly, that stability was shattered. This contrast reveals a brutal truth.
Their serial numbers.
The people of Rome did not live in the luxurious villas of the Palatine, but in the rudest of the Curia, in streets filled with dust, hunger, and superstition.
Perfect for killing.
While the conspirators spoke of freedom, the only thing they offered was blood and an uncertain future. For the ordinary Roman, the abstraction of the res publica was worth little compared to the security that a single strong man could guarantee. Caesar's sacrifice, far from being perceived as an act of salvation, was felt as a betrayal of order. The mastermind of this plot was Gaius Cassius Longinus, consumed by a resentment more personal than political. But the visible face, the most heartbreaking symbol, was Marcus Junius Brutus, Caesar's adopted son, his protege.
Don't tell me that's the same
dagger
name.
that pierced his body was
That
more
pierced
piercing for
Christ. Do
betrayal
not tell
than
me
for
that's
stealing.
the same name of the soldier that pierced Christ.
Tradition has it that Caesar's last words were not filled with hatred but with pain. "You too, my son?" In this sentence, which still resonates like a phantasmagorical echo in history, is condensed the entire tragedy of Rome, the assassination not of a tyrant but of a father by his spiritual son. The conspirators, blinded by arrogance, marched toward the capital, believing that they would be hailed as heroes, as the new founders of the Republic. There they entrenched themselves, convinced that the entire city would bow before them. But they had underestimated something that the Stoics of their time understood well. Men can endure chains if those chains bring bread and order. Abstract freedom never rivals concrete security. Furthermore, the conspirators had forgotten the sacred dimension of power. In Rome, Caesar's office was not merely political, it was almost religious. He represented fortune, fate itself. By stabbing him in the Senate, they had not only committed an assassination, they had carried out what many considered sacrilege. The marble of the sacred place was stained with blood, as if the gods had witnessed a profanation. And when a people believe that these gods have been offended, no amount of speech can calm the storm. If we look at it with modern eyes, the act of the conspirators involves so many attempts to overthrow tyrannies throughout history. Revolutionaries always believe that the people will rise to acclaim them, but they forget that people do not dream of abstract ideals, but of bread, work, and peace. In this error lies the eternal irony of politics. The monster of tyranny is killed in order to give birth to an even greater monster. At that moment under the columns of the Senate, what was acquired was not freedom, but a power vacuum, and vacuums do not last long. Soon, it would be filled by more cunning, more ruthless men, capable of using Caesar's memory as a weapon. The conspirators believed that the act of stabbing the dictator was the end of an era. Without knowing it, they had just opened the door to an even darker era where power would no longer be shared but concentrated in a single hand.
Caesar, the Yay leaving San Fierro, right?
They did not know it.
Bikes, CJ, and they go cross country.
But what they had unleashed was not the Republic, but the
Not
ghosts
right
that
now.
would destroy
I gotta
it.
check into some shit.
The dagger that pierced Caesar's body also pierced the heart of Rome. And as the marble absorbed his blood, the entire city was marked by a silent oath. Revenge would soon come. The Senate attempted to quell the storm with a desperate decision, granting amnesty to the assassins. It was a fragile pardon, barely a veil over an open wound that still bled. Brutus and Cassius descended from the Capitol as if nothing had happened, believing that the truce was enough to pacify Rome. They even sat down with Mark Antony, sharing bread at a dinner where every smile was as false as a knife hidden under a toga. They were fooling themselves. They thought they controlled the Senate, that the daggers gave them power. But they made a fatal mistake. They allowed Caesar to receive a state funeral, and in so doing they delivered the city over to rhetoric, to the manipulation of emotions, to the theater of grief. Brutus spoke first in the forum. His speech was the masterpiece of a Stoic philosopher attempting to justify a crime through logic. He explained that he had not killed Caesar out of hatred, but out of love for Rome. It was not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more, he declared in a firm, almost serene voice. To many in the crowd, these words resonated like the cold truth of a surgeon cutting through flesh to save the patient. For a moment, the people seemed to accept the necessity of the sacrifice. The silence of the forum broke into a murmur of approval. The conspirators breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that they had succeeded in convincing the hearts of the plebe with the arguments of reason. But then Mark Antony stepped up to the podium. He was no philosopher, he was a soldier, a consul, and above all a master of emotional manipulation. His voice began not with shouts, but with a whisper laden with pain. Roman friend, compatriot, pay attention to me. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The words slipped like sweet poison into the ears of the crowd. He said that Brutus was honorable, that all the conspirators bury them. He repeated the phrase over and over, honorable men. Each repetition was a blow of iron wrapped in velvet, gradually eroding the credibility of the assassins. What began as respect turned to sarcasm. Honorable became an accusation. Antony did not stop at the word. He lifted Caesar's purple toga, stiff with dried blood, and showed it to the people. The holes cut open by the daggers were more eloquent than any speech. He singled out and named each assassin. Here Cassius, the Casca, here the dear Brutus. The crowd no longer saw a fallen dictator, but a man betrayed by those he had trusted. The marble Senate became a martyr's palace and Caesar a profane saint. Then, the final blow, Antony unrolled a papyrus, Caesar's testament. Before the attentive crowd, he revealed that Caesar had bequeathed his private gardens to the people to be turned into public parks, and even more powerful, he had left each Roman citizen 75 drachmas. The crowd was silent for a moment, incredulous. Then the silence was broken by roars of fury and grief. The people who a few moments before had listened calmly to Brutus were now burning with anger. The bands and tables of the forum were torn down, piled up and lit in an improvised funeral pyre. There, amidst the flames, Caesar's body was raised to the rank of a divine hero, and with the torches lit by that sacred fire, the crowd transformed into a mob. The people no longer sought a liberator, they sought assassins. The first to fall was a poet, Quis Elvius Sina, mistaken for a conspirator. His cries of innocence were in vain. He was torn to pieces in the street, a victim of the people's blind fury. The city had changed masters. The liberators who dreamed of applause watched from their homes as the masses they claimed to be saving turned against them. The Forum had become a hell, and Rome was no longer their ally. The republic he claimed to be restoring was crumbling under fire and blood. The crowd, inflamed by Antony's words, had chosen its side. Brutus had appealed to reason, but Antony had invoked the heart. And in Rome, as in all ages, the heart always wins. Caesar's funeral sealed the fate of the conspirators. They were no longer senators, they were prey. And as cries of vengeance echoed through the streets, a new name began to be whispered in the shadows. A name that would soon be shouted on every street corner. Octavian. Caesar's heir was about to enter the scene, and with him the real hunt. Hundreds of miles from Rome, in the Greek city of Apollonia, a sickly and almost unknown young man received a letter that would change the course of history. He was 18 years old, with a frail body and failing health that many considered unsuitable for politics and war. His name was Gaius Octavius, and until that moment his destiny had been reduced to that of just another young aristocrat lost in anonymity.
We'll need a ride.
But written in that letter was something more powerful than any legion. Julius Caesar, his great-uncle, had posthumously adopted him as his son and principal heir. He inherited not only Caesar's colossal fortune, but something more dangerous, his name. In Rome, a name could raise armies and make cities tremble.
The Blood-Feather Triad have a
Octavian
storehouse
understood the magnitude of both the gift and the condemnation. By accepting the inheritance, he became not just another wealthy aristocratic youth, but Caesar himself.
Vietnamese gangs have been making trouble lately.
Every syllable
We're not sure
of
why
that
they're
name
gaining any
conjured
courage now,
conquests,
but
booty,
nervous
triumphs,
about the
and
situation.
bread on the tables of the poor.
Fit in all of this?
You're an outsider.
Octavian was weak in body,
This is a
but
place.
his new identity
Come on, it's
transformed
this
him
way.
into a political giant. When he returned to Italy, many underestimated him.
Where's that loose cop?
Mark
Hey, what the
Antony,
hell you
the
doing?
consul who had
Just,
set himself up as
checking the-
master of
you
Rome
know,
after
shut
Caesar's
up,
death,
Carl.
looked
This
down
way.
on him with contempt. To
Hey,
him,
what's with
the
all
pale
these
young
people?
man was
Where they
little
going?
more than a nuisance.
Something isn't right here. We should be careful.
He did not
Follow me.
hand over the inherited fortune, trying to stifle any ambition. It was a monumental miscalculation. Antony believed that power lay in money and weapons, but he failed to understand that Caesar's most powerful weapon was not gold, but a myth.
What's wrong, you
Octavian
lost?
began
Need a
signing
hand?
under the name
No,
Caesar
no.
Octavian,
I
an
was
act of
just,
audacity and
getting the
genius.
feel of the place.
The plebs
Stick
recognized him immediately. This weak young man was the reincarnation of their murdered benefactor. And when Antony refused him the money, Octavian made a gesture that made him a legend. He sold his own properties, even the one that remained to him from his family. And with this money, he paid each citizen the 75 drachmas that Caesar had promised in his will. He followed the words of his adoptive father with religious fervor. This gesture, more than any speech, elevated him to the rank of popular leader. The people hailed him as a new Caesar, but more importantly, the veterans of his father's legions saw him as the rightful heir. Men hardened by decades of war, seasoned in Gaul, Hispania, and Egypt, began to swear fealty to him, not because he asked for it, but because they recognized in him the continuity of their immortal commander. Thus, Octavian discovered a truth that Caesar's assassins would never have imagined. Loyalty to Rome could be bought, and the price was not low, but it was written in blood and coins.
I knew it.
In a society where war was the foundation of glory, the army did not serve the republic. It served whoever could feed and clothe it. And that someone, suddenly, was Octavian. The psychology of the young heir deserves attention. He was sickly, fragile, even timid, but his weaknesses transformed him into a relentless strategist.
You gotta get better at switching weapons, bro.
He learned that he could not win by the strength of his arms. So he decided to win by the strength of his calculation. Every decision he made was cold, rational, almost surgical. He did not trust in chance. He trusted in his ability to transform fragility into weapons. If Antony were a roaring lion, Octavian would be a serpent that slithered through the shadows until it suffocated its prey. His rise was rapid, almost unbelievable. In a few months, the invisible young man became Mark Antony's rival. He stole legions from the consul's son, luring them with money, promises, and the mystical power of Caesar's name. He understood something essential. In Rome, politics were not played out only in the Senate, but in the military camps. There, under blood-stained banners, men decided to whom they would obey, and they chose Octavian. What began as a silent duel between a young apprentice turned into a war for Caesar's legacy. The young man no one feared became the architect of revenge. The conspirators who had brandished their daggers in the Senate did not yet know it, but they had lit a fire that Octavius would feed until the last of them burned. At that moment, Rome had a new monster. This was not a triumphant general. This was not a charismatic politician. This was something more disturbing. A young man with an immortal name, a growing fortune, and a will to do. Octavius had awakened, and his awakening would mark the beginning of the end for all who had dared to touch the body of his adoptive father. Rome burned with tension. The people cried out for vengeance. The Russians could still smell the smoke of Caesar's funeral pyre. And the Senate was a theater of betrayal. In this scenario, three men found themselves on a small, mist-shrouded island on a river near Bologna. Mark Antony, a veteran consul and a relentless warrior. Gaius Octavius, the young man who now signed under the name of Caesar, and Marcus Lepidus, an experienced general but more opportunistic than idealistic. This meeting was not an honorable pact, but the birth of a political monster, the second triumvirate. It was not an alliance, it was a blood contract. Three hungry predators sharing a corpse, the corpse of the Republic. There, between the end and the top of the turmoil, they divided up the world like the spoils of war. Each received territories, riches, armies, but there was a common obstacle, the internal enemies.
Hi, handsome.
And to eliminate them, they decided to unleash an instrument of terror that would surpass any dagger, the proscriptions. The proscriptions were lists of the dead, names written on plaster tablets and nailed to the forum. These were not trials, not accusations, they were public condemnations. Anyone could kill the designated people and claim a portion of their property as a reward. The rest was destined for triumph. Rome was plunged into absolute paranoia.
Well, yeah.
Overnight, the life of a senator, a wealthy merchant, or a general could be extinguished with a signature and his fortune confiscated. The city became a head market. Morality collapsed. Slaves murdered their masters to gain freedom. Sons denounced their fathers to inherit their land. Lifelong friends became executioners in the hope of reaping profits. The poison of treason penetrated every home. There was no longer any trust, only fear. Rome, the cradle of law and republican virtue, had been transformed into a legalized slaughterhouse. In this butchery, Mark Antony exacted one name with particular ferocity, Marcus Tullius Cicero. He had not participated in Caesar's assassination, but his speeches against Antony had been verbal daggers that tore him apart in public. For Antony, Cicero had to die. And not just die, he had to be humiliated. Octavian, whom Cicero had helped to rise in politics, had the opportunity to protect him. But he chose the opposite. He sacrificed him without batting an eyelid, demonstrating that for him gratitude was worth less than opportunity. Antony's soldiers held him near his villa. Cicero, resigned, ordered his servants not to resist. He offered his blow with stoic dignity. The sword fell, his head and hands were cut off. Those same hands that had written speeches that inspired generations were paraded on the forum, nailed to the rostrum. It was an act of calculated barbarity, the symbol of free speech reduced to mutilated flesh. The city was scarred. The Republic was no longer a shattered dream. It was a corpse torn to pieces in the middle of a public square. The conspirators who plunged their daggers into Caesar thought they had killed a dictator, but what they had really unleashed was a collective monster, a regime of terror that fed on the blood of its own aristocracy.
The wars are coming, you hear?
The triumvirate thrived on violence. Its coffers filled with confiscated wealth. Its armies swelled with the promise of booty, and its power was legitimized under the guise of legality. It was the triumph of brutality over virtue, of the sword over words. Rome was no longer ruled by senators but by crowned butchers. What was achieved on that island was not a restoration of the Republic but a pact of jackals who divided up the entrails of the empire. The price was thousands of citizens who had never raised a knife against Caesar. Fear became the law, blood the language of power. And among these three men, Octavian learned in silence, watching.
Go away!
For while Antony and LPID delighted in violence, they understood that terror was a useful tool, but that true victory would lie in time, patience, and the manipulation of symbols. The young Caesar was not yet the strongest, but he was already the most dangerous. His coldness set him apart. For Antony, proscription was revenge. For Octavian, it was a method, and soon that method would lead him to eclipse his own allies. The fate of Rome shifted to a plain in Greece called Philippi. There, face to face, more than 200,000 men gathered. The greatest concentration of military power the Roman world had ever seen. On one side, Mark Antony and Octavius, united by the name of Caesar and fueled by a thirst for revenge. On the other, Brutus and Cassius, the self-proclaimed liberators who held aloft the dying idea of the Republic. This was more than a battle, it was a judgment of the gods, one arena against another. Cassius, a veteran of multiple campaigns, understood that his forces were better positioned. He had control of the sea, abundant supplies, and could slowly wear down the triumphs through famine and disease. The logical strategy was to wait, but Brutus, a philosopher turned general, was unable to withstand the pressure. Omens tormented him. The eagles that had previously accompanied his legions had been replaced by ravens and vultures. And one night, in his tent, a frightening shadow appeared to him. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am your evil spirit, Brutus.
Now just listen to me.
We will meet again at Philippi,"
now,
the figure replied.
That you listen to
Some
me.
would say it was Caesar's ghost,
I ain't no
others the
retard,
manifestation of his own guilt.
What you think? What you and Mike
The first battle
I'm
was
just
a
pretty
haze of
face
dust
to
and
y'all?
blood.
Is that y'all game?
On the right flank, Brutus's troops,
Now this here
driven
is
by
the
an
dumb
almost
muscle that I
suicidal
was talking
fervor,
about.
annihilated the Occitan
Carl
lines.
T-Bone. And in
The young heir narrowly escaped
Sup?
death. To the Republicans,
Don't
it seemed a
mind him,
glorious
we go
triumph.
way back.
Hey, Holmes, don't be
The
such
dream
a
of freedom
beachy
was
liability.
reborn under the Macedonian sun, but at
Liability
the other
for
end
what?
of the field,
Now, there's
the
3 of us
story
and I'm
was
getting
different.
20%. What type of math is that?
Mark
That's
Antony, with
food
implacable
math,
discipline,
player.
crushed Cassius'
You
forces.
and mine. I sell my
The
soul
camp
to you
fell,
guys.
the soldiers
And
fled,
that's what it's gonna
and chaos
come down
gripped
to,
his
huh?
army.
Screwing me out of my 13%.
Cassis retreated to a hill to watch.
You agreed.
From there, he saw smoke.
Besides, we could have said 5%.
He saw cavalry galloping toward him and thought they were enemies.
Cat got your tongue?
What was
You was
actually
bad at
approaching
talking
was a
as it is
friendly
in
detachment
mathematics.
that had come to announce Brutus' victory.
Hey, you want to make this shit
But the
personal,
fog of war
Wesley?
deceived him. He believed that all was lost, that
Yeah.
Brutus had been defeated.
What?
In that moment of despair, he handed his dagger to his freedman
I
and
gotta
ordered
bounce.
him to
Oh, no,
kill
you
him.
don't. I invented
Covering
that
his
trick,
face
baby.
with his cloak,
Carl,
he received a
come with
fatal
me.
blow.
We gonna have to
The
bust us
irony
a
was
couple of
cruel.
melons up in here.
He killed himself
What
with
do
the
you
same
mean the
weapon
ship
that he
is
had
an
plunged
ambush?
into Caesar's
We can't
body.
just go out there, T-Bone. It could be a DEA
He died
trap.
not from real defeat, but from an illusion. When the messengers arrived, crying that Brutus had won on his flank, they found only the corpse of Cassius. Brutus wept, mourning him. The mastermind of the conspiracy had died, but his soul remained. For 3 weeks, the two armies watched each other motionless as the tension grew with each dawn. Morale in the Republican camp was collapsing. The victory had been fleeting, a mirage. The shadow of Cassius loomed large over all, and many soldiers began to desert. Brutus, harassed by his officers and tormented by the ghost of Caesar, decided to do the inevitable, force a second battle. It was a deadly mistake. Philip's second battle was not a whirlwind of chance, but a planned execution.
God dang, how does it...
Brutus' troops charged with desperation, not conviction. They faced hardened veterans who fought not to survive, but to triumph. The Republican line broke.
I'm losing patience fast.
Retreat became flight, and the dream of the Republic bled out in the mud. Brutus escaped with a few officers, taking refuge in the hills, listening to the cries of victory from his enemies. There, surrounded by the darkness of the Greek night, he understood that it was all over. He looked at his friends and uttered words that finally revealed his inner collapse. Perhaps the virtue for which he had sacrificed everything was just an empty word, and he had been a slave to fortune. He refused to be captured alive, refused the humiliation of parading him as a trophy in Rome. He asked his friends to kill him. Clitus refused, so did Dardanus. Finally, his friend Strato died the sword while Brutus threw himself on it. Brutus died with the same coldness with which he had spoken in the Forum, but his death was the Epaphras of the Republic. Mark Antony, upon finding the body, showed unexpected nobility. He covered the corpse with his own purple cloak and honored him as the noblest of conspirators. Oda, on the other hand, was icy cold. He ordered his head cut off and sent to Rome to be thrown at the foot of Caesar's statue. Thus ended Philip with 2 battles, 2 ghosts, and a certainty. The Republic did not die with a cry of freedom, but with the sound of thousands of men fleeing for their lives and with
What is happening right now?
into a macabre trophy. What began as a liberation was transformed in slaughter and Rome, thirsty for blood.
What is happening, dude? What happened there?
The Battle of Philippi
Oh,
was the military
God.
climax.
I didn't have a gun equipped, and you got off, and blah, 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 blah. Fuck, dude, what happened there? Okay, voice commands. Get the guy off his bike, take the shit. You do the rest.
Dozens of names,
Voice command. Voice command, please engage. Enterprise. Enterprise. Please knock this guy off his fucking bike.
A hunt that extended to every corner of the Mediterranean.
I can't see shit. Can't see shit.
He had been tasked with keeping Mark Antony out of the Senate on the day of the assassination, ensuring that Caesar had no protection. He believed that his position as governor of Asia would keep him safe.
Left control?
He was mistaken.
Wait,
The
what?
general loyal to Antony captured him at
What?
Smyrna.
Wait, what? Left
For days he
control.
was
Don't
tortured,
know.
every secret being extracted piece by piece until he was finally beheaded. His head was used as a balloon in a macabre spectacle by soldiers in the
Okay,
streets.
left control. Wow,
It was
okay,
a
okay.
clear message, no mercy, even for minor accomplices. Next fell Decimus, Junus, Brutus, Albinus, one of Caesar's closest friends and perhaps the most treacherous of them all.
Okay, I got it.
Caesar
Thank
had
you.
included him in his will as an alternate heir in case Octavian refused the succession. It was he who, on that fateful morning, Decides hesitated to attend the Senate. His betrayal had been personal, intimate, devastating. After Philip, his legions in Gaul abandoned him. He tried to escape disguised as a Gallic chieftain, seeking refuge with a leader he had once called a friend. But in times of vengeance, loyalty came at a price. The chieftain murdered him in his own house and sent his head to Mark Antony as a gift. The friend who led Caesar to his death was sold by another betrayed friend for gold.
That was nice, bro.
Louis Casca, the first man to dive his dagger at Caesar, fled like a shadow. Legend says that he was tormented, consumed by guilt until he committed suicide in an unknown place. Others say that the sea swallowed him up in a storm, that his body was never found because the earth itself rejected him. His disappearance remained shrouded in mystery as if the gods had decided to erase his trace forever. The others were no better off. Lucius Cassus, brother of the main conspirator, was assassinated on the orders of Octavius. Other senators fell in dark alleys, in night ambushes, or even at the hands of their own slaves who handed them over to claim rewards. The entire Mediterranean became a hunting ground, and Caesar's assassins were the prey. The psychology of this persecution revealed something disturbing. It was not simply a question of justice or politics, it was almost religious. Oda saw himself as the instrument of the vengeance of the gods. Every death was a sacrifice. Every head was an offering at Caesar's palace. Rome lived under the logic of proscription. Anyone could be designated an enemy of the state. And once on the list, there was no escape. Treason became commonplace. Fighting, that Roman principle of honor and loyalty, collapsed. No one trusted anyone anymore. Friendship was measured in gold, loyalty in blood. The Republican ideal was dead not only in Philip, but in every transaction in the city, in every betrayal bought. The last of the great conspirators to die was Cassus of Parma, a poet and writer. He had put his pen at the service of the Republic.
I'm trying.
Fate condemned him to wander
Come on,
from one
camera!
refuge to another. He first joined the pirate Sextus Pompey in Sicily. After his defeat, he committed the greatest irony. He allied himself with Mark Antony, the executioner and avenger of Caesar. He found himself on the wrong side for the last time. After Antony fell at Actium, Octavius's men found him in Athens. He was dragged off and executed without ceremony. 14 years after the assassination
what's happening? What's happening? Fingers!
Proved relentless. None of the assassins died.
You didn't hit the right button on the keyboard at the right time, dude.
Many pierced by the same kind of dagger they had used against Caesar.
Thank you. I had to look down.
Poetic,
Fuck.
cruel, almost ritualistic justice.
I just don't have the keyboard memorized. Spider hands, dude.
No name escaped.
My bad.
The most terrible thing was not the deaths of the conspirators, but what their elimination meant. Every time a Republican fell, every time an opponent disappeared, Octavius's power became more absolute. The Republic was no longer a system, it was a memory. And that memory was erased with each execution. The hunt had ended with bodies dismembered, heads exposed, and families ruined. But at the same time, it had created a vacuum. A vacuum that only a man could fill. And this man who had started out as a sickly, unknown young man was about to become the most feared and powerful figure of his time. With the list of conspirators nearly wiped out, Rome's attention turned to a new duel. The three predators of the triumph were no longer equals. Epstein had been relegated to insignificance, reduced to a political shadow. The true titans were Mark, Antony, and Octavian, and between them, there was no room for coexistence. The rivalry did not begin with swords, but with propaganda. Oda, from Rome, portrayed Antony as a traitor, a Roman general enslaved by the charms of a foreign queen. Cleopatra VII of Egypt became the central figure in this campaign. Octavian portrayed Antony as a man dominated by lust, ready to surrender Rome to the caprice of an Oriental woman. The image became deeply embedded in a people who feared monarchy and despised foreign influence. Meanwhile, Antony, who had settled in Alexandria, saw Octavian as an empty tyrant, a child disguised as Caesar who was usurping power. The clash was inevitable. The final confrontation took place at sea at the Battle of Actium in 31 AD at Vegae. It was more than a war, it was a symbolic representation. Rome's fate faced the waves with invisible gods tipping the scales. Octavian trusted Agrippa, his most brilliant general, a master of naval warfare. Antony trusted his experience and Cleopatra, who brought the mighty Egyptian fleet. The morning of Actium was full of dark omens. The wind blew from the west, favoring Octavian. The battle turned into a dance of fire and water, ships colliding, archers setting sails ablaze, sailors drowned amidst the screams. Antony fought fiercely, but Cleopatra, seeing that the tide was turning, ordered her squadron to retreat. Its sails unfurled towards the south, white as surrender. Antony, blinded by love or fear, did the unthinkable. He left the battle and followed Cleopatra, abandoning his soldiers.
Hey, never trust a big...
The Roman army was stunned. The general who was supposed to lead them had fled behind a woman. Octavius's disciplined fleet tightened the rates and destroyed the delays on land. It was a total defeat. Actium was not only a lost battle, it was a humiliation. The Roman lion had been tamed not by the sword of a rival, but by the lips of a queen. The outcome in Egypt was tragic. Cornered in Alexandria, Antony and Cleopatra realized that there was no isle. Antony, in an act of desperation, threw himself on his sword, dying in the arms of the woman who had led him to his doom. Cleopatra, according to legend, allowed herself to be bitten by an asp, the poison creeping like a last lover to her heart. Others suggest that she was executed in secret on Octavius's orders, but the image of the queen embracing death out of pride proved too powerful to be destroyed. The deaths of Antony and Cleopatra left Octavius the sole master of the sword. There were no rivals, no generals, no conspirators left. Only he and his ambition, now bolstered not by Caesar's sword but by his own cunning, Octam revealed a disturbing truth. Octavius's victory was not due to military force alone, but to psychological warfare. He had transformed Cleopatra into a symbol of Oriental fear and Antony into a victim of his weakness. The people of Rome who had once feared Caesar for wanting to be king now embraced Octavius as a savior. The sickly young man had transformed himself into Augustus, and he had achieved this without proclaiming himself dictator but by presenting himself as the restorer of the Republic. The Sea of Actium was strewn with corpses and charred ships. But beyond the floating debris on the water, what emerged from those waves was a new order. Rome would never again be a republic of senators, but an empire under one man. After the deaths of Antony and Cleopatra, the entire Mediterranean bowed to a single name, Gaius Julius Caesar Octavian. But the young man did not make the mistake of his adoptive father. Julius Caesar had accepted the title of dictator for life and in doing so had provoked fear, envy, and finally daggers. Octavian was colder, more calculating, more patient. He did not need a crown of gold. He understood that the true crown was silent obedience. In the year 27 BJS, he pulled off a masterstroke. He entered the Senate and with theatrical study, publicly renounced all his extraordinary powers. He declared that he was restoring to the Republic the freedom that Caesar had taken from it. The senators, exhausted after 2 decades of civil war, received him with jubilation.
I'm feeling better.
But instead of freeing themselves, they chained themselves up. In gratitude, they granted him a new name, Augustus the Venerable. With this title, Octavian became the first emperor of Rome, although he managed not to be. The restoration of the Republic was a brilliant farce. The consuls continued to be elected. The Senate continued to meet. The popular assemblies maintained their facade. But everyone knew that real power rested with one man. Augustus controlled the legions, the state finances, and the wealthiest provinces. Every decision went through him. The Republican mask remained intact, but behind it a disguised monarchy had emerged. His regime rested on three pillars: the army, wealth, and religion. Augustus proclaimed himself the protector of peace and rebuilt forgotten temples, presenting himself as the chosen one of the gods. Under his rule, Rome entered into the so-called Pax Romana, a peace imposed by the sword. It was the peace of the graveyards. There was no civil war because all enemies had been exterminated. Augustus' psychology was that of a consummate actor. He understood that the people did not want to hear the word king. Rome had banished its monarchs 500 years before. So he never crowned himself, never called himself dictator. He preferred ambiguous titles: Princeps, the foremost among egos; Augustus the Venerable. Soft names that concealed absolute power. It was as if he had learned from Caesar's blood that true domination does not need to be displayed. It is enough to administer it with patience. His control over memory was just as effective. He had chronicles written, erected monuments, rewrote history. The assassin Caesar's conspirators were portrayed as Sarahs, not liberators. Brutus and Cassius became cursed shadows. The dead could not defend their reputations, and Augustus shaped the narrative like a sculptor's model, marble. He understood that dominating Rome was not just a question of the army but of the narrative. The paradox is brutal. The conspirators had plunged their daggers to prevent the birth of a king. And with each stab, they only fertilized the earth for the emergence of an emperor. Augustus did not rule for a few years like his adoptive father. He ruled for more than 4 decades. He did not die assassinated in the Senate, but in his bed, old, venerated and deified as a god. The contrast between the end of Caesar and that of Augustus is chilling. One died covered in wounds, abandoned by those around him. The other died surrounded by honor with temples in his name. The blood of the former was the foundation of the eternity of the second. In this cruel irony is revealed the essence of power. Ideals die but structures survive. The Republic was destroyed not so much by Caesar's ambitions as by the clumsiness of those who tried to save it. And on their corpses, Augustus built a regime more enduring than any freedom. Augustus' crown was never seen, but it weighed more than any metal. It was the obedience of an entire empire, a silence that lasted for centuries. Rome no longer belonged to the senator or the people. It belonged to a dynasty, and it all began with 23 stabs in cold marble. When the dust of 2 decades of war settled, Rome awoke transformed. The Senate still existed. Elections were held, but all was an empty stage. The true master of the city was one man, Augustus. And the final irony shone like a blood-stained knife. The liberators had plunged their dagger into Julius Caesar to prevent tyranny. But their sacrifice did not produce freedom, it produced an empire. Brutus, Cassius and the others died convinced that they were fighting for an idea. The Republic, that abstraction that to them was more sacred than life, became a shared grave. They died with speeches on their lips, hoping that history would remember them as heroes. But history was written by the victors. Augustus ensured that they were remembered as traitors, murderers, shadows who had dishonored Rome. In the forums and temples, no statues remained for them, only silence. Augustus, on the other hand, constructed an immortal narrative. He made Caesar a god and himself his divine son. He created temples, instituted cults, and every Roman citizen was instructed to accept that the natural order of the world was to have an emperor at the top. The assassination that was supposed to prevent monarchy ended up justifying a new form of more solid and lasting royalty. If we compare it to our own time, the lesson is chilling. People do not follow eternal abstractions, they follow concrete symbols. The Roman plebeians did not mourn the loss of the Republic. They mourned the loss of the man who gave them bread, victories, and spectacles. In his place appeared another man even more calculating who offered them the same thing but packaged as eternity. Freedom was not lost in a battle. It was lost in the indifference of those who preferred security. Each conspirator paid with his life. Trebonus was tortured, Dymas betrayed, Casca disappeared like a ghost, Cassus died by mistake, Brutus pierced by his own sword. Not one died in peace. And yet, none of these sacrifices prevented the birth of the monster. On the contrary, each corpse was another step in the ascent of Augustus. The 23 stab wounds did not stop the tyranny. They did nothing but choose the tyrant. They did not crown a king with laurel, but an emperor with silence. And that silence was louder than any cry of freedom. For more than 4 centuries, the Roman Empire would dominate the Mediterranean, born of a dream of grandeur, but of a bloodbath in the marble Senate. Such is the true testament of the Mars Islands. Not a written document, but a curse that has crossed generations.
What's the damn problem, man?
Each blow of Dag was also a blow against the very idea of a republic. The conspirators thought they were killing a man, but in reality they were murdering their own world. And the echo of that act still resonates because every time a people sacrifices freedom for security, the same stories are repeated. The marble Senate remains a silent witness. It was there that Caesar fell and with him old Rome. It was there that Augustus knacked it and with him a new order. The 23 stab wounds were not the end. They were the beginning of the nerve where blood became the foundation. Mr.
An immortal body that is tied to the world and controlled by